Twitch. I mostly go to YouTube just so we can get the VOD over there. But with that said, we are going to be continuing our Space Age save where we left off. And so, as I mentioned before, if we put our mouse down on this little spot down here, I'm kind of covering up a little bit, but it says there's 464 entities are missing from material construction. That I'm actually more slouching than shrimping at the moment, but yeah.
Take a sip.
But
What's the worst that could happen?
But yeah, basically we're sitting here. We have 344 more of the green inserters are needed. And then once that's done, our upgrades are effectively finished. Which is really good to see. But what I can do is we did steal the circuit boards from some of these. Alright, that's fine. But yeah, so basically what we did is we finished the Zappy Planet yesterday. That went pretty well. I really enjoyed the Zappy Planet. I think between the Lava Planet and the Zappy Planet, as the two planets we visited so far, I liked the Zappy Planet more. The Lava Planet was interesting. I don't want people to be like, oh, he hates the Lava Planet. I actually thought both planets were really good. But between them, I felt like the Zappy Planet was way better about forcing me to really kind of scratch my head about it. Because looking at the Lava Planet and the way it works is you basically take lava and you convert it into like various metals and all that. And that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. But on the other end of that, when we look at it, sorry, I'm trying to multiple things at once. There, that should put that in drone range. But if we look at it from like the practical standpoint, is it's basically the same as any other planet so far as your resources would go. It's just instead of dig up ore, smelt ore, you just have these foundries. You just say, okay, the ore is already smelted. I just gotta plug it in this machine and it spits out the other side. So as far as like upgrades to your kit and everything, it's really good. But as far as like when it comes to a lot of the other stuff, it didn't change that much. Now the giant worm, so instead of having to like attack this giant threat, instead I'm approaching it and just dealing with these like minor things. That's interesting. Can't already be done. I just put circuit boards in there. I mean, I'm okay with it being done. I'm just surprised. But yeah, so with all the stuff, it ends up being just like, it's mostly the same, with just a couple extra production, and then instead of having a constant small threat that just picks at your walls at all times, you instead got these giant dune-like worms that they don't attack you directly, but if you try and build in their territory, they're territorial and they'll destroy whatever you put there. So it's not like a boss battle kind of thing. Like, there's no, like, phases or whatever. But it is like, oh, you one big chonky boy I gotta deal with. And if I don't deal with you, just walk right over it. So that one felt like it's more just in line with what we already have. Which, again, no complaints, I enjoyed it. But by comparison, the electric plat said, you know what I don't have? Ore of literally any kind. Or water. Or any of these things. Good luck. By the way, if you're not under electric tower, you're just going to get zapped the crap out of. And so it had this whole thing where it forced you to do a lot of stuff that are normally considered like faux pas to do in Factorio. It forced you to sushi belt where you dump everything on one belt. It basically forces you to either use logistics or trains for like long distance travel because you just cannot conveyor belt between the islands because of the oil. And so it really kind of twisted the way you had to approach a lot of things. So you had to like take stuff and then break it down into the materials you wanted. And it was also deeply upsetting because a lot of the stuff you wanted to do, there it goes. A lot of the stuff you wanted to do, you're like, okay, well, I need green circuit boards. Let me just destroy these blue circuit boards to get them. And it just kind of hurts you because normally you're working really hard to get stuff like blue and red circuit boards in large quantities, and that's what creates a strain on your green circuit boards. You don't actually care about the green circuit boards that much. You do need them, but like you really want the really good circuit boards. And so they're very expensive to get those. And then here's this planet where they just hand you those really good resources, but like the basic stuff is just really hard to get a hold of. So I really enjoyed that dynamic for it. Alright, so they're just knocking those down. It's just basically going as fast as they can make those gears. Which that's partly slowed down because we did just choose to have them swap out all the belts here, because that just wasn't on my radar. But yeah, so we're working on all that. But really soon, this project should be done, and then that'll be good. Because then I'll go to the next one. But yeah, so I really like that. I have no idea what to expect from the last planet. We do apparently have you on your way back with a load of science,
Thank
blue
you,
and red.
Sniper Spice, for subscribing for 30 months. 2.5 years.
Thanks, Sniper Spice, for the tier 1 sub. And yeah, 30 months. 2.5 years you've been subbed to the channel. So thank you so much for that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot, and I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. But yeah, so thank you for that. But yeah, so we got like our ships that we fly back and forth between our planets. So we load up the goodies that we can get in bulk on those planets, bring them back to the main planet where they're harder to get a hold of. So then I also have Hope 1, which looks basically like the same ship, but instead it's carrying lots of calcite and tungsten, and the orange science. We got Epoch, which has the circuit boards and the electromagnetic science pack. I'm definitely going to need to increase the throughput on Fulgora, which is the lightning planet. But that's going to take some work. What would you say? Lava planet or Zappy planet's first one? Oh, if you're trying to say like what planet to prioritize? Honestly, I'd probably go Zappy planet. Because thinking about the things you get from the lava planet to take to the Zappy planet, there's not that much that's useful there. Whereas when it comes to taking stuff from the Zappy planet to the other ones, I feel like there's more. Because the big thing that the lava planet gave me was combat stuff, the artillery and that kind of things. Whereas the Zappy planet gave me a little bit of stuff for like power grid. It gave me stuff for making better modules and all that. And we're still researching that. But yeah, so we look at this. We're going to be able to get our quality module 3 from the Zappy planet. We're going to get like better drone port upgrades and shields and the mech and all that. But when it comes to the lava planet, we do get better belts and the speed module. But it's like, it's the artillery seems to be like their big thing. Oh yeah, and the scrap recycler, which I think is going to be huge. I think the scrap recycler is going to be like the major one for, okay, you know, I'm trying to upgrade modules to get like just the best of the best. And so anything you get that's a quote-unquote failure, you know, you got up to that last tier of armor, and you're looking for legendary quality, and you just got epic. You can just toss it back into machine, grind it down. You lose like 20% of the materials, sure, but you recover like 60%, and you have a chance to be able to get a better result of those base materials. So it is one of the things that's going to be interesting that we're probably going to get really wasteful later on, that modules that we do want better copies of, I probably will have a recycler that's just being fed all the quote-unquote failures from that. And then just, you know, take it right back in, grab like the 20% materials that were lost, replace those, and then try again. Because right now we actually have a bunch of these buildings that have been producing quality stuff. But, not really at any meaningful effectiveness. Alright, so I'm going to have to do something with these quality ones. I mean, one thing I could do is, like, a stopgap is I can put an artillery up here and tell this artillery up here, say, hey, for right now, you're going to get better ammo. I'm going to put one here. And one there. And I'm going to tell you, instead, you accept rare ammo. Which means it's going to almost never fire. I'll do the same for you. Except I could tell you to take the uncommon, which means you're going to fire a bunch. And honestly, that's just me being wasteful. But that's fine. Because otherwise what's going to happen is this is going to fill up with the rare and all that, and then we're going to run out of space. And I mostly just need it to continue to, like, fight off whatever we got there. Okay. Yeah, so we burned off another 100 or so. Yeah, I've already got another 100 or so of the green arms done. Somewhere here I've got a couple of arms I accidentally tried to upgrade to the higher quality, like 95 of them. Yeah, that's the ones. Yeah, so you have actually got you queued up to even higher. And the rest of those are fine. Yeah, so I think those are fine. Okay. Yeah, so some of those I actually like queued up twice. So they are showing like, hey, upgrade this arm to the white arms. We don't even have those yet. We're probably pretty close to getting them. Yep, but these are the same way. Okay, so we only got 48 more that are marked as having the better arms. You're all fine here. Where are these arms? Oh, that's telling me about the turbines that we're not actually using right now. I'm just trying to do cleanup on these ones that I made the mistake to. And that side's fine. Okay, so I've only got like 24 that are still marked incorrectly. We can probably just leave that sitting there the way it is for right now. It'll get sorted. You still have circuit boards in there, getting pretty low. But that is producing circuit boards as fast as they get gears. But yeah, so we already knocked out almost 150 out of the 350 or so we had. And that's still ticking away, so that's pretty good. And the reason why we haven't gone to the next planet is basically exclusively... we've got the Aluminum Falcon, which is our next going one, but I'm missing all my inserters because of what's going on the planet. The moment I get those and it has a chance to ramp up its ammo production, then we'll start moving on to the next planet to see what we got there. So I guess what we'll do in the meantime is let's take a quick look at what we have about that planet. So that's Gleba. Gleb is a human swampy planet with rich exotic vegetation that can be cultivated using the agricultural tower. the processed entity and processed in the biochamber. You can't find iron, copper, crude oil, or coal, or uranium. But there are plants as alternate ways of producing needed items. Large, five-legged creatures are native species to this planet. Entity, solar panel is still weaker, but usable. Alright, so we do know that much information, but let's go ahead and hop out to our solar system map and see what it says here. Okay, so the day-night cycle is 10 minutes long. Human swampy planet with deep bogs, snaking hills, fertile land, rich and nutritious. Swamp terrain can be landfilled. High ground impedes railways, but is needed for agriculture. So that's interesting. Where normally, like, it's the water that's the pain in the butt to deal with the train on the other planets, like the oil and lava. In this one, it's saying there are basically plateaus or whatever, and that the railway can't go on the plateaus, which is an interesting thing because that'll force me to go around them. Hey, Darkstrider, how's it going? They all mention having a gravity of different percents. I haven't particularly noticed that meaning one thing or another. Maybe it's like fuel consumption. The air pressure and all that seems to be a thing. So solar power in the atmosphere is only half as effective as normal. There is no evolution factor. Robot energy use is 1 times. Oh, that's interesting. Robot energy use is 1 times in all of them. Are you different? Ah. So when we get to the last planet, solar power is basically worthless. And robot energy consumption is 5 times as high as normal. Gotcha. So the last planet, they're like, screw you and your robots. That's totally fair. So it's a no, or not no logistics. It's logistics are going to be real hard to set up there. So you're not sure if they changed the logic networks or something, but it's pretty hard to figure out. And now it's simple as, hey, you do that until X happens. I believe it used to work that way. They have improved it a lot, like giving us better interrupts and all sorts of stuff. But yeah. So it does imply that, like, the solar panels are going to be a little bit rough, and that we're going to use biological things as our means of getting other stuff here. Right, and you're waiting till your ammo recoups. You're on your way back out. That's fine. There's been an update with supermarket things that adds those barcode scanners for exits and security guards and our stuff. Ah, so they're adding like shoplifting. I'm always torn with the retail simulation style games when they add shoplifting. Just like, it's one thing when it's a really silly game like Gas Station Simulator, but a lot of them, it gets really kind of into like a dangerous place with what they present. Because then, you know, they have like, oh, it's a shoplifter, and you go and you take a baseball bat to him or something. Like, well, no. And so that takes what's normally like a fairly reasonably accurate simulation style game, and then you like weirdly have this like cartoonish way of dealing with things. So I'm always really torn about it. It's not to say that it's going to be bad, but it is one of those things that I've had very mixed feelings about in the past when they approach that. Because then there's also stuff like where Big Ambitions does it, where there's no shoplifters, you don't stop it, but there's a shoplifting mechanic. And basically it's just based on your security rating of your building, some amount of goods get stolen. And so the idea is you need to have enough security to keep that to, you know, a very manageable level. And so then it just becomes a thing where it's like, make this number this big, or make sure this circle covers this thing, which is fine. You haven't touched new trains yet for some reason? The only time you feel putting 10,000 belts instead of a single railroad, I like to go with the trains for like later game scalability. I also just realized one of those drill ports, you don't have power? Okay. It's the wrong one. There we go. Yeah, no, the thing I like the trains about the most is just like what's happened here is our iron mine runs out and we just slap a line here. It's already configured. I can just put that there and it just works. And same with this one. It just works. I don't have to put much thought into it. The trains will just do what the trains do. Ah, you're still missing some inserters. I understand. You're like at 20 tier mining productivity? Yeah. Oh yeah, with 20, like that many tiers, you put down those drills and it's basically as fast as you can get that stuff out of there. And they accidentally managed to make the floor tile boxes where you can't put them into the garbage can. Gotcha. Yeah, no, Supermarket Simulator was a lot of fun. That's not a game I see going back to like every update. That'll probably be when there's like a really major content update. Maybe we go back to. Right, and so this is another thing we were dealing with. What I might do... What I might do is while our ship's sorting itself out, let's get to Volcanus. We've identified that pretty soon, if I go like here, for example, pretty soon, this is going to start running out of ore. And I'm going to have problems because of it. And unfortunately, fighting the worms is not something I think we can do remotely. So let's go over there. While we're getting things set up for our other ship to get out of here, I can hitch a ride on the Hope 1 once it gets back. And we'll just hitch a ride on Hope 1 and get over there. Unless I could like directly go to the planet. I've never actually checked to see what the rules are with the rocket and all that, so far as where I can send it. Okay. Yeah, so I have to wait till the... Alright, well first... Drop our stuff. And actually... There. Oh, I still have ammo. I do that pretty much every time. So it does let me go to anyone that's here. And in Hope 1, we'll need to wait till it's able to return. Well, let's hitch a ride over there real fast to deal with that. Unless we happen to have our inserters get all sorted out in the meantime. They're working on it. Yes, one by one they are fixing all of these. Alright. I think it's time to risk it for the biscuit with these. Because enough of that's hooked up, they'll probably function okay. And luckily we're not doing anything with the pink science yet, but I could wire that up remotely and that'll be fine. And then these two materials... Sorry, these three materials. These are not doing anything with yet, one way or the other. I gotta still figure that out. Next I was trying to import a lot of big drills to Novus. Hopefully they work there. It heavily seemed like they were implied to work there. Because I think that is the idea, is that you take some of those like really good modules, like the recycler I have to build on the Zappy planet and then bring it back here kind of thing. And then the recycler should just work here. Like, it does seem like you are expected to have, like, your main factory back home. And all that stuff. Okay, so... we do have Epoch on their way... back to the next planet. You are getting pretty close to being able to take off as soon as your bullets recover. Another thing they added was spoilage for specific items you can also have to worry about. I think that's a good feature. if they have functionality to automate ordering, because that was my big problem with Supermarket Simulator, is it was really, really fun in the early game, but eventually you basically turned into a permanent warehouse employee that your entire job was ordering goods and then shelving them. And yeah, the employees help you, but there just wasn't enough stock workers to really keep up with everything. The electromagnetic plants seem worthwhile making everywhere. I thought they could only be made on, or only used on certain planets. Let's see here. So it can be crafted only on Fulgora. Ah, no, you're right. I can only craft it on that one. So that gives me a crafting speed of 2, as opposed to the assembling machine, which gives 1.25. Right, so the idea is for just raw crafting speed, it's just better. And then its power consumption is up to basically 2 megawatts, as opposed to that which is only about 400 kilowatts. Yeah, no, that is a like a 50% increase in productivity. Yeah, no, that's pretty strong. It's got a pretty high power consumption. But yeah, you know what? We ought to add that onto the list of things we ship back and forth. I honestly should be doing that with a couple. So let's go to Fulgora. So I am manufacturing these. So maybe what we do is we go onto here and we add onto this list and say, hey, I would like a stack of you and a stack of the recyclers. Now, to me, I kind of want this to be a one and done. That we order that one time for now, and then I send it back to get it each time. Because those are pretty costly, and I don't want to eat it into too much for science. Hope 1. So, we can bring the foundries back. And they have an absurdly fast crafting speed. Oh yeah, because I can use those almost as smelters as well. We'll bring those back. We'll bring a stack of those. And a stack of the big drills. An item count. The foundry equals 0. An item count. The big drills equals 0. Okay. Yeah, it's a good reminder, because I kept going, I probably should bring recyclers home. And then, you know, never got back to it. So, item count, and we have the recycler and the electromagnetic thing. Cool. Yeah, so you've almost got enough ammo here that you'll be ready to rock and roll. We are still working on getting our inserters sorted out. Yeah, so my plan is to basically get to Volcanus. Sorry, I keep forgetting I cannot click on the mini-map here on the other planets for whatever reason. So that's calcite, 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 calcite. You see, we got calcite all around us, but I need tungsten. And if we look at our tungsten ore, I've got the 48 there. Basically, all 3 of these are this section of tungsten. They're just different parts of that section of tungsten. So what I need to do is I need to run out here and just basically travel until I can find some tungsten and see how many worms I gotta kill to get there. The good news about it is, if I'm not mistaken, if we pop over here, I basically have a massive oversupply of sentry guns And I should also have a massive oversupply of bullets. So the intent would be locate the tungsten and bring everything to bear on it, on the worms to get there. And we should be able to do a pretty good number. But we're waiting on Hope 1 to get out of here. And we got Sinjin Cookie at our 295 stream streak. Almost about to hit 300 stream streak, which is absolutely absurd. So thank you again so much, Sinjin Cookie, for your continued viewership and all that. Never missing a stream. It does mean a lot that you wouldn't just like show up, but you're here just reliably and consistently for pretty much ever. Alright, so I am noticing our coal supply here is getting low. So let's look at our nearby coal. So I've got that one, it's already pinned. I got 9.9 million outside, 7.6 million inside the perimeter. Yeah, so 7.6 is probably what we're going for. We got 7.4 inside the perimeter. We got 6.8 outside the perimeter, 3.7 outside, 3 outside, 2.7 outside, 1.5 outside, and that little excuse of nothing outside. So it was the 7.6? Yeah, so we should probably get this one hooked up to the system. I'll probably want to branch off this rail to bring it over. So let's get that party started. Do you not have drone? Oh, I brought the drone ports from out here. Yes, let's bring the drone ports across here and get all that sorted out. Because that's going to take a minute to do. Oh, interesting. So, because I put the blueprints in my storage, it still worked. So start working on that. In the meantime, I'm going to need a satellite dish. So we put that there to reveal more of our map. Yeah, so I want to get that going. And I got a big copper node up here that we were in progress of building the train out to. So let's get that on here. I just got to keep an eye for when Hope 1 goes to head back this way. Once Hope 1 heads back this way, we're going to drop what we're doing and do that whole bit. Okay. Got to move that one power pole. Okay, and I've got a little spot here that's gonna need a couple more. So let's grab from power pole to power pole. Okay, so then this one is a problem down here, so let's go and swap those around. Alright, so that'll give us power down here. As you can see, the train can't go through this spot right now, but that's the reason we stopped it. And my intent is to try and make the stop over here somewhere, have the train, like, zip around there. We'll see where I have to put it. You're gonna have to put the train stop a little bit out of the way. That'll be fine, too. That's the production. I need the train stops. Yeah, it's a pickup stop. Yeah, so that'll be too close to operate. Alright, let's put it... Let's see where I can bring the track. I think the track's going to be the limiting factor here. So this should be up. Yeah, up and down. Okay, so I'll need to be farther up. I'm also just remembering I could just delete the cliff. Never mind. It's not going to be a problem. We weren't able to delete cliffs for a very long time in this run. And so I have completely forgot that's like, oh yeah, if the cliff's in the way, I could just make it not in the way anymore. And then it's fine. All right. Yeah, so one, you going that way. You going this way. They'll take care of our signals. They'll destroy that cliff. That takes care of the rail station. And so now all I need to do is connect these conveyor belts and get power. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these. Fair enough. Let's do it this way this time. So I'll have you plugged in. You're plugged in. So that makes it 4, 6, and then 7. The 7th one will probably be over there, actually. So plug you in. And then you. And then you. There's that one. And then for this one, I plan to just merge it in down here. Cool. So that should be all good there. We'll want to connect the power between these. There we go. And that's connected up here. And it'll be connected on both sides. Perfect. Let's see. Wow, let's see. Your world generation on Volcanoes is so much better. Cleared one tile around spawn and see no reason to expand power. Got tons of every resource. Yeah, no, that's the thing. With the procedural generation, you will get runs that sometimes are just much easier than other runs. Sometimes they're not. It happens. I think they'll be fine for splitting the lanes here. All right. Yeah, so you're all good, just waiting for a place that needs the ore. And honestly, I'm just gonna name it now. The worst case scenario is it means we have a train sitting here with nothing to do for a bit. Oh, let's change you. Yeah, no, two's fine. As fast as things will be pulling, two's fine. Okay. Oh, I haven't been watching. You haven't come back yet. Okay, no. So it hasn't come back yet. It's just waiting for either the inactivity or for all requests to be satisfied. I did not notice that these take up a lot of space. And how are we doing so far as finishing our inserters? They're still just going. But that's what I figures. At least if I go back here to deal with the lava, I can get that all sorted out. And while the other... Because we also know it doesn't need the inserts. It needs a little bit of time to ramp up ammo. And so we're going to be waiting on that as well. The good news is we do already have all the drills on board, and we've got a number of foundries. My assumption of what will end up happening here with a lot of that is it will be less of an issue. I think honestly for you we're also... Oh wait, you're 2,000. We're gonna drop you down to 1,000 maybe. As the amount I expected to grab. Yeah, because we've got 250 on board. There's 500 available on the planet. And then we are waiting for this to be produced. Which, again, like that is when they get all that, it just goes. It could even be a thing that I keep one platform here as my travel platform eventually. Like, it becomes my travel ship that's just ready to go at any time. Yeah, so it's gonna take a hot minute for that to work. You are fully under the bots? Yeah, you're all under the bot range. Can I bridge those so it's not as weird? Yep. And that'll bridge across there. Okay, so we've got our first nest showing up right at the periphery. But the good news is, by not having the nest here, you see all our construction bots crossing the whole map here. They are staying clear. The next one to deal with, which we already are, is getting over there. Sorry. Getting over to where this this coal is. Yeah, and I'll probably need... Like, that's around here. I'll probably need just one more, and then we should have access to all that. In the meantime, we could also come up from this side. Because I'll need to run a railroad track up as well. Yeah, so we are trying to do that, because that'll also help in the long run having those random ports in the middle too. Because having those random ports in the middle too means whenever a bot gets low, instead of just going super slow, it could go over to the nearby port and just pick up stuff and get rid of it. Oh, we had one try to cut this corner. That's fine. That can be another place we could put an artillery gun, honestly. Put it, like, right over here or something like that. Because right now we only have, like, 4 or 5 of them on the entire map running. Yeah, and you're non-signal range. And you're non-signal range. Okay. And that'll fix those two, and then they'll start firing off their artillery. Which is going to put a big strain on this northern wall once they start their shenanigans. But, we should be relatively okay for it. Yeah, they're, like, right on the edge. If they're, like, one tile closer, this thing will be firing on them. That's fine. We're keeping them stocked up to about 40 bullets apiece. So they're able to just deal with it. Hey, pretty big oop, how's it going? Still cleaning up all these little guns we got floating around in the middle of the map that don't serve a purpose. And you're just out of range of the drones. Yeah, so you can pull up these two. That one maybe, but those are out of range. Alright. Because once we get these all connected to where I can actually reach that coal, I'm going to set up a drill on there. And that's just trying to, like, future-proof our ore stuff for a while. Get all that going. How is our oil doing, by the way? You're still saying at 2,400%. You were at 4,000% when we started. But that's fine. And we have this one here, which is only about 250. We've got the one up here that's only about 300. Our oil is actually only about half full. That might be a problem of train throughput, though. All right. We'll also have to see here, because I think I might have this going too early. I might need to increase the amount that this waits to go here. Yeah, so this is too early, because each one of these cars is like almost 50,000. So what is your rule on here? All right, let's say 6,000, because it's not the total for this whole area. It's just the tank it's connected to. Because they carry 25,000 each. If there's 6,000 in there, that should be about enough to fill up an entire train. Yeah, so as you can see, all these ones getting low battery, stopping at this like little way over place before going back. Cool. So we're still going to need to extend these a little bit farther. And hope one is still over there. Ah, you missed one power pole, I see. Yeah, so that covers that whole area once it's done. All right. So with that, we can go back to our productivity thing. And I do think the answer is going to be bring that rail over here. Okay. And I can't see how much coverage we need down there, but we've got those all queued up. We'll put a train stop up here. And we're looking at 6 connections, so exact same strategy as last time. We go 1. And there's better ways to design this, but this is quick and easy. I just realized I need to do that first so it lines up better. Okay, so you are set, Ryan. All right. Yeah, so we're not doing, hey, real belt balancing here. We're just saying, hey, I'm going to ram 6 of these in and I want 2 coming out. Ultimately, you'd want to properly belt balance. If this is something that, like, I really needed the throughput to be good, min-maxing, that kind of thing, I'd want to, you know, get the belt balance sorted out. All right, so we got that all set up. So now it's the same thing where this lane is up, that lane is down. So I need to grab you and bring you straight on over. Double check our signals. Yes, you're down, you're up. One too many. So we can go ahead and put you on this side. You on that side. Put you there. So that's this lane. Bring that across. 2 more, maybe? 1 more. Okay. That gives us these. Put our signal up here. New one right there. Okay. And so with all that, once that's done, that'll all be wired up. And we're going to want a power tower here as well. Just put a connection. How's space going? Pretty good. You haven't gone back and forth yet, have you? No. You are right about to head back from inactivity any second now, assuming we don't get in our rocket launch, because we do have our foundries and our drills. So I think literally it's just waiting on just the science, and you should be on your way literally any second. What's going on? Those both have been met. Is there a rocket on its way up or something? Ah, there is a rocket that's on its way. Alright. Does he think he watched close to 3 years after the initial mention of it becoming available? How long did you have to wait before it become available? What? Let's see, I think I mentioned, but we're going from basically slow ADSL to fiber. Oh, nice. Yeah. And that was, that's what a big thing. I don't really know what's happening right now. We have fuel, we have water, that's all full. The thrusters are all hooked up. These are, both conditions are met here. You're a rocket, but you have nothing in you. You've got supplies for rocket that would be able to launch the moment we have a rocket on the pad, but we don't have a rocket on the pad. So I'm a little confused of why we haven't left. I've intervened. I wanna just make this happen. Okay, and how are we doing here? 190, that's fine. Alright, so when this arrives, I want to jump on board real fast, and then we will, then we'll make our way back over to Lava Planet, claim some more tungsten. By the time we do that and get back, I would suspect our ship for the next planet will be finished, fully armed, all that good stuff, so it's literally just do this errand, get it sorted, get back, jump on the next ship, go to the new planet, and be good to go. And we do have, currently, we're expanding both our copper and our iron production, which will be good. We're also expanding our coal, which will also be good. Yeah, everything will be covered there. Like, and other than the inserters, they've already got that all built. Oh, you don't have those in range. Good thing we caught that. There we go. Make sure that's actually close enough to work. Yeah, from that spot, it will be able to reach all that, I believe. Yeah, because you got that railroad track down there, didn't you? It's really hard to tell if this spot is in range. I'm not sure if it is. That's fine, I'm gonna do this. Is it a lot of materials just for the one thing? Yes. Am I doing it anyways? Also yes. There. Okay, so with that, that should connect everything. I'm gonna drop the one extra power tower right there. Okay, so we basically made a bridge across. It's being a little bit wasteful on materials. It's gonna put more of a strain on our power grid, but that's fine. And it does look like Hope 1 is gonna be back pretty soon. Alright. But yeah, no, we had, in my area, we had fiber, like, nearby, so it was like one neighborhood away for a good couple of years before it became available here. It's just one of those things like, please bring us the fiber. You're right there. You just gotta run that line one place farther. One place farther is all you gotta do. But it took them a good couple years before they did. Alright. Okay, sorry, one moment. Alright, time to get back on our, couple weeks, waits a couple years. Does the next trade over has fiber? You can look out your window and see the fiber on the pole. It makes you sad. Yeah, hopefully they get to you soon. So we're gonna hop a ride back over to the lava planet to basically locate some more tungsten real quick, because we don't see any on the map. And then kill however many worms I gotta kill to get there. So we are offloading our materials right now. The ammo is already sufficient to take the return trip. 1 second, I'm seeing a problem. And that problem is I need to go to the planet and say, hey, you know what I also want you to grab? I need you to want those. And these. Not doing this right at all. And those. And these. If you just go ahead and want like 100 of each, that'd be swell. That's the thing I'm gonna need to figure out a way to do. I'm gonna need to figure out some way that I could effectively put it, put in an order and say, hey, could you deliver me 100 of those? And that just by how it works, it'll just take care of it. Okay, and Hope 1 is out of here. Yeah, so right now, those are just going to take up inventory space, the drills and all that. But that shouldn't be many. And then we can start using the big drills here. So I won't worry about that for the ones I just set up. But future ones, I'm going to want to get that all sorted out. So, like, when I go to hit this stone, for example, we'll use the big drills opposed to the little drills. Meanwhile, speaking about that, how are things up here? Yeah, so both of those, interestingly enough, don't have more fuel in them because of their heat. So those are managing their heat fine. And those are fine. So I could probably add more heat exchangers on here. So you get more heat exchangers on here with the intent of starting to add some more turbines. Alright. And something I put off doing because I know it's going to break things, but I do need to do it at some point, is our turbine production. The reason those turbines never got built is I came to the realization I never actually put those on a passive provider. Put you on a passive provider just in case we end up needing those. And put you two on passive providers. And when that happens, they're going to start putting the turbines down. And that's where things are going to get kind of complicated. Let's play this a little safe. Let's say don't put these bottom rows of turbines down right now. Leave that the way it is. Put down these ones, and we'll see how everything runs. And if everything seems to be running smoothly, then we can go and adjust. Yeah, and these have fuel available, by the way. They've got their inserters are programmed so that if they're over 800, don't bother adding fuel. And it is just to prolong our fuel, which isn't really necessary. My uranium basically sees pretty close to no use at all. I am figuring what's going to ultimately need to happen is I am wondering if I am going to need to do something like figure out a way to set up like a nuclear reactor on one of these for long distance flight. Ooh, a lot of stuff getting destroyed. Okay, so that gun did come online and did manage to destroy all the nests nearby. And it has plenty of ammo. Let's do this exact same thing where I'm going to go down here. I don't think I have a higher quality one. Just available. We can go ahead and here. There we go. So get 2 more artillery guns down, and we're gonna let them slowly get built. Yep, the idea is I want to go to all my little borders here, and you can just see where I just keep like an exclusion zone around those that I just don't have to worry about enemies going into because we just pound them with mortars. Alright, so with that, we have arrived at the volcano planet. So it is time for me to drop to the planet. It is interesting that it does seem like I could drop to any planet. You know what I ought to try to do next time? I ought to try to drop from one planet to the other and just see what it does. Because it very well might be that as long as you can get up to the platform, you can drop to another planet. Alright, so. We're back to the volcano planet. I do see our coal is starting to run out here. Alright. And with all that said, we're not going to bother trying to drive our tank around. It's not going to get us very far.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
It actually makes me wonder, should I go in the direction we've already cleared? I probably should, right? It's fine. We're gonna go on the periphery. What we're trying to find is we're looking for tungsten. And ideally, the less worms we have to go through, the better. Oh, I can't go this way. Okay. Because I've not had much luck. Alright, so we've got more calcite. I got plenty of calcite in range, but I need tungsten. Now once we locate the tungsten, we gotta fight whatever worms are blocking our path. Can I cut across that? No. I gotta go around. Alright. Okay, and I can get a stretch here in a minute. A little bit more calcite here. But then I'm just gonna have to go out and fight and clear whatever ones we need. All right. And because I have to fight through multiple potentially, I am just kind of going, okay, let me just go out like one screen and go around, try to find the closest tungsten node we can. And then worry about things from that point on. Alright. Got more sulfuric acid and calcite. The spider thing would be really nice right around here to be able to just not have to run around to every cliff, just zip along here and do what we gotta do. It'd also be good to locate more coal now I think about it too. That's not as urgent. But that will become a problem sooner or later. And hopefully it's not those things I gotta go in 4 or 5 different directions. The only really good news is once I kill a worm, its area is just clear and I don't have to worry about it anymore. Hey, how you doing, buddy? Oh, you're a bigger one. I really don't want to deal with you, but I'll do what I gotta do. You got a smaller friend right here. That's fine.
Thank you Z0PHER for subscribing for 8 months.
Thanks, Zoffer, for the tier 1 sub.
Rual fine.
I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, so thank you so much for that support. It means a heck of a lot. But thank you. But yeah, 8 months. Heck of a long time. It always blows me away. Like, it's one thing for someone to be like, hey, I'm gonna throw a couple of bucks, you know, be supportive of the channel and all that. That means a lot in itself. But then you start seeing people, they start racking up this time, you know, it starts with a couple of months and it gets like a year and they're like, man. Like, it means a lot, but it's kind of hard to process that people, you know, want to financially support that long. But it means so much, so thank you. Like, it's a difference between, like, going to a musician and throwing, like, $5 in the hat or whatever, and then just continuing to support them, you know, time and time again. Alright. I and seem Bumpkus for tungsten. Which is starting to worry me. Now, I could certainly take the approach of just, you know, knocking out whichever demolishers we see and keep going. Let's see if maybe I've overlooked it. So let's see. First, tungsten ore. We have literally all of that, so there's no new tungsten. And coal. Coal, on the other hand, we apparently have a whole lot just around us that I can clear to if that gets low. Like, tons of it all over the place. But no luck on the tungsten so far. There's a pretty big knot full of terrain area. All right. Even more calcite. And another medium one. So it looks like we're going to be dealing with the medium demolishers pretty early on. It'll only need to go like 1 or 2 out here. Okay, so we have located an honestly fairly pathetic amount of tungsten, but that is tungsten. For what it's worth, that is tungsten. I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to get drills on this very well with it all mashed up in here. Because I can't fill in lava yet, so that's going to be a lot of that that's going to be pretty inaccessible. So we might just keep looking. Because we're going to be able to get maybe 3 drills on that whole thing, and it's not really great and doable. Especially when you consider the investment I'm going to have to put against to take out a large, or not large, but a medium demolisher. Honestly, one of the difficulties is just going to be getting this stuff back. Why are you dying now? Ah, they're dying because we are actively taking out the, stuff here. Let's check on our supply. Did we already use up the nicer artillery shells? Yeah, okay. That's all we were doing with those 2 up here, is we were experimenting with using the nicer ones. So let's drop this and say, can I actually tell it to do anything better? Just normal or better, and it'll just do it? You know what? Honestly, that's totally fine by me. There you go, that'll fix that. Yeah, I can honestly just do that with any of these. Let's go to our artillery and do that. That way it doesn't play any kind of favorites. It'll literally be just, okay, you need an artillery shell? Have an artillery shell. So I'll do this real quick. Because when I've tried to set those to be like, hey, give me like any quality or whatever, then it's thrown a fit for me. Like it won't want to do the logistics. Alright, we're almost done. Now we get back to running around on the lava planet, see if I can't locate some better goodies. Okay, I think we're good. Alright, so let's get back to our hunt for a not crap tungsten. That must be a Florida planet? No, this is not the Florida planet. The one we were joking about, the Florida planet, is we're still just sitting in an area, or did we kill worms? We've killed a worm. The problem is I haven't been able to find ore to go after. Like, I need tungsten, and that's actually what we're doing, is we're deciding which way we're pushing out. So that way I'm pushing out towards resources I need versus just killing worms for the sake of killing worms. Because when you kill the worms, they do drop a bunch of tungsten too, which is nice. But it's not like they drop the mineable tungsten. It's like a one and done thing. So that's not really going to be a sustainable solution. Yeah, Gleba. Gleba is like a very swampy tropical planet full of like hostile wildlife. I don't know that much about it yet because I haven't been yet. But that's the planet we're aiming to go to. Because they've already got this planet and the other planet. We pretty much have established that we can handle what's here. And are getting the resources out of it. And when you kill them, it just expands your area. Yeah, so when you kill one of the worms, say like I kill the worm in this territory then becomes safe. There's no more worm there. So like if I kill this worm right here, then, well, it'd actually be that area over there becomes safe. But you get the idea. It's whatever area it's in. There we go. That's what we're talking about. So there we go. This is where we're aiming for. Right. So that does mean I'm gonna have to kill at a minimum 2 worms. Alright, well, let's get this project started. So, step 1 of the project is to get our tank over here. Fully kitted with as much ammo as we can. The second part of the project is to set up an absolute minefield worth of the sentry guns and just go for it. You actually prefer this way over the way the biters work? Yeah, no, I think it's good to have both styles on different planets. One where you're the one picking the battles, the other one where they are a nuisance. But yeah, no, it is one of those things that after a while the biters are just kind of annoying. They're no longer really a threat. And that's kind of the phase of the game where you're like, you know what, really? I wish these were gone. I mean, granted, when you get the artillery, you can mostly ignore the biters. You just put up a bunch of artillery and then you just, you know, fire off shots. Okay, so first, give me all those. Second, give me all those. So I've got 6,400 rounds and a whole lot of sentry guns. Love to see it. Where is my tank? There you are. I would like you to deliver me every cannon shell you've got. Well, I mean, honestly, okay, hang on. Let's, 1,000. If it goes past 1,000, just give them to me. I'll do it this way. Alright. And do you have fuel and a decent amount of it? Yep. So you'll notice this tank I'm not bothering to do all the upgrades and goodies the other one has. And the reason I'm approaching it like that I don't think we can get set up in time for you. You'll try and make this work. Hey, just chill for a moment, okay, buddy? Alright, so I've definitely pissed it off. Alright, we ready to party, big ol' worm friendo? Okay, well that was a little worm we just dealt with. Are we choosing the worm? I guess we did. Yeah, basically. Oh, come on. To be fair, that was a little teeny tiny one. Use drones for that? The problem is I don't have the drones on me. And the drones will remove the ammo little by little by little. So it is kind of slow. Overkill means never having to say sorry. Yup. So it is kind of one of those things that, as much as I'd love to do that, it's fine. Like, don't get me wrong, later on, I could see having the tank have a roboport. The problem with the tank is just being there. You probably noticed the tank just took one hit from, like, a distant hit and lost about a fourth to a third of its life. And then on top of that, in just those few seconds, it did destroy something like, what is that? 10, 17 turrets? What about Spidertron at the Roboport? Please repair these ones. Because this next one we have to do is the bigger, not the big worm, but a bigger one. So I am a little concerned on how that's gonna go. Meanwhile, let's get that connected with power real fast. And tell them, hey, you know what? There's a whole lot of juicy dead worm there. What if we went ahead and put ourselves a requester chest here? Not there, that's not where it needs to be. Put a requester chest here for the carbon. And then the other thing we get is the tungsten ore. Here, let's actually change that to be straight into the machine. And I also realized you also accept tungsten ore. Yeah, so that way when you destroy the worms, I can just kind of plug it in and let them go. Alright. Because then once I clear out this other worm over here, we should be able to go and get to that tungsten. Because we do have, like, a narrow passage here. The real kicker with this is going to be connecting it on to the rest of the area. With all these cliffs, it's going to be a bit much to snake the conveyor around. Alright, so I believe that's the area I need to be in for... Yeah, you're the one that tungsten's in. So I think I'm going to take the same strategy of... I'm going to put myself just barely in here. We're going to set down our guns. Oh, not over there. I don't want to aggro the other one too. Alright. Okay, and we got a bunch of decoys. Hey, alright. So want to try to get to engage me exactly where I want it. So we're going to go ahead and say, hey, you are sacrifices. You are the make it angry guns. So it should get mad about that. Which will draw it over to the perimeter where we've got all that. Now this one is much juicier than the other one we did. The first one we did had 30,000 health. This one has 100,000 health. There you are. So he's all getting angry. He's all like, man, you are on my turf. So he's going straight on over for it. Same plan as last time. I'm going to go ahead and set up the tank nearby where this is going to happen. It's going to run in, and we are just going to open up with everything the tank's got. And the reason we're doing that is the damage on the tank's main gun is way, way higher than these sentries. The catch is the tank's only going to be able to take a hit or two before it's in trouble. So while I wait for him to get here, I am going to push my way through a bunch of these rocks to give myself a direction to retreat the tank out of here. But yeah, as you can see, I put too much ammo in the earlier turrets because I wasn't doing any precision, just trying to throw bullets in. So the whole back half are decoys. They're not going to do a whole lot. That's fine. I expect to actually lose probably a pretty significant number of turrets in this engagement. Alright, so there he is. Also note, he's at full health. Alright, we're gonna need a different plan to deal with that. He went right through that. Okay. I figured having like almost 200 turrets with maybe like 150 of them having ammo and a tank just dumping shot after shot into them, and that being armor-piercing ammo on top of it, would at least stand a chance. Yeah, that was a medium one. There is a whole size bigger. Yeah, so you have 50%. So I do think for those, we are just going to need poison. My expectation is the last planet. My expectation is the next planet. We will likely get some kind of poison weapon. It is a tropical swamp where you use like plants and all sorts of stuff. I'm just going to assume we get that. To be fair, I don't think we worry about the tank anymore, and I think we just forget about the regular bullets. So where I had this making a bajillion bullets, here. Take those. I do want you to make some bullets. Let's make like 4 stacks. And then for our sentry guns, just 1 stack. And even that I probably don't need. Well, I found that tungsten. And I'm officially declaring it out of reach right now. Oh, I've got ammo on me. All right, well, we're just gonna run out of tungsten, which is gonna drag our orange science and all that to a stop. Because unfortunately, when we looked at that, that was the only tungsten we found, and you see how far out we went? And all these other ones out here were all medium. So that's gonna be a thing to figure out there. Meanwhile, let's go back to our home planet. How are we doing on our various, like, tungsten and all that? We sitting on a surplus that maybe we just don't import it for a while? Yeah, so tungsten's doing really good. And isn't needed. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to change Hope 1. We're going to change its instructions. For right now, you're no longer importing any tungsten. And the reason I'm doing that is I want to save any tungsten we got left for our science. I'm actually thinking... And you're sending more drills. Let's actually send down what I've got. So we're sending them back the tungsten. And then what I could do temporarily, just as a stopgap, we can go here and say, hey, any tungsten you got? Go ahead and put in here. And just keep that running. Alright. And you're still doing fine. Like, these I don't expect to run out of ore anytime soon. Yeah, so I'm assuming that one with its health regeneration, what I am probably going to need to do is find something with, like, a proper amount of poison and start using that. Alright, so for Hope 1... you do have a stack of science. You are no longer accepting any volume of the other stuff. We're almost done with the amount of calcite you wanted. And if we look at the surface, how much more science? Are we close to another delivery or not? If we're close to another delivery, fine. If not, we're just gonna... Not really that close. Yeah, so you're building... Okay, so we're looking at a decent weight. So what I'm going to do is just tell it to go. Let's check, make sure ammo's good. Ammo's good. Just get out of here. Oh yeah, the thing I was going to check is if I say drop to a planet, and I tell it to go to Novelist. We'll drop to Novelist when Hope 1 is in orbit of the planet. Okay, that's what I was curious about, because it almost felt like it implied it didn't matter. So that's just saying I've already queued up where it will take me and, you know, dump me out. Little question, are you enjoying this close to RimWorld gameplay? The close to RimWorld gameplay where all that... I mean, to be fair, I engaged it, and it told me, get wrecked, nerd. And just rolled on through like I wasn't even there. It's pretty much an accurate depiction of how that all played out. Oh yeah, it's like slightly out of range. It's fine. And we're honestly getting pretty close to getting the atomic bomb that people asked me to make. Which then we can sit there. That'll be an interesting one, because it is a very expensive way to destroy a nest. You do destroy the nest. That is one thing that is not to be questioned. The nest is gone when you do that. But it is just being like, here is a bunch of buildings processing for a long time. One shot. Okay, nest gone. Now let the factory go back to making another shot. Like, I do think ultimately we'll just be using the artillery and upgrading those. But I did see there was an achievement for using one, so I just have to. Like, it's out of my hands now. The moment they added an achievement, it was something that just... It's no longer optional or anything. It just has to be done. Yeah, and you're down to about 100 inserters left to go. If I grab a stack of circuit boards, we should be able to knock the last of those out. And a lot of those are these trains over here. That's fine. In the meantime, while we're flying over here, I can go to our science area, because I need to add a new science drop for the pink science. So let's get that going. So that's pick up, drop off, right there. There's your train track. You can put down our signals. All right. And so then you will be named this science. Drop. Oh, it stole the camera from me because we arrived, so it's kicking me out of the ship. Okay, so with that, let's get back over there to what I was doing. Which is going to this. And I was in the middle of naming you the pink science base drop. And you'll be checking to see if you have science on the network. Yeah, and if you have less than 2,000. So once that gets sorted out, it'll send a train on the way. And now I gotta figure out where that train is going. I think ultimately what's going to need is we're gonna go here. Gonna pick up that pole. And then I'm going to grab another inserter here. Let's do this to force it to just one side. Cool. And then just like that, we will have that all set up to be able to bring in another type of science. You're already on your way back? You don't have anything. Don't do that. Oh, no. Okay, you're not on your way back to me. You're on your way back to your other planet. That's fine. I thought, like, I read it and I was like, wait a second, you shouldn't be back to your here. Like, there's no way you got your pickup. No, it's still on its way back out. That's cool. We can live with that. I am gonna have to change the programming on those somehow, and I know I need to keep putting it off. But I need to make it like our trains, where they go and they get resources as needed and bring it back. So kind of the same idea, like somehow be able to go to Volcanus and have some way of saying, hey, I've got goods that need to be delivered, go get there. And I'm sure there's a way we can achieve it, whether it's with combinators or something. But that's what I gotta go, because right now it's just going back and forth, and there isn't a condition that's like full or whatever. Honestly, I might even get rid of the... Let's just get rid of the inactivity for right now. We'll go like this, so that never triggers. But with that way it could just sit there until it gets 2,000 science, and then it'll come back. I don't really have a need for it to go back and forth constantly. Let's untick that for a moment. Probably untick this for a moment. This one I do want to keep going back and forth, though. Okay. Let's go steal some green circuit boards to kickstart the last wave of those inserters to go. Because honestly, if I take one full payload worth of green circuits, that should be enough to finish the rest of those out. And then once that's done, this horrific idea that was getting everything loaded at once will finally come to an end. Now, it's going to be interesting is with me bringing those foundries here, I wonder what the... Okay, so if we look at our processes here, where are you at? We have a foundry recipe that does this. I'm going to approach it differently. We can go to our foundry. So if we go to our foundry, we have the process here where we make our iron plate with this. So basically, it's 20 molten iron, and that's 3.2 seconds crafting time for 2 iron plates. So 20 molten iron. So it's basically 10 molten iron is a plate. Cool. Straightforward. And then we will have where we can make the molten iron using... by just chucking a lot of, I thought there was a recipe for the molten iron where you were able to, just chuck a ton of ore into the machine and burn it as well. Right, so 50 iron and 1 calcite. And that makes how much molten iron? What's your output? It's kind of an important part of this process. You're telling me your heat, but you're not telling me your volume. $500? Yeah, this is... Oh, way up here at the top. Okay, cool. Yeah, so 500. So that basically makes 50 iron plates. So that's 1 iron plate per unit of iron. And let's go ahead and check on you. So if we use this in a smelter, I believe it's also 1-to-1. So it looks like it's still 1-to-1. 1 ore makes 1 plate. The only difference being is when we're dealing with the smelter, so we do the smelter. Do we have one of these that's not upgraded? It's fine. I can do it this way. When we're dealing with a smelter, it has a crafting speed of 2, and it is a 1-to-1 relationship versus a crafting speed of 4. So by using the foundries as opposed to the smelters, I will get a significant boost in the production rate. And it will just be feeding a ton of ore and a little bit of calcite in there to make it happen. So ever so slightly complicating the process. What are you waiting on? Ah, you don't have the correct signals here. Okay, so there's the problem. Is that one, the chain signal's too close to the station, so it wasn't working. Okay, so that should fix that. Like, how is your data having an easier time loading streams than video? Maybe streams just have a higher... I mean, you could just have it's a higher compression stream than the video. Like, both of them are video format, but a lot of recorded video, they'll start doing higher resolutions and all that. Alright, so let's go ahead and get this dropped off. And we've got all that wired up. Yeah, so right now we're not sustaining the research very long because that yellow science is still holding us up. That's okay. We'll get there. Oh, you're out of signal range. I actually didn't anticipate that being an issue. There we go. And go up to this again. Oh, I didn't grab my stuff out of the box. Let's go back over to the rocket and grab my equipment. Because then I'm going to go ahead and put down the box again to manually feed a ridiculous number of circuit boards into the inserter production just to speed it up. And then with that, I should be good to not have to worry about it anymore. I'll have to check in that train in a moment. I'm sure it's one of the... There we go. Train cannot find a path to Iron Drop 1. Train cannot find a path. One of my signals wrong? Leave those alone. Okay, there we go. I had the signal backwards. That's why there was no signals there before. That is one thing I'm going to eventually need to change. Like, if we start, like, continue to expand and gigafactoring this, one of the things that we'll need to change is those rails will need to be upgraded to the 4-rail setup. Which, more than likely, with all the new tech we're getting and all that, I'll just approach that by, just going and, you know, stuff like the inserters going, alright, well, Now I'm just going to... Oh, hey, give me one of these. Thank you. Cool. Okay, so that should boost all of that. For rail setup? Yeah, like I was talking about where we do the 2 rails there. Up, and a new nest got built and our artillery immediately opened fire. And it's gone. Actually, I didn't think there's a new nest. I think we just started having our ammo get... Oh yeah, because that was missing its inserter, so that artillery gun just got its inserter, so now it's just going to keep firing until everything in range is gone. And I mentioned before, that'll be a thing we'll run into, is I'll upgrade the range on all of the artillery, and suddenly every gun will start sounding off at the same time. And it can be a danger that you just overwhelm... Ooh, you a big group. I don't like that at all. So they're actually going to probably do some pretty good damage to us. Yeah, they did a pretty good number up there. To be fair, it was a pretty large attack. You've already cleared out everything in your range. Okay, so we're down to our last couple of shots. But as you can see, we had a nest here, a nest there, a nest over there, and a nest up here, and almost all those are gone. It's starting to work in the other ones. It will receive more bullets, and it'll do its thing as able. Like, I'm guessing we probably already have logistic bots on their way to deal. Oh no, actually, we might not, because our logistic bots might be completely overwhelmed making those inserters. There we go, and these are the ones that were actually queued to be a bit higher than I have available. Oh, do I not have those being produced? I probably don't have those being produced. Thought I did. Well, I do need them to be produced. I mean, that's a solvable problem. We can go ahead and say, hey, give me a passive chest. Put that there. Don't carry more than one stack. And we can grab one of these down here. Clear out its request so it doesn't bring a bunch of stuff here. Change you over to... What? Okay. Alright, so that'll get the requester chest up, and that'll get that sorted out. And honestly, it looks like I just have a couple of belts that weren't assigned correctly, that they're trying to be green belts. There's that one. And And we have another one over here. Yeah, so you're queued, that's fine. They've got one underground. Probably you. That's literally the same spot. Probably you. There we go. Cool. And then with that, we are going to have all of our upgrades done. And that's still making all of those, which will be good. And that should get me what I need for my other ship. And then with the other ship sorted, I will be ready to take the Aluminum Falcon. And we can take the Aluminum Falcon on to its next stop. All we need to do is get our production all going on here, which is just waiting on those inserters. Yeah, so it's missing 35 inserters, and they come in stacks of 50, and we have almost enough to literally finish out the ship, and then we'll be good to go with all that. By then, this will probably be exhausted, and I can just tear that up. And honestly... there we go. Just take all of this crap from me. I don't need it. Alright, so the thing we don't know is we don't know what we're going to need for that next planet. So I'm going to go ahead and do a save here. That way if I make some egregious error and we get there and everything is awful, and I'm just ill-prepared for it, like as long as it's a recoverable situation, obviously that's fine. I don't think we get ourselves into like a quote-unquote like bricked situation, but I was like, ah, there you are. There we go. And that'll be our entire factory upgraded. What are you hauling? Oh, you have the explosives. Okay, and steam is holding smoothly. Love to see it. Temperature is slowly coming down. Check out the heat exchangers, though. Yes, our temperature is coming down, so we do not have enough heat exchangers. So let's go ahead and... actually, that's not what the answer is. The answer is, I need more nuclear power. So I can go like this. We can get that set up. We can go get that set up. You'll need the red wire here. And it's enable disable T, which is for the temperature there. If it's less than 800, turn it on. So basically, we're gonna get another nuclear reactor to boost the thing. You disappointed you don't have a square wing fighter? A square wing fighter? Do you mean where they have like the pods on the sides, like you do a lot of times in Space Engineers, where the engines are just these big blocks on the sides, but instead, you know, they're your wings. Okay. So you can go back up here. Yeah, so we're still losing heat fast. Are those the bombers from Star Wars? Man, I don't remember what... so, like, the bombers from... The Last Jedi... or was it The Last Jedi or The Force Awakens? It doesn't matter. X-Wings, but platforms are squares. TIE bombers... well, the TIE bombers are one. There was bombers they featured in one of the movies that upset everyone because they were like gravity is like basically like a giant magazine on the bottom of a spaceship, and it just opened up and the bombs fell out. And it's like, okay, within an atmosphere of gravity, sure, why not? It's just extra storage for, you know, explosives. That can make sense. Fine. And we now have the atomic bomb. But the problem is they show it in space dropping them on a Star Destroyer, and you kind of scratch your head and go, but you're in space. Like, and they don't particularly show you near a planet or something. Like, yeah, I get it, you could, like, use magnetics to push it out, but it's just, like, a weird design choice for it. So you're just like, okay. Why does it fall down, though? Yeah, well, that's the thing. They could have it be propelled out using magnetics or whatever. Like, do worms like atomic bombs? They have pretty high explosion resistance. That said, it's still a really big bomb. So, you know, so atomic bomb recipe. So these are expletive expensive at 100 uranium-235. The explosive's not a big deal, and honestly, circuit boards aren't. Let's see, is that the same movie where they use the hyper jump as a weapon? Yeah. Which, that's been a thing in and out of canon for a long time about whether or not that was even possible and all that kind of stuff. So, like, the movie doing it did honestly upset quite a few people. Because it's like, man, if you could just do this at any time, people would just do this and you wouldn't have a reason not to. But it's whatever. Like, don't get me wrong, the excuses they had in the old canon is why you couldn't. They were just excuses, because otherwise, it's just how you win every fight. Should probably not put that there, I'll put this here. Let's see, the hyper jump is in non-Disney Star Wars. They didn't do it because it would kill both sides. Well, no, they had more than that going into it. Like, there was something about, like, they alluded that they didn't really know a lot about hyperspace technology. That there was a technology, they had it, but there was some, you know, wink wink nudge nudge that there may have been more. And I don't think we ever got a satisfactory answer as to what was going on with all that. You know, honestly, I'll keep this listed here, just in case we get some on there. You know the joys fly the ships and things? Yeah, that's the whole thing. They used to have, like, in the canon that there was, like, a technical reason that a hyperdrive couldn't be engaged into something of, like, a certain thing. And the excuse they gave was, one, is you had interdictor cruisers in the old Star Wars that potentially, like, they made their own gravity well around them, and you couldn't physically hyperspace into a gravity well. It would just destroy your ship and accomplish nothing. And so you'd see the Star Destroyers have, like, the big bulge on the middle of them, and that was their entire idea, is that they're making this big gravity well so no one can hyper jump in or out. But then it was just like, randomly the enemy has forgotten about it because, you know, why would they want to keep people trapped here? This technology they've had forever, and it's still canon. Team Bombers, what you're thinking of? Gotcha. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that, like, is another time for the movies they, like, hand waved past canon to be like, it's not here. Which was, like, the big thing that when J.J. Abrams took over the one movie. You know, it's fine whatever way. I don't want a lot of atomic bombs. As such, if you map one thing wrong, you practically unalive yourself. Oh yeah, no, that's the whole thing they talk about, is, like, hyperspace is seen as, like, extraordinarily dangerous. Yeah, so I'm gonna rely on the logistics drone for that. just because of the sheer amount of uranium that's going to eat. And I'm going to go for the quality. How much of a difference does the quality make? I want to say the quality was, like, absurd on this, too. So, like, the base damage, we go from 400 plus 280, and that'll jump all the way up to 640 plus 448. So that's something like a 40% increase. It's not double. Well, no, it's a little over, yeah, like more like a 60% increase in damage for that range. And then we have the farther out explosion, which the normal one is 1000 times 100 plus 70, and that's going to jump up to 1000 times 160 plus 112, so a little over a 60% jump. And then we have the right in the core of it 1000 times 400 plus 280, and that's going to jump up to 1000 times 640 plus 448. Bomb hit hard. The easy explanation for the bombers is artificial gravity in the bomber makes it fall. The physics takes over after that. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like that was a very easy to excuse one because you're like, okay, like you've got a magnetic rail or something, so it just pushes it out. But it was just one of those things. I'm like, okay, I see the tech idea there, but why would you design it that way? You're in space, and the answer is because it works really well for a movie. It looks good. Okay, so we are making our ammo. And also, can I get a shout out for Beldar, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team? Absolutely fantastic. Been playing a lot of Factorio as well. Been doing some cooperative and all that, and that's all good fun over there. In the meantime, we are getting our ship going on to the next one. Empire's all substance, all style over substance. Well, that was the Rebels who used those bombers. The magazine style bomber. But yeah, no, that is a whole thing. The Empire's like, shields? No. We demand the best out of our pilot. No shields, just fast. Yeah, what we can't excuse is poor bomber design. Yeah, and to be fair, like, a lot of the old school Rebel ships were genuinely poorly designed, but the whole thing with that was getting into that they had to like hobble together what they could get a hold of. So a lot of the old ships were like piecemeal, and then you had like the X-wing, which were like the premium stuff that they had to go out of the way for. But like all their cargo ships are just, you know, find some hauler that was missing an engine, jam an engine on the side of it, make it work. How come isn't the hot potato somewhere in the near future? Yeah, so that's gonna be near the end of the month. So around US Thanksgiving. Like I don't have the dates and times handy right in front of me, but it is like the last week of the month. Hey Colonel Will, how's it going? There's also a lot of like the Rebel ships. Like the massive ones were old ships from the Clone Wars. The Separatists and clones used. Yeah. Well, that was like, you look at most of the Rebel ships, and most of them are just kind of, like, they're junk repurposed ships. They're like haulers that they, you know, stuck some guns onto, or bigger engines or whatever. And then you have, like, the rare one, like the Mon Calamari Battlecruiser, which is, like, a real big, fancy ship. But, you know, the idea was the Rebels could get their hands on them due to, you know, back-channel alliances and whatnot. But the number of them they had was nothing compared to our thing. Like, very famously in the Star Wars universe, there's what's known as a Z Fighter, which is it's an X-Wing that has only, like, one set of wings that are rigid. And, like, a Z-95 Headhunter, I'm sorry, that was the name of it. And you had those everywhere, but they were kind of crap. But, like, they did, like, back-channel deals to get X-Wings and all that. That's what. Did you hear that correctly? Surely here or at Bell, sometimes your factory tracks too much focus, even for lurking. They do that. But yeah, like that's like a lot of the ships are like the Millennium Falcon, where it was just a hauler, got modified, got engines rammed in it, got guns rammed in it, and got overtech. Except for the Millennium Falcon is generally presented as, you know, like a particularly good ship, the vast majority of the time it was just, it'd be like taking you know, someone's Ford F-150 and then jamming some kind of race engine in it, and then, you know, strapping a gun to the back and then calling it a tank. And you're like, but it's really not. It still is like just a normal civilian thing that you've just attached a couple of extra stuff. And honestly, it probably runs like crap now, but like slightly faster crap. It is also falling apart all the time. Well, that's the whole idea, is the number of missions that the rebels failed, not because of like any lack of skill or prep or anything like that. Just the equipment they had was all back channel salvage, scrapped together, hobbled together, because, you know, they were the outlaws just trying to, you know, get what they could under the guise of the Empire, like trying to keep it, you know, down low and all that. But did the Kessel run in under 12 parsecs? So I don't know with the new canon what it is. The whole reason that became canon, which they had to work really hard to make it make sense, because a parsec is a measure of distance. So the idea was there's a planet Kessel that you get spice from, which is just something in their universe that's a high value good that comes from Kessel. It comes from the mines of Kessels that are full of spiders. But what ends up happening is Han Solo has the throwaway line that he goes, I did the Kessel run in under 12 parsecs. Because no one bothered to look up what the heck a parsec was. And so it's like under 12 parsecs. It's like, oh, that must be fast. Like, well, no, that's a measure of distance. That's like, I did a marathon in under, you know, under 10 miles. And everyone would kind of stare at you being like, what are you talking about? And so the excuse they gave was in universe that there is the Maw cluster, which is a cluster of black holes. And that getting too close really, you know, kind of gets you very dead. And so the Maw cluster wasn't mapped. So as well as things that, you know, you just didn't cut through the Maw cluster. You didn't get that close. It was too dangerous. And so that's how he did the Kessel run in under 12 parsecs, is he went into this Maw cluster thing and managed to get through it, like through the edge of it, not straight through the middle. But it did cut down the distance he traveled. But it would still be a weird thing to brag. There's a lot of that in the Star Wars universe where there's a throwaway line that then they go, oh crap, now I have to somehow make that make sense. Well, and most of it's like the really old stuff, like the original trilogy where they made quotes that you then think about later and you go, oh man, that doesn't work at all. All right, so we do have this thing going. It is getting ready to rock and roll. It is going to take a little while. It is basically, the whole thing is functional now. It's all set up. But because we have a dependence on ammunition, it does manufacture its own ammunition as it sits here. But it takes a hot minute to do that. One thing I could potentially do to help this is we could just tell you, hey, you know what? How much is one rocket worth of bullets? I want to say it's pretty terrible. Everyone else in the canteen is like, what the hell is this idiot talking about? It's like, clearly he's hitting the death sticks. Gotta watch out. Those things will mess you up. Oh yeah, I still have, stronger explosives we want. Oh, right. While it's getting that ammo, you know, people wanted to see a nuke. We should have at least a nuke by now. Let's go grab our nuke. Let's go find a biter nest. And if we did our math correctly, this has a range of 43.2. The nuclear warhead's blast radius is pretty big. I believe I can fire it and start running away as fast as possible and not die. Strapped a gun to its back, does that make the Millennium Falcon a Millennium Technical? Something like that. Oh, we've made several. I didn't realize those stacked at all. Alright, so what we've got here is it's got an area coverage of 35. So it's 35 plus 7 plus 9. There is a very real chance, and I fire this, I am still dying. But there's an achievement for using one, and we want to see for science, so you know. Let's do this. I would drop of the 5 remaining nukes. It's fine. It's probably okay, or it's not. The good news is there's no, like, proliferation in this game, so it's not like you fire something explosive and then it chain reacts to everything else nearby. It does just destroy anything in range. How much range do you get at Legendary, by the way? 54. The model is also built to contain Abeloth and Legends. Yeah. But that's like what was and what is canon comparisons. Alright. Yeah, so we're just gonna go down to Willie's Nest down here and do that. Well, yeah, no, it should be I fire just the one. Do items drop and get destroyed? I don't think they would. I mean, right now, like, I mean, if they do, we're gonna lose our power armor and our rare weapons. Is there a legitimate need for the nuke? Need? No. Alright, nuke is armed. Might not see the explosion. Well, if it comes down to it, I could fire the last one. Like, invisible range, if... Okay. You're not supposed to survive that. Oh yeah, no, there was a reason I walked away a little ways. Was just to make sure if it pegged a tree or a rock, like I was just trying to get myself a good line of sight. Okay. And that's all we've got. And just like that, we destroyed 6 whole stacks of our best uranium. And now I'm desperately trying to run back without dying. We'll see how... Alright, we got in range. But how big are legendary nukes? So I don't think they get bigger, if I remember correctly. I want to say they just hit harder. That does not seem at all efficient. No, nuclear warheads are not about efficiency. That was the reason it's like, I'll make these, and where people keep playing, like, you need to get nukes. You need to get nukes. You need to get nukes. It's like... I know they work. They're really actually not amazing. Man, you're expensive. The personal batteries are good. The drone ports are good. The shields will honestly be good. The Tesla weapons will be good. The armor is exciting. That's a high cost, though. And those are all infinite ones. Let's go for the artillery damage. Does it tell me how much it increases the damage? It just tells me it increases it. 10% actually, it does tell me. And then we have the artillery range, which is a 30% increase. Can one nuke kill a lava worm? Probably not. But technically, if it is a rocket, I should be able to fire it really quickly. Which is a concerning thing, because it will start closing the gap, and it'll be a matter of who can kill who first. Yeah, so I don't know how much pink science we've got on the planet right now is my hesitation. Where are we at with our pink science? Is it still here? So let's switch you over to show pink science. So we do have 3,000 pink science on the planet. So we could choose something up to a cumulative total of 3,000. The mech armor looks like fun. I'm assuming the mech armor counts as... Well, no. Yeah, I'm assuming... Like, that'll be a wild one. That's not one that we're going to get done anytime soon, though. The rail support foundations allows build elevation rails on deep oil. Not worried about that. These are ones that we just burn resources to make more of. Yeah, so genuinely, the quality module 3 is probably my best choice. And it gives a 2.5% base quality. And then we can get that up to rare on this one. And that can go up to 4%. So with 5 of those in one thing, we can get a 20% chance of having a higher quality. And we will be able to soon unlock better quality. I'll probably just go through them in order. Like, I know there's 1,000, but this will help us back at the our planet. I'm having a feeling we're going to be doing a little bit of ping-ponging between the planets. Alright. So the big question we have is, what are we going to need for the next planet we're going to? So let's go check out our space map again. We're going to Gleba. Gleba has really good solar in space. But on the planet's surface, the solar is pretty underwhelming. Why not we go ahead and get ourselves a stack of accumulators, because regardless of any planet we're on, accumulators are good. Most likely, we'll be doing... Well, no, there's no coal. I was going to say, most likely we'll be using steam power, which we'll probably still do, but it'll probably be like solid fuel being fed into it as opposed to coal. I could send over just a rocket's worth of iron plate or so as well. That probably doesn't get us that far, though. Watch it be a planet where accumulators explode, like in, MSI. Alright, so our solar... Well, get those out of my inventory. Alright, so... I'm gonna go ahead and ride the rocket up to the platform. So we're getting on the aluminum Falcon. Could fly a nuclear reactor there, I guess. You could, but with uranium not on the surface, I could take a pile of nuclear fuel, but that means I'm now dependent on the platform going back and forth just to give me fuel, which may honestly not be a bad idea, but I think for the initial setup, I'd probably avoid it. Alright, So meanwhile, I'm gonna go up here. Yeah, because our ammo is almost... Yeah, our ammo is getting where we want it. It's not quite there yet. So I could sit there and say, bring me a stack of all of the base materials. And then also bring me a stack of accumulators. Where are you at? Accumulators, bring me a stack of solar panels. I know they only work at 50%, but 50% is more than 0. Bring me a stack of big drills. Bring me a stack of maybe the electromagnetic plants? Those will be very expensive from the power front. But for high production rate stuff, that might be worthwhile. Probably not the electromagnetic. Maybe we just stick at that, because I want to say you are really expensive to transport, if I recall correctly. So, start bringing these. Import from Novus. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna let that run. I think that'll be good. That'll give us at least some power. It'll give us the really big drills. We'll get a stack of iron and a stack of copper and a stack of brick. Actually, I don't think we need the brick. Get the brick out of here. And a stack of steel. And those will give me one full stack each. We can hop back down to Novus to see them get set up. So bringing in the solar panels. Oh, they're trying to bring all that brick I canceled from being delivered. Yeah, because it's like, I probably have stone there. I haven't seen a planet that doesn't have stone available. And I believe we stopped shipping in that. Let's double check here. So I need to go to Epoch. Are you still... Yeah, so do me a favor, stop bringing this. We're good. And while that's working, we can check out Fulgora stuff. You're about to get another stack of the pink science. So the big thing to do from here is we'll probably want to, we should expand our production of some of this stuff. So the capacitors production has been a problem. But that's the helium plates. And the helium plates production is being held up by the helium solution. The helium solution production, what is your holdup? Do you have... Is it water? What do you got going on? You're just slow. Okay, that's an easy fix. Just slow is a really easy thing to correct. So we can go ahead and do here, say, hey, I feel like you can have a second one of those. And that gets you your water. Let's make this solid pipe at this point. Yeah. Alright, and that should help that out. And let's go to this, and let's say 30... 60. The reason I'm doing that is so that it's not like delivery in the moment, it's got a bit of a buffer. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and increase that. So we can hopefully get this going. The good news is it does seem like our water is finally actually keeping up. More than likely I'll end up getting rid of these and moving them elsewhere. Honestly, I mean, I'm gonna do that. So is everything connected around the other way around? Yes. So put away this. And grab you. and say, hey, you know what? I want more. There. Okay, so we're basically massively increasing our helium solution production, and the hope here is to get that going. You are complaining about lack of power pulse. Let's fix that. Oh, right, you're not actually plugged in there, are you? There we go. Okay. So hopefully that starts getting us enough helium solution that we can get our production line sped up. Because that'll speed up our science production, the plate production, all that stuff. I should also check for... So we use this to make the plates. And then the plates... So we do have lithium we make this here. Fusion cells and a bunch of other things. What I am going to go ahead and do is also go to the epoch. And I'm also tell you, don't bother grabbing those plates right now. Just focus on the supercapacitors. What all did I need the supercapacitors for? So those are used to make the lightning collectors, Tesla ammo. Honestly, let's leave the supercapacitors here as well and just let them stockpile until I actually have need for them. So now we're just literally going to be bringing the science and this. We're going to change you to no longer just fly back and forth because it's going to take a long time. So it's going to be it's basically going to be when we get that. How is our blue circuits doing on the planet's surface? You're backed up. What are you backed up on? Ah, I see. There we go. They'll fix that. And all the others are all wired up fine. Okay, so we finally hit a point that was overflowing. So that should unjam all of our stuff. And you're doing fine. Alright, that's all fine. Cool. So if we go back to you, I am wondering if I want to. Like I said, I do wish there was a much better way for me to facilitate a bunch of this. How's the aluminum Falcon doing? It's got its solar panels stocked up. It's got its accumulators stocked up. It does not have the copper or the iron or the steel stocked up. It is available on the planet, just physically needs to get it here. And it also has the large mining drill. Yep, so it's about to send up the iron. And we got more goodies coming in. So research our quality module 3s after that, and we'll just go through our research here. Yes, I've got you to just wait until we have the request. What we might even change is all requests. Maybe we change that one to... Let's see, any requests satisfied, all requests not satisfied. Item count, cargo. Greater than or equal to, and we'll change that to 2,000. So that's going to be our new condition on when we leave. We're going to go ahead and say, you know what? Don't worry about inactivity. How can I, okay. Get rid of those. Don't worry about all requests satisfied. The moment you get at least 2,000 orange science in here, you just go. That's all you need. Once you get that, you get out of here. You're fine. And we can go to Epoch. And we could make it the same type of rule that says, hey, you know what? Once you've got your 2000 electromagnetic science, just get out of here. Probably not 2,000 with what we're doing right now. It'll probably be 1,000. Yeah, because right now it's an and, that's fine. So greater than or equal to. Okay, so we can get rid of the inactivity. And then get rid of this. Alright. So we've just basically made it so get what circuit boards or whatever you can get in here. That's fine, dandy, whatever. But really, it's the science I care about. Meanwhile, what all do we need to make this happen? So you don't depend on circuit boards. You depend on the green circuit board, which is one of the big sticklers. And let's go ahead and limit that to just the top bar. I don't think we'll get there, but just the top bar. And meanwhile, I have given way too much production. So we'll let that start to burn down so we get more of the helium plates. We got all you going. And you're still waiting on water. Is that out of drone range, maybe? No, it's in drone range. Am I producing elbows? That would be the problem. Okay, that's fine. So I can go here and change you to producing that pipe. Cool. And now solve that. How's the aluminum falcon doing? We have the iron plate on the way. So, yeah, so we've got 3 of these already set up. And honestly, it's actually the it's the delivering of the goods here that's the holdup. But that's fine. We are taking bulk goods. We're trying to load them up so we can go to the planet and have basic materials on hand. So we're shipping copper, we're shipping steel, we're shipping iron plate. I'm assuming we'll have stone on the surface. I'm not really worried about the coal one way or the other. We are also bringing solar panels and accumulators, even though the solar panels will only run at half capacity. I don't know what I'm going to have to do to set up power there. If I could just throw a bunch of solar panels on the ground, even if they're kind of crap. Kind of crap beats not functional at all. Okay, so you're good there. At Gleba? Yeah, and we're going to Gleba. Do not spoil Gleba for me. We haven't been. We're gonna figure it out when we get there. Meanwhile, you will be destined to Gleba. We will add the circuit condition. We will check the ammo that it is at least 700. So that no one may leave until we have at least enough ammo. Now, the other thing I need to work on is for pushing to Aquilo. Aquilo is when solar power is not going to cut it anymore. And that's what I'm going to have to make decisions. Right now, my power options are somewhat limited. We look at what we've got here, and for electricity, I can do steam. Obviously, that makes no sense. That is a lot of water that I do not have in space. We can do the nuclear reactor. Kind of the same problem as the steam engine. I need a lot of water to make that work. So after that, we've got solar. Solar is going to stop working at some point too. So let's take a look at what other options we might be unlocking in the near future. Because I did see there was a fusion reactor we get at some point. My assumption is we're going to get something here that'll have some type of like biofire. Gotcha. So, okay. So with this planet, I'll unlock the epic quality. And then we won't get the cryo quality until here. Transport belt capacity. Increases the height of layered stacks of items on a transport belt. Excuse me? Are you telling me my belt's gonna have like doubled up storage capacity? Stack inserters. Stack inserters are capable of putting themselves on transport belts. Oh, I see. I see. So you can have like a bottom layer belt and then a top layer belt. You can also do a bottom layer belt and an inserter physically on top of the belt, which I'm assuming in this case then this inserter will put it on the belt it's sitting on top of. Not double, it's quadruple. Oh man. Let's see, advanced asteroid processing. What do you get me? Advanced asteroid processing will let me turn asteroids. That's just a better thruster recipe. That is a better... Yes, these... Okay, that gives me sulfur. Okay. Okay, so this is when we can actually make a self-sufficient station here, because that gives me both copper and iron in space, as well as sulfur, which will be a new one. That gives me a decent source of water. We don't get calcite, though. So these consume calcite to get more fuel, but calcite is something that would diminish. So the question here is, do we have other recipes we can use? Like, is there a recipe with carbon, by chance, that I can use to make... There we go. Right. So what I'll be able to do is I will be able to take the carbon and I'll be able to make that back into coal. So we'll be able to produce coal in space, which is another wild thing. Okay, so you make the calcite as well. Interesting. So yeah, so it seems like basically we're gonna be a bit of a mess until I get to the advanced asteroid processing. And once I unlock advanced asteroid processing, that's when I'm gonna be able to start making a mostly self-sufficient rocket. Let's see, more robust soil that allows growing plants anywhere in their biome. Okay, so there's apparently 2 different biomes on that planet we're going to have to deal with. We have the biolab that cultivates eggs. We have tree seeding. Collect tree seeds and plant them on grass or dirt. Why would I do that? Why would I want to make my planet not garbage? We can discover Aquilo, which we have ammonia solution separation, which gives me ice and ammonia. We can make solid fuel out of ammonia and oil. And we can make rocket fuel out of solid fuel, water, and ammonia. Ice platform, which we can make out of ice and ammonia. So very clearly it's an ammonia planet. We'll get access to the railgun, the processor, the portable fusion reactor, which is for me. Okay. A dense plasma focus system allows us to create energy directly from fusion without the need or use of steam engines. So yeah, so I have a fusion generator. Consumes plasma to create electric energy. We have a fusion power cell. The lithium plate I find interesting because lithium requires the holinium. And unless I'm mistaken, I believe that's only available on... Alright. So for that fourth planet, it looks like I am going to have to ship in goods from some of the other planets just to function. And how are you doing? You've got my iron plate here. You're probably working on the copper. Do I have that much copper available? I do. The logic drones just need to play catch up. That's fine. Yeah, they're trying their best. Meanwhile, let's do like a quick little survey of our mining area, see what's... Oh, we never set this one up. Okay, that's fine. That's one of our new ones. So go here, you're coal, correct? Yeah, so you're coal. You need to be added to the network. There's item pickup. So I've got that one over there. You got these three all named and all wired up and ready. You're non-functional, so go ahead and get rid of you. That one's all set up and ready. That one's set up and ready. You're doing your thing. Oh. Oh, no, that's fine. It's just taking its time to fill up. Okay, let's see here. So I had other places with ore that are probably getting tapped. So that one's still got 205, that's still got 347, that's got 2.2 million, so we're good on all those. There was a couple more of these that were right about to peter off. That's where we did have... no, this is where we had the iron. But you can see it's getting scarce. And you're getting pretty close to spent. That copper's doing fine over there. We have burnt up a lot of it, but that's okay. Alright, so it looks like we're doing okay on all that. So we're basically just waiting for this to keep getting its deliveries. Ammunition-wise, it's right in the sweet spot. The belt is almost fully saturated with bullets, so we are ready to make our move. We're just waiting on those last-minute supplies. I was like, you know what? It mentions we're not going to be able to get any meaningful amount of metals early on. We're going to have to figure it out, which is fine. But I'm bringing some with me to just speed up that process. The good news is once we get the copper, the last one is steel, and steel we don't carry nearly as much. And how are the other ones doing? You've got your stuff going up here. And you're doing your stuff. Yeah, we basically said just stick around until you get your science. We are getting pretty close to the point on Volcanus where our tungsten's gonna run out. We did find some tungsten over here, and we took a shot at taking out a medium worm. It wiped out more than 100 sentry guns full of armor-penetrating ammo and a tank firing at it full tilt the whole time, and we had almost nothing to show for it. So, I'm hoping, and we can actually probably check this, I'm hoping when we get to this planet, we're going to find the ability to, rocket fuel from jelly. I'm hoping we're going to get some form of poison-based weapon that we can make here, or poison-based ammo or something. It's not honestly looking like it. It could also be the railgun, or we just need to figure out a new strategy. Healthy food, healthy body. What? I guess we just get extra health. Rocket fuel productivity, plastic productivity. Captive biter spawner. Hatch eggs into captive spawners and place them anywhere on Novus. What? But why? The railgun here. So we've got the railgun ammo recipe. It does 10,000 physical damage. Ah, I understand. I understand how we make this work. We make like 10 railguns, and we just fire. That's all there is to it. We just build like 10 railguns, and we just fire. That's how we kill a worm. Just build a line, bait it in, and just Death Star it with like 10, 20 of these suckers. That ammo's expensive, though. Oh. No, actually, the ammo, you're right. I was looking at the rocket capacity where it's like, I can only take 5. I was like, oh, shipping the ammo's no good. Yeah, steel, explosive, and copper. That's no problem at all. What does the actual gun cost? Well, we have quantum processors and carbon fiber. Those are new. Let's see here. They're probably down here somewhere. Quantum processor. That's clearly just a different planet's stuff. And then carbon fiber is from the planet we're going to. Yeah, the ammo can be easily made space. Yeah, that's what I noticed with the new reaction where we get copper and everything. The moment we get that, steel is no problem, copper's no problem, iron's no problem, so I can make like the armor-piercing rounds. And honestly, with that railgun, doing 10,000 was it 10,000 damage per shot? Honestly, like, we could massively reduce the size of this. I didn't check the power consumption, but it had a much longer range. So I assume that's all just kind of seen as a way of acting as a gateway from what you need to get done before you can go for the deep space. That it's, you know, borderline required to accomplish that. Yeah, I'm trying to see where you're bringing all these goods to, because a lot of these should be wrapping up. Ah, right. You're making those blue circuit boards because we consumed a lot of blue circuit boards because we're making nukes up here. And those are all running to just keep making more and more active. Like, I'll make the one stack of nukes, but I'm not going to worry about too much. Yeah, you know what's going to need to happen here? We're going to end up having a problem with this. So what I need to do is set you to use filter only if it is better than normal. And you use a filter only if it is normal. Because otherwise, the moment I get a higher quality one, it's going to jam. Just waiting on the copper to get loaded. Right there. That tile there is when we have 1,000. And meanwhile, we're just knocking out one piece of research after another piece of research after another piece of research. We are continuing to upgrade our explosives and all that. The other thing that'll also help is honestly just continuing to upgrade our physical stuff. Which that's all it is, like, we could just keep running through our research. Ah, I see. So logic speed faster is from that planet. Same with our processing production unit. So that'll be interesting. So the heating tower is definitely the ammonia world. And then this agriculture is from there, which is stromalite. Oh, come on. Pick up the pace. What else can I go ahead and queue up in the meantime? We've got all that wired up. Don't really have a reason to queue up more than that. Our oil is more than good right now. Like, literally, it's sitting here because I just don't need it. And our oil production, we're doing good. Our rocket fuel is literally backed up on the belt for as far as the eye can see. Our green circuits, we are running into an issue with potentially throughput on the copper belt, which should be something we can fix. Yeah, so let's plan to do this. Okay. Once they've got that down, we're going to start moving stuff around. That way we can get the copper saturated on both sides of the belt, and that'll speed up just a little bit more. I'm also seeing... Yeah, it's fine. We'll leave it alone for right now. Another thing that's striking me is with these, where they have a base productivity of 50 built in, which, for those who don't know what that means, that's the equivalent of these productivity modules we're putting in here. It's got 50 to begin with. Very genuinely, that would be a good way of dealing with some of this stuff. That I could put that over here. I mean, there's not much space. But I could basically go in and say, hey, you're going to give me, one, you're going to produce faster by itself, but two, every other one, I'm going to get an extra circuit board out of it, or extra rotation of circuit boards. So very genuinely, I do think it would make sense to get those all set up. I wonder what's taking the construction bots to get so up here so long. Do beacons still exist? Can we put them there? Beacons do exist. I haven't been using them that much. Transmits the effects of nearby friendly entities. Transmission effects stack with diminishing returns. Let's see. Research distribution efficiency 1.5. Let's see. Beacon transmission strength. Gotcha. So with one beacon, you get the full value. Two beacons, you only get partial value. You get the idea. Yeah, we could definitely do that. Put some beacons down here and boost that. That may even be something that I ultimately do blueprint-wise, is make myself a blueprint that is like the electromagnetic plants with beacons put in among them, and use that. Because that might be a particularly good thing. Because then I could turn around and put like a stack of the productivity beacons in there, and then on like the productivity modules, and then on the beacon itself maybe put something else in there to handle that. Are you wired up correctly? Yeah, so if you're less than, so you should be turned off. You just happen to have full fuel. That's fine. So these are all running fine. The steam's running fine. Let's just go ahead and... Let's baby steps here. Let's add one more here. Let that row go there, see if it maintains. And not go too hard too fast. The copper's here, so we're just waiting on the steel. The steel is a much lower volume to fill up the rocket. I think it's 300. No, 400. So that should be good, and once we get the steel, we're out of here and on to gross Florida-like planet. And you're still waiting for your upgrades, which may never happen, but that's fine. It will be interesting that once you can unlock legendary quality, I do think it will become a thing that I will set up part of the factory to just start trying to produce equipment of legendary quality, which will just kind of mean try and produce it. If we get less than a legendary quality result, put it in the shredder, try again. It'll become a huge, huge consumer of materials. But then if I can get, like, legendary mech armor and legendary rail guns and all that. Can't wait to experience Gleba. Most people hate it, but it's your favorite planet. I'm expecting it to be obnoxious levels of combat. Alright. So, with all that said, we've got this all set up here. I believe all my orders are fulfilled. We're going to disable this. Actually, no they aren't. Why are you not here? Oh, hey. How long would it take you to do that? It's only like 20. Even if we don't get the full amount. We've already got the rocket queued up. Oh, it instantly sit it. Alright, it's already on its way. Perfect. We're not going to build those until we get a feel. Deathworld Gleba is apparently an experience. Yeah. When you fully understand how Gleba works, it's really easy, but it might take a bit to understand. Yeah, no, it's the one that looks really, really foreign and weird in that looking at the stuff you see for it, it's like you grow these plants and these plants, you make this. All right, so disable that. We're going to quickly... Alright, hang on. I did that to myself. Do me a favor and maybe don't request back the drills I just got. Maybe don't do that. Because we launched those up there and immediately sent them right back down. It's kind of all the new planets you think differently than Novus. Yeah. So I'm going to try and let this send the drills back up to me. You wouldn't have thought that Deathworld in the DLC is even beatable? Well, that's the thing. If we look at the worlds I've tried so far, we've got the Zappy world. There's no enemies there, so Deathworld should have no meaningful effect. Maybe it makes the lightning more dense or something. Who knows? But it shouldn't have really a major effect. And then if we look at the magma worms, there's two ways I could see that working. One is the territories they get are much smaller. That's the only way I could see it. The territories are much smaller. I mean, you could have it so there's 2 or 3 worms within a territory, but I feel like that doesn't work with the way they're supposed to be territorial. So I would assume that those two aren't... I mean, it could be, again, that they have more dense territories, so that's how they get more. But I would assume neither of them would be super effective. Now, like, from what we've seen, Greb or whatever it is, they do show in, like, the trailer on the front screen where, like, all these little tentacle beasts come out of the ground and zip around and cause mayhem. My assumption with it is the way I'm going to need to approach it is I can't do, like, what I'm doing right now where... Oh, the rocket's already on its way up, I guess. Okay. So this time, we're receiving our drills. I am just double-checking that we have disabled you taking the drills back from me. Cool. And now with that, we're gonna do a quick save in case I do some, like, completely screw myself. But we are ready for Gleba. Does Deathworld make the enemies stronger too? I never tried it. You can choose the enemies to be stronger. I want to say the Deathworld doesn't, though. It might speed up their evolution, but I think they still cap out the same. It's mostly, honestly, they have a way larger number, and I want to say they expand more aggressively and attack more aggressively. Pretty much the way it is, it's really hard and sweaty at the very beginning of a Deathworld, up until you get your defensive lineup. And then the only challenge you have after that is early game, you've got your defensive position. You go, oh, I need to get more iron. It's over there. And you have to figure out how to carve a path through there to get to that area, and then, you know, wall it off and then build out the defense. And then you just kind of like do these offshoots. You get there, and then you just keep pushing back the biters to then fill in the area to make room for your factory. So force you be really, really compressed. Let's see. Death World default is difference from default. 200% enemy percent, 200% enemy base frequency, 200% enemy percent base size, 75% starting area size. Enemy evolution factor is set to 200. Pollution factor is set to 12. The pollution absorption modifier is set to 50% instead of 100%. Same goes for the attack cost modifier. Yeah. So it's just basically the biters. The biters have ridiculous numbers. They get stronger faster, and they're more aggressive is the way it results. But it is those things that, like, you saw how I have the wall outside my base. I would have the same idea as that with the Death World, except instead of having like 2 thick stone, I might actually have more layers that I know are just gonna get peeled away. But it's fine. And then you do a little bit. You can, like, you used to be able to do just the lasers. I'm feeling like if I were to do a Death World run with 2.0, I would either instead go... I would honestly probably mix the lasers and the projectiles. Yeah, no, it is a lot more. Like, genuinely, when we look at our map here, and we go zoom out, so if you look at this area here, like the densest part of it, just imagine that being like 4 times as dense or whatever, like where you have like nests in each of the pockets here. Like it's not quite like one large area. There are still gaps, but it is super dense. Meanwhile, I'm gonna go back to you. I'm gonna go ahead and say, hey, if you could go back to importing those drills, that'd be great. Let's see. That would just be red. Yeah, no, it's those things. It's like, it's just a hair less dense than looking like one giant nest. It's like there's a slight separation. And so it is just, you go, I need to get more iron. Oh, there's iron over there? All right. And you need to be looking for the iron way before you run out, because you're going to invest in a lot of iron in materials to fight your way out. And then you just kind of carve your path the next area, you get that next iron, and so you have like your main base, this little tunnel that goes out to the iron and all that. And it'd be like, oh, there's the coal, and so you'll tunnel up and you'll grab the coal, and you're like, well, now I got this pocket here, let me clear out the pocket, and that's more room for my factory. And it usually goes until around the time you get artillery, and then once you get to artillery, that's kind of when you just sit there. Paused. Okay. That's kind of when you just sit there and can deal. Alright. Oh, well, I'm not allowed to see anything on the surface yet. Okay, so we're going to drop onto the planet. Gleba. Get a quick look. And then we're going to drop things there. You've seen areas that were just nests, but not Death World. Yay! All right. Let's take a quick look at the technology upgrades. So for that, I need to find Iron Stormlight. I will pop up real fast to the Aluminum Falcon and say, yo, you know what I want you to do? I want you to go ahead and just drop that off, drop this off. One stack of those, one stack of these. I don't know if I'll need those. All right. Cutting down some of this is making things explode and damaging my stuff. And it's pretty concerning. We should probably pick these up before anything hostile can eat them. Okay. I have one more here. There it is. Okay. That way, if I die, my body survives. Alright. So far, I don't think I see any ore patches. So you have stone and stone and stone. And they mentioned there's no, like, iron on the ground or anything like that. Okay, so leaving the trees in your base and then coming down later would be really bad. Yeah, they don't seem to do a lot of... Oh, there we go. So that's copper nodes and copper bacteria. Interesting. And there's iron. Water cane. Okay. Oh. Those are rotting really fast. Alright, interesting. So let's see. They gave us agricultural tower. Requires a little bit of landfill, spoilage, and electric and circuit boards. We have a heating tower. Generates heat from chemical fuels, passes heat to a connected heat pipes. Heated areas prevent structures from freezing, cannot be frozen. Does not stop burning when at maximum temperature. Alright, so we're gonna need heat here for something. Nutrients from spoilage. Okay. So we're gonna turn spoilage into nutrients. Coal liquefaction we unlocked earlier. That's unrelated to what we got going on here. Alright. So with heat, I can make power. We have agricultural tower. I'm assuming this green is like one of the bluffs or whatever they were talking about. That I can then do stuff with. We have so much copper ore now. Alright. You know what I forgot to do again, chat? Got my power poles. Okay, so it's at least some power. This plant's really terrible to look at if you got red-green color behind this. I believe it. And what we could do for right now is make 2 boxes. I can drop all of that in here. Where did my... Did I not make 2 fast insert? There they are. Okay. So with that, we're producing a little bit of ore. Okay, so the interesting thing... Oh, even the nutrients spoil. Alright, so everything rots on this planet. Okay. So we are able to get the ore, but we obviously need to do something with the bacteria. We do have this thing, and we can make that happen. Just because I have a certain level of paranoia going on. Let's make it so it starts producing a box of ammo for me, too. That's probably going to consume a lot of my iron. That's not my iron one. It's probably going to consume a lot of my iron. But I'm just kind of going on the suspicion from the fact that everyone's been like kind of going like, hey, you know, a lot of people don't like the planet, yada yada, like that kind of stuff, that I'm just gonna assume here we're gonna be in for a lot of fighting and all that. And unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to make really good bullets yet. Let's just plan for that. Oh yeah, you're doing that. That makes sense. That's fine. Alright, get that started. Okay, so we've got the... whatever this thing is. So it lets me put it here. Do those grow back or something? Okay, I was expecting something a little different, I guess. Alright, so the next things we do is we get jelly nuts. Once I find a jelly nut stem, okay. Alright, so I'm looking for those plants, apparently. So there's a pink area over here. Let's run over to this pink area and pick stuff up. We got jelly. Let me guess. It also spoils? Okay, so that's not what we're looking for. That's not it either. Oh, we got another weird color over here. Is that one of them way down there? Or up here, actually? That's the same stuff we've got right where we spawned. Let's look at those again. Basically, I'm looking for a plant to spawn it. So I got ones that look like that, so like brain coral kind of looking things. Or we got ones that look like that. So brain coral or trees with red pods on them. Now what I am observing is, for as much as we saw like in the intro, stuff popping out and causing all sorts of mayhem, I'm not seeing any wildlife on this planet. So I'm suspecting what's going to end up happening is, as I kind of pointed out when we were watching like the trailer, not the trailer, but like the intro screen, is it seemed like they were popping out where they were doing their processes, that there will be some process that can either, oh wait, I may be a liar. Small wriggling pentapod. Cool. Well, thanks. I hate it. Wait, what's this that's all a different color? Yes, it's more of the iron. Oh. Let me guess, they rot? Yes, they do. Just like everything else here. Alright. So, what do you got here? Copper bacteria ingredient. Yamako processing recipe that produces Yamako seeds. And what the heck do I just do this in my pocket? All right, let's just do it. Yamako mash, which also spoils. Love to see it. And you can use the Yamako mash to make nutrients, copper bacteria, bioplastic, all these things. Cool, man. We did get some seeds, though. And I'm assuming we're going to use those seeds to farm stuff. Let's go try to find the other thing we're looking for. So we're looking for this other tree. Which, like I said, it kind of looks like sort of a brain coral on a stick looking thing. The good news is that does show up on the map the areas that have these. So my assumption is we're going to get these seeds, we're going to grow the plants, and then there's a juggle between like growing the plants, getting more seeds, growing the plants, getting more seeds, yada yada yada. Like there'll be some way to sustain the farm. And my assumption will be, as we grow the stuff, our farm becomes more attractive to the enemies. And I gotta deal with their garbage after that. So I'm not seeing the weird brain coral looking stuff in this, which is another different color biome. Hey, leave me alone. There is a lot of different biomes in this place. Alright, we've got something down here. Okay, so let's run back out of here, because there's some enemies in there. Alright, so... the good news is the seeds don't go bad. So we can go here and say, hey, well, we're already out of that. Just go ahead and process the jelly. Pentapod egg. What? Oh, the pentapod was the enemy. I'm assuming we're going to get our materials out of the enemies directly. So it's going to be a matter of, like, farming the enemies, like, growing them, and then killing them. Again and again. Alright. So we did manage to get 1 jelly nut soil and 1 Yamako seed plant. Can be planted in Yamako soil. It's Yamako soil. Alright, so now we can get ourselves a biochamber, which is going to require the seeds and was that the Yamako tree ball thing? Alright, so let's see here. Where did the biolab go? We were just looking at it. Yeah, so you need a pentapod seed. If they spoil, they become enemies that do damage, poison, and physical damage. Bigger, premature, regular pentapod. Thanks. Cool, I guess. And that's the biochamber. And that requires nutrients, the pentapod, landfill, iron, and circuits. So let's do some planning in advance where I can. So let's make ourselves the 5 circuit boards. Alright. And then we also will need 5 nutrients. And we'll need a landfill. So landfill I could do in advance. The nutrients... What are you consuming to make that? Your spoilage. Alright, so what that's telling me is I need to go find the Yamako trees, which was the green goop up there. You're starting to get hints of why this planet may suck? Yeah, because what it means is, production-wise, you do not want to have these things, like, back-buffered. Now, the real question is, how the heck do I get an egg? Let's not take too many. There's an enemy over here. Somewhere. Oh, hey. Oh, I'm out of bullets. No. No. Alright, we don't want to bring them back to base. If we bring them back to base... Actually, you know what I could do? Oh, of course you explode into a whole lot of them. Well, I hated everything about that. So, the question we didn't answer... is how I'm going to go and get the egg. My assumption is we get the eggs from up here somewhere. So we go to where their nests are and do that. I think what I keep doing is I hate it. Funnel trunk, that's not what I'm looking for. So I think what I do is I keep shooting the nests because I run to little ones. And I'm trying to shoot the little ones and I catch the eggs as well. So I think what I want to do is run up here in all this garbage. Find where there's an enemy or two, look for the egg and try to run up and right click grab it. That's my guess, is I need to not shoot it. So we had enemies down here as well. And the other problem we have is the Yamako are slowly rotting while we're doing this. Which then, the egg also rots. So what else am I missing to make this biolab thing? Literally just the egg. Yeah, and I've been seeing these enemies seem to be in this green texture biome. Contributes to nearby attacks, consumes 2 spores. Hey. So I can't seem to interact with it. There we go. It dropped an egg on the ground. Alright, so we got our bio chamber. Does stuff rot in the inventory too? Yes. That's what all that little white bar underneath there is telling me. It's telling me it's rotting. Okay, so I do destroy the egg thing, and it drops an actual item on the ground, which is a little hard to see. Okay, so my home is down here. Alright, so with that, we have unlocked Bioflux, which turns jelly and Yamako mash into what is this? Bioflux? Bioflux. A highly nutritious blend of gleba crops grants a burst of both health and regeneration and movement when eaten. Okay. Or nutrients, which is more just nutrients we already have. Interesting. So my guess of what we need to do here, we can go ahead and put down this building we made. You need what now? Biochamber. So you can process the goop. You can make nutrients. You can make penta eggs. So, okay. I see. We put penta eggs in the chamber to make more penta eggs to make more other things. Yeah, the icon means it needs nutrients. I understand. I get where this is going. So, we have to produce nutrients to put in this thing, which requires us to have farms going, which luckily lets us use a lot of materials. Alright. So, you're almost done, so I'm going to let you finish, and we're going to pack this all in. And we're gonna move it. Because I can't make this where I want it yet. So what we're probably looking at here is if we look at our biochamber again. So our biochamber is able of making a lot of recipes. So you see all these recipes here. I can basically use it in the same way I would the chemical lab. We can use it to do all these different processes with that. We can do fish breeding in apparently. Oh, the fish breeding is how you'd make infinite spoilage. Right. We can process wood to get tree seeds. We can make carbon fiber. Gotcha. We can get nutrients from biter eggs. And then we need the pentapod eggs to make science packs. Hang on a second. Are you telling me that does this spoil? Agricultural science spoils. It's only good for 1 hour. And we can increase its quality, but even at maximum quality, it's 2.5 hours. And if it's not used, it's gone. Now that said, that might be okay. Because we do have it where we take, like, the minimum. It also produces less the more spoiled it is. So, okay, so I've got options here. This could become our research planet, and we just move all of our research here. So where we've been doing it back on our other planet, literally it would just be, hey, all that research stuff, we now have ships that they just bounce back and forth, like, have a ship that literally just does the circuit to all the planets, grabs one pickup of each science, and then drops them here kind of thing. Can we use spoiled stuff as fertilizer? Yeah, so the spoiled stuff does have functional purpose beyond... Like, you can make it into nutrients, so it's not fertilizer in the sense, but it calls it nutrients. But it's probably about the same thing. Alright, so with that, we're packing this up because I don't believe I can plant any of the things I need to here. It seems to heavily imply that I need to go to the appropriate place to grow stuff. And from what I've seen so far, the Yumiko is where I need to be going. And the Yumiko, I believe, is what I'm getting out of these green areas. Oh, those are like big nests? Alright, well, if those are big nests, I'm going to go over here where they're not. And we're going to start dealing with that. So, what is definitely going to be the problem we're going to run into here is we're going to have to do this juggle. Because I do need the eggs to keep producing enough to keep the cycle of egg production online. But also never let it get truly ahead of where we are at. Okay. Let's put you down here. And the implication is that it will be able to do all that. Alright, so we're going to ferry a power cable out here. Can't tell what it's upset about. What? Why could I build those ones? Let me through. Okay, so whatever that terrain is, I cannot build on it. Oh, we have both the types of materials.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, so I can build the power way over here. There's nowhere in between. Alright, so we're just gonna have to make a couple big power towers to bridge that. Alright. Oh no, you're all good. Alright, so that gets me over here. Okay. So over here, and I think it did say this map is land fillable. We're gonna need to get a lot of stuff done. But first, let's try and get some amount of power going on here. And the planet is... Okay. So I put that too close to the edge and now I can't build there, that's fine. Yeah, we build these on this side where they don't fit. Okay, so you're gonna start doing your thing. And you're gonna output trees and that. Alright, let's grab the biolab thing. Biochamber to make biochambers. So I'm going to need multiple of these biolabs to work at all. And unfortunately, the thing I think we're going to need to do first is we're going to need to figure out where water is on this planet. So I know I can't tell if this is considered water here or what. A lot of this is really not easy to see what's going on. So I do want to go here and get an offshore pump. And a couple of these. Can I put you over here? No, so you're not considered water. That is water apparently up there. Apparently there's just water like straight up in here. Interesting. So there is water like straight up in the middle there. What the heck was that noise? Okay, so what's going to need to happen here is I am going to need to get a pentapod egg again, put it in here, and then we need to get nutrients in here and keep that going. Oh, with that, can I... Cannot build on wetland. I see. Alright, so for right now, it's cleaning up garbage we don't want. And it's making Yamako. Alright. So we have a Yamako farm going on here now. So what I probably need to do, let's see what buildings can actually make you into stuff. Good, an assembler can do it. That'll work out nicely. So you can go here and say, I would like you to turn spoilage into nutrients. And then we can go here and make ourselves an inserter. I just realized I already had one. And for the moment, spoilage is going to go in here. And that's going to put the nutrients in there. Alright. So this is one of those ones we definitely want to be careful on a lot of this. So I need to go find another one of those egg nest things. And then with the egg nest thing, I need to kill it and pick up the egg. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And then once we get that, we're going to start producing the eggs. And the big problem I'm going to run into with that is just the fact that I'm producing the eggs, and that makes enemies when they spoil. And once I start this process, we are just going to be dealing with a regular occurrence of crap popping out of the ground and attacking things. Bullet production? I need a reliable source of iron. And to get a reliable source of iron... No. That's an egg raft there. So I got some eggs in that area. I don't need a big group of eggs, just need a little bit. Yeah, so you're clearly hovering around there. I don't really have enough bullets for that. Let's go see if we can't find another one of those ones where it's just the little pod and like a couple little teeny tiny ones. But yeah, so right now I don't have a reliable source of the iron. Which we do have iron bacteria. Used in iron bacteria cultivation, which requires bioflux in that, and it gives me iron. And iron bacteria okay, iron bacteria spoils into iron. So it looks like what I'm ultimately going to do is going to make the bioflux, and I'm going to grow bacteria in the bioflux. And then the bioflux in itself will then produce more iron bacteria. And as it rots, it becomes iron. So that's a cycle that genuinely I could probably just pick up as... Actually, let's go ahead and start making some of that. But it does seem like a process that once I get it going, it will effectively... Like, I can go as strong as I want with it. And the big thing is I need to make sure some bacteria remains alive. No, but seriously, where the... is more eggs. Alright. You're dying. Why are you dying? No, I'm not ready for another one. No! Stop spawning, that's not fair. I'm busy. Oh, we are so dead. Please. Attack a group of pentapods using spores. Huh? I did what now? Okay. Seems like turrets might be mandatory. Right, but again, the problem I have right now is until I have a means of getting iron on any reliability, the turrets aren't going to help me because they're just going to eat my bullets. Like, even me keeping enough bullets to fight is a problem. The only reason I have any bullets at all, really, is I brought materials with me. Like, don't get me wrong, this is copper, but I don't have a lot of iron. Oh, you suck, whatever you are. Oh, you're really bad. Don't camp my body. That's uncalled for. But yeah, so it's the enemies are a resource is basically the catch here. But yeah, no, we are definitely going to need to have steady ammo production. We're going to need like defensive weapons and all that. You're not wrong. I just can't do it yet. Like that's just it. I just can't do it yet. I don't have the means. So I'm way over here to the right this time. That does look like it might be just a little teeny tiny pod, which is what we're trying to find out here. No, 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 no. Get off my body. Yeah, it's like doing a patrolling pattern on my body. And I doubt I can get anywhere near that before we have a problem. I think I'm going to have to just try and aggro it away. Like, knowing I'm going to die again. Follow me. That's right, right over here. So it is going to 100% kill me. But my hope is that it will stay over here and I'll be able to retrieve my body. If that doesn't work, we're going to take the strategy of picking up my stuff and then just running until it kills me, then taking my stuff, then running over till it kills me, then taking my stuff, then running over till it kills me. You get where that goes. Because on that body, we've got rare weapons and ammo and materials and all that. Suck. I'm not sure how you retrieve that body. Let's go grab what bullets we had over here. I very much doubt we can shoot that and kill that with a regular pistol and 20 magazines. So, the top body is mine. My goal is to try and grab the top, well, the one that's got all my goodies. I'm going to try and grab the top body really fast and just run straight up. I'm going to wait till it's towards the bottom of its movement. Okay. And the other body can go die in a fire. Alright, so where's home again? We got a bigger nest up there. That's a concern. Right. Yeah, so there's a nest over there of some kind. It looks like there's a smaller one over there. That's what's gonna be the figuring out is I need to just get that second egg. And once I get the second egg, then I should be able to, at that point, start the reaction and all that. Eat all the fruits for buffs? Oh yeah, I forgot we can even do that. That was weird. Yeah, so my base is straight down. Because basically I need to get a pentapod egg. That's where we're stuck at right now, is once I get a pentapod egg, I should be able to make some more stuff happen. In the meantime, let's queue up a bunch more armor-piercing ammo in the interim. Just so the next time we get into a fight, I'm not trying to scramble and assemble bullets as we're running. Yeah, so we've got this area up here. I assume that's going to be a bad news time. Yeah, so I do have the egg raft, and it does give me a number of things. So all these things make and consume spores. So we found a couple of, like, little pentapod things by themselves, and I assume that's because they were closer to where we start the map. But the problem is I had to leave where we start the map very quickly to go find stuff. Versus it feels like we're already a little ways out, and so we're running into the harder enemies. Ah, because it put the nutrients in there and it just sat there until it rotted. It didn't do any good. So I probably want to add logic to be like, hey, don't use this until we're ready for it. Yeah, so I need to find where it's like one little pentapod by itself. Get the egg. And once I get that set up, like I said, I should be able to sustain that. But then the catch we're going to have with sustaining that. Actually, let's... One second. I remember they mentioned the germ sustain stuff. What do I need to sustain the... So we use ingredients, and we can produce iron bacteria. And then iron bacteria can be used in the bacteria... I need to make bioflux first. And then bioflux we get from the Yamako mash. And the Yamako mash we get from the Yamako itself. Alright, so it's going to take a little bit of figuring out. So it does look like I might be able to get this stuff set up earlier, and I'm skipping steps. So... Step 1. What do I need to make the Yamako? So the Yamako mash, I can make in an assembly building. Cool. And then with the Yamako mash, I can use that to make nutrients if I want. Or with the jelly, I can make the bioflux. And that has to be made here. So I think we change our order of operations. You are going to be making the bioflux, which of course also spoils, by the way. In case anyone wasn't taking notes, that also spoils. Meanwhile, we have the jelly, which comes from Slipstack. Can I grow Slipstack? Yes, you have the jelly nut. It's so hard to tell where I can grow stuff. Like, that'll be honestly the nicest part of when we get the artificial soil unlocked. Oh, I just craft a bunch of nutrients. Got you. And then with that, I can consistently produce that. Right, and then I'll be able to cultivate bacteria. Okay, so it looks like we're just making nutrients right now and just wasting it. A-okay on my book. Let's move this pole over here. There. All right. Yeah, so it does destroy them when it goes to do that. Good to know. All right. So, interestingly, if we can grow the trees sustainably, that might become our power source ultimately. So the copper bacteria are going to spoil into a whole lot of copper and all that. Okay, so what's going to end up happening is this just going to go back and forth. I wonder if this... So when these spoil, I actually don't know what the rate is. I assume it's at a loss. Okay, and jelly can be used in what? So jelly can be used in stack inserter, which is the better inserter. Rocket fuel from jelly is a thing. Bio lubricant, which is also from jelly. Which is one of the few things that doesn't rot on this planet. All right. Just tearing down everything right now. Yes, it does seem like I can start to set up the iron production and all of that, maybe. And that once I set that up, then it'll be a matter of trying to get ourselves at least enough throughput on that I can then turn around and use that as a means of producing weapons. I didn't even look at the pentabugs, whatever they are. Spoilables, it just tells me that they spoil. Agriculture. Let's see, the agriculture towers allows planting seeds into seedable soil. Planted seeds grow into trees that can be harvested. Yamako tree can grow in the natural Yamako soil. It produces Yamako, which contains Yamako seeds to replant the tree. A plantation can be extended by land filling nearby. Tile Yamako wetland by Yamako soil. These areas are yellow on the map. Jelly stem can grow on jelly stem soil. It produces jelly nuts, which contains jelly nut seeds. To replant a tree, the plantation can be extended by land. It's okay. These are magenta areas on the map. Yeah, so it just basically gives us the basic mechanics there. And we're not worried too much about that. Yeah, so right now that jelly's just gonna rot. There's some more spoilage. Can I craft a bunch of nutrients much faster? Oh, also we have more science to research. Yeah, it's the pink stuff that I don't have a lot of. Last I looked at about 3,000. And that's just the regular stuff for infinite. Yeah, those are all the infinite ones, not the little ones. Real support foundations are really pricey. I guess we just keep going down the line. Because then we'll get to the infinite production ones, and that'll be what they are. even though I know we don't have enough for a lot of these. Okay, so what I wanted to check as I was going in there in the first place is let's check on the enemies real fast. There was a list of enemies here. Where did I see that list? Yeah, we were able to get to... the enemies list here. Alright. So we have these things. So they're resistant to lasers, but nothing else. So interestingly enough, if we got our electric towers online, the electric towers would potentially allow me to just zap them really easy. Okay, so we did get a lot of stuff here. So let's go ahead and put down our smelters again. These are something that are going to need to be scaled up. But for right now, there's iron, there's copper. Cool. Yeah, so we've got the jelly seeds or whatever. So it's looking like what I'm going to ultimately need to do with this is get that sorted. Now, it is curious about like how long it takes me to get the seeds out of that. We're also going to need to get a better power source than the solar. They're only 50% capacity. How are you doing, by the way? Yeah, you're doing fine. You're just... yeah, we're just doing artillery stuff here. That's fine. Volcanus is probably doing okay. Bulgora seems to be going alright. How's the science doing over here? Pretty okay. An Epoch has a lot of green circuit boards. Love to see it. This does mean we're probably at the point we can bump you up. Because you're bringing a stack at 1,000? Yeah, so you go ahead and say you get to take 2 stacks in, and you get to bring 2 stacks in. So you can bring those on to the next stop. Hope 1 is still doing perfectly fine with all this. How's it looking on Volcanus so far as getting the next load of science brought over? It's right about to happen. Okay, cool. Alright. Yeah, so our power is just not holding up, which isn't super surprising. I do think we might end up using steam power because water is available, and it might be that we find a biological way to make solid... I mean, we use the biological way to make, you know, solid fuel and all that. Yeah, all that crap decays as well. Okay. So if we keep making the nutrients here, we will get the artificial soil. And then with the artificial soil, I could do a lot more to make this work. Bacteria cultivation. Okay, so that just requires me to make any. Do I still have jelly in here? What do you need to make the, So you require both of those. Yeah. You require Yamako mash. And I can make the Yamako mash and the jelly in my pocket. Alright. Fair enough. So there's the Yamako. Give me a stack of that. Give me some jelly. So there's your production. Cool. So we just unlocked new technology. And the new technology we unlocked was the iron bacteria cultivation recipe and the copper bacteria cultivation recipe. So the ideas behind that is we can make the bioflux, and that bioflux then, you know, has its whole thing that it does. It also rots. Everything rots. It's just the way it is. We unlocked bioflux processing. So that lets us make rocket fuel from jelly. Jelly can be made into lubricant. Yamako can be made into plastic. Biosulfur, which is spoilage, and bioflux. Alright. The moment I'm just trying to produce what I can. Alright, so what other stuff does it look like we unlocked? So we have the one with nutrients. That's the one that's going to be kind of a big one in that with the nutrients. Once I unlock that, then instead of dealing with this garbage, I can be like, here is where my farm is. Here's my other farm, so I can put them close to each other. And then we can landfill stuff to continue to expand it and all that. Okay. You can take the rest of that and drop it in here. Not that. Alright, and back to producing nutrients. Okay, with that said, chat, I have got to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be right back. But thanks so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. But yeah, so it's an interesting planet that it looks like I'm going to have to juggle a lot of stuff that it's going to be on, like, you know, use it as I need it kind of thing. Alright, we'll be right back. You momented too early? Oh, was there a moment? That would be it. You got a clip? Yep. That would be the one. So everyone is here. We just beat our all-time record, which our old record was 111,220 zombies. So we have exceeded it by one. And we had done that in 1 year, 2 months, 8 days. So we beat that quota, like that record was about 2 in-game weeks. And there was the gifty subs. Let me go ahead and get those actually called out. So Gusty OP, Father Lemon, Sneaky, let's see, Sneak EDTS, Dar Scorpius, and Charlester. You all have yourself advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. Thank you so much, Pretty Big Ooh, for gifting those emotes a channel. But thank you.
Gliding down.
I need to not be holding the button if I do that. But yeah, so it is. Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? I'm not sure what I hit, but I didn't just slam into the roof and get stuck here. Like, we kind of glided up here. I have to find out. Alright, looks like the sidekick got stuck. It does that. We actually have a channel redeem on the channel if you've never seen it before. That does force that to reset since I can't fix it on my end. Hey, turbo transport belt got researched. Okay, we'll just keep going down the line here. Pretty soon it'll be interesting to see what we deal with on the research front. Okay, so power is a problem. That, honestly, I don't care about. The production speed isn't relevant yet. So, what I am going to need to do is I am going to need to... Oh, you have to be made in a foundry specifically. Interesting. That's fine. Alright. So, what I need to do, and I don't wanna, what I really need to do is I need to be able to make these eggs. Because I need the eggs to build those buildings. Alright. But let's check. Let's check the different reactions we can do here. Yeah, so the Yamako processing, we can do that in the assembly line. The jelly nut processing we can do in assembly line. Which are the ones... Okay. Making the Yamako mash into nutrients and making all of those into nutrients requires that. And then making the pentapod eggs requires the biolab. Making the... Okay. So literally jelly can be made directly into iron bacteria. Alright. I missed that. There's just so many recipes in this one. Yeah, that's a Yamako. I don't
Reset
need...
point redeem is not there.
Oh, okay. Well, it's not... It shouldn't be there right now, Very Last Sardine. It's only while I'm in that scene. It might not have popped up. But yeah, no, it should only show up while I'm in that scene. It could have gotten to the point where it didn't detect it. That's actually a strong possibility. Okay, so... The question is... So I probably can't put a belt on this, can I? So I guess maybe you need to be put on the edge? Like, put it on the edge by the water so it reaches over the water, maybe? So, like, put it here, then conveyor belt it up and around or something? Because I'm willing to guess I probably can't craft that stuff. Because that's basically what I'm trying to figure out right now, is how to do a lot of the processes here. This is a lot of, like, weird juggling of a bunch of different things. So go ahead and grab you, drop you in here. Alright, so where are we at? So let's grab these. Yeah, so I can't build that here. But definitely want to get these out. So I think ultimately I need to pick that up and move it. And put it over, like, on the shore kind of thing. So, like, along the sides of this. Could be a delay? Yeah. All right. I'm gonna have to do a lot of landfill as well. Alright. So we're trying to make our power work at all in the interim. We'll have to figure it out. So the other thing to do... So spoilage actually also burns. Which might just be what I need to do here. The other thing we need is I could make landfill. It is ungodly expensive, though. Yeah. All that, we got 4 tiles. So we are gonna have to tear apart a lot. What can I do to get rock on here? Or another form of landfill. Instead of biters. This has like its own thing. It's so weird that those explode. All right. All right, because one of the other like weirdest factors we run into with all this is just once I start doing the pentabugs or whatever. Do you have any favorite planets I've seen so far? I think I like the electric planet the most. Just the whole thing where it forces you to sushi belt and all that kind of stuff is fun, because there's just certain things you never want to do in Factorio, so you just don't ever run into it. And the game's like, what if you're doing that anyways? And you're like, oh, okay, game, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think these are just consuming too much power relative to the rest. That might even be the idea behind this one, is just that you are going to deal. Yes, that requires pentapod eggs. Like, that's what I'm running into, is I'm not sure what to do with a lot of these materials. Right, so you can turn the Yamako into Yamako mash and a chance to get seeds. So I think that's going to be one of the first things we do, is we try and get this thing set up. Oh, I can put in the seeds. Oh, interesting. All right, change of plan where I'm putting that. We're going to bridge the power over here. We've got a little bit of the purple and a little bit of that right here. Because if I bridge that over and I can put the seeds in here and I can reliably turn the plants back into seeds, that'll be really good. So yeah, so that's got room on both sides. Let's not plug it in yet. We're going to drop our seeds in there. And then meanwhile, it looks like what I need to do is start worrying about that. So for the moment, I'm gonna make a couple of boxes. What you're going to do is you're gonna make the mash and you're gonna make the jelly. So for the mash, there you go, have a good time. Did I not grab it? There we go. Right, so you have a chance of getting the seeds. So we're going to go ahead and do here is say, hey, as you're able, start chucking that in there. And same with the other way. So it seems like this is going to be the first step of this process, is just automating this so that we can heckin' farm. And then these are all going to rot. That's just something I'm accepting right now. We'll definitely need to improve that to not be a problem. The other thing I'm going to need to... Oh, you know what I bet? There's the wetlands and all that. So if we look at our map, I'm probably expected to build up in these areas and stay out of the wetlands for the most part. Like do the farm thing on the wetlands and then ship it back as fast as we can to process it. So that's going to be a whole thing we deal with. Okay, so let's start figuring that out. That means I'm just gonna leave that there right now. So we can go up here. Is pollution enabled on this planet? You're yellow? What does yellow mean? Okay. I don't know. Because my fear right now is there's a nest of whatever those are, like, right there. Because I think we spawned over here, but there's none of these up here. Yeah, and we explored all that. Yeah, so I think we're building our factory down... it's gonna have to be up here. It's gotta be close enough that we can actually get it. Stuff rots too fast. Alright. Let's start trying to get our power up. You know, get that going. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna get that that thing set up. Where basically I'm going to want to ship in all of its stuff. Up here, process that into seeds, and then send it back down. If I do that much, I should have a steady farm. That's my assumption, is we will be able to make it a sustainable thing, because that's ultimately going to be required for any of this to work, is I will need to be able to plant stuff and it just keep running all right. Because I had to keep manually going and collecting seeds, that's going to very quickly become an unsustainable and frustrating thing to deal with. All right. And go ahead and put down these. And this will be our power infrastructure for now. The solar is not good on this planet. So it is the thing that we will want to move. Okay. So with that said, we are going to need to move the power to and from here. Cool. We're going to wait to power that until we're ready. Meanwhile, we've got you all connected, so let's grab your panels and accumulators and move them up here. Because it might even be that there's some processes I need to do down by the area, or some things I might have to do in the wetlands. I don't really know. Yeah, because that should give me a lot of seeds, and I'm assuming with that we'll be able to pass the seeds down to this thing, and we'll just be able to, like, you know, pass back and forth. And as we unlock the nutrients to get the, where we can craft our own soil, I do think it'll be a thing that we'll craft our own soil to make ourselves more organized farms and all that. That'll be less of a hassle to deal with. Okay. That'll probably be another thing, is once we get some other power source sorted out, most likely we will just send the solar panels back up or something. Oh, it's just two. Let's just shove them down here. Okay, so I've got all our power moved up here. So the next big bet is I'm just going to need to make a bunch of conveyor belts, and this is where things are going to start getting ugly. Because I don't reliably get a lot of this stuff. Oh, I also need two inserters. We're gonna have an in and an out inserter. And we're gonna have to figure out how we can get this up there. It's gonna be real tricky to make this work. Okay, so that's the out, that's the... Cannot build on light, dead skin marsh. This is terrible. It's physically not wide enough to accommodate. And we definitely can't bring it across there. So I'm gonna have to landfill some of this in. And I know we grabbed some stone when we got here. I am not sure where we got it from. Is it you giving me the stone? Ah, okay. I was picking up the various, like, copper and iron nodes. That's where I get my stone from. Which does mean it's a limited quantity. So far as, like, in an area, that if I want more, I just gotta keep going farther and farther. It also means we're gonna have way more copper than I know what the heck to do with. Alright. Because I'm just gonna need to landfill some. That's weird, the idea of potentially importing stone. They're like, there's just not enough stone on my planet. Alright, so with that, that's enough for me to make 4 tiles of landfill. Don't use it all in one place, chat. I don't know how to pick it up by hand. Yep, no idea. Because I figured I'd just be able to right-click, pick it up like you can concrete, but whatever. Okay. So. I'm going to try and make a bridge up here, and then with that I should be able to bring it around. We should be good once I get across here. So unfortunately, that is going to be like one set of tiles at a time. It's gonna take forever. Okay, so there's yours. Here's yours. We can put the spoilage in here. With the remove landfill, you need to select the landfill ghost and then Alt-D. Alt-D, okay. I also have to think about what that is. For me, I don't use a QWERTY keyboard, so... W-A-S-D? Really? That? And I got the deconstruct pattern. Yeah, that's yeah, I use Dvorak. So like all my A-E, I-O-U are on my left hand, the most common consonants are that one. Yes, I've got that, I just don't have drones to do it. Press Q on the landfill, it selects Ghost. Yep. Ah, I can just hold right click then. Thank you. We got there. I appreciate it. Alright, so grab all that, and we're just going to keep landfilling our way back up. It's going to take a lot of work, but I want to get the conveyor here, and then we can start turning all of this into my farm in the long run. You'll keep this producing nutrients in the meantime. Let's see, aren't the stone deposits in the mad somewhere? Not that I've seen. I'm not going to say there aren't. Oh, right. We actually have like stone on the map. Okay, in that particular case, let's grab a drill. We'll grab a crate. Where's the nearest stone deposit that's not in the middle of enemies? I guess it's down here. That's probably there. Yeah, you don't know why landfill has to have it selected? I guess it's probably to prevent you from accidentally picking it up or something. I don't know. Alright, so we got a little spot of stone right here. I'm gonna go ahead and make 2 drills here, because I am gonna need a lot of that. Cool. So that way, we'll slowly build up stone in here, and I'll be able to make landfill. Cute little stone patch, yeah. I'm also going to need to clean this up, and since they explode when you destroy them, let's clean up a little bit of ways from here to try and get that to be not as much of an issue. Yeah, so I think the basis of this is you've got a bunch of reactions that feed into each other, and you've got to deal with those reactions that feed into each other. But also you have to be careful, because if you exceed certain reactions, it spawns enemies. So there's just this weird needing to go back and forth to handle it all. And then on top of that, right now we don't have a really good source of metal. So I can't just make the enemies go away by just building a ton of guns and just letting them blast. They'll just burn all of our metal too fast. Now the next question, is that making pollution? Yeah, so interestingly, there is a pollution overlay, but it's here. And that's what I'm curious about. Versus the stone, it doesn't seem to matter. So I'm guessing as we farm, that becomes an issue. Alright. It's an infinite resource world, but you can make it run. You feel is the question of Gleba? Yeah, well that's the thing. It seems like there's certain things that, you know, if things go wrong, you just get extra, who cares? Not a big deal. But then there's a lot of other things that, if the reaction gets out of hand, you start getting enemies and there's a whole problem there. Okay. Yeah, so I'm trying to fill that in. because what I want to do here is feed seeds in here. And then have the output pop out here. Now we're gonna get multiple types of output, and we're just gonna process it, because if we don't process it in time, it rots, and then it's not in the way anymore. And that can sit there for when we go to connect the power. So let's grab more landfill, because once I get up here and we're not in the wetlands, it's just a matter of me getting the conveyors over here, which is still, unfortunately, a hike. Well, actually, you know what? I probably could put the first part of the process right there. Which will be just taking the fruit and all that, we get that, and then just processing right away. And the reason I want to process it right away is that's what gives us our seeds. And so even if I don't manage to keep up with the rest of it, it should give me materials that we can use. All of that for 6. That's going to take us a minute. But yeah, so we're going to want to get all that sorted out. It'll take a bit. I just need to bring that across, so we'll be good there. In the meantime, we could drop these here. Oh, wrong side. Drop these here. And let those get processed. Drop that in there for nutrients and all that. Okay. And basically grabbing these trees out of here for the moment. And just feeding them in the machines as able. This is going to be an interesting planet to deal with. Cool. And we could change you back into making the, this stuff. We're not gonna do that long term. Like, that'll be something we'll definitely do later on. But right now, just like, look, man, just get the seeds. That's what we're after. Oh, I see. Interesting. Okay. So if the nutrient stays here too long, it gets stuck here as well. That's probably a very avoidable thing of just having two of these feed into each other. Like, it wouldn't be perfect, but it'd be passable. Now, if I was to do something with Bioflux, I could get a stack of Bioflux and just see what I can have it make with the materials we have, just to use it. Because also that's burning this nutrients, and that's the things you want to do right now, is keep the nutrients being processed. Yeah, that's gonna be the trick, is stuff like have it set so we have an inserter that takes out any, like, we'll probably have a belt that literally just sits in the back that anytime we have spoilage, it takes the spoilage out and, like, passes it up the line. Okay. Checking our stone. Because then we can just always pass the spoilage back to make more nutrients to send out. That's gonna be an interesting one. Well, there's another 8. But yeah, no, I definitely feel like there's going to be, like, a lot of maintaining a balance. So, where I tend to like to approach a lot of things by, like, I'm not going to take the time to get, like, all the math worked out. I'm just going to jam this in here and hope for the best. That is 100% not going to work. Let's see, you can only listen for a while. How did we get stone? Mine the soul. There's little patches of stone here and there, like stone ore on the ground. So it's not much, but it's enough to, like, work on these things. Okay, so we can do more with that. So we've already got that. I can use spoilage to make sulfur. I can use Yamako match to make plastic. I can make lubricant with jelly. I can use both to make rocket fuel. I can turn into large quantities of nutrients, which I'm probably going to do for right now. Because of that. Okay, so with that now, I can... Where did you go? We unlocked something new here. So that's enough that we can make the new type of science. But more importantly, I can use that to make myself artificial wetlands. Wait. Must be placed over Yamako wetland. Oh, I see. Okay, so this is wetland, and I can make it like some type of wetland soil or something. Right, because I can only plant the trees on certain spots. And obviously all of this is going to rot before I get anywhere near done with it. Okay, is there any more technologies we unlock here directly? Okay. So technically we do have everything here that we would need to make the science. I have to set it up though. So we unlock the technology extremely fast. But now it's a matter of making it a stable reaction and all that. Okay, we'll grab that out so when it rots, it doesn't block things up. You can stop doing that. You can all just sit there and rot. Yep, so all of that can just sit here and rot. Not those, please. Oh, yeah, I got the really big drills. Well, that's fine. Alright, so I'll just sit there and rot. That's fine. Let's go back up here and see about trying to get this all sorted out. An ongoing chemical reaction sounds like fun. The worst thing is it's not a chemical reaction, it's a biological reaction. We're going to be using enemy spawning eggs as a material to craft with. That's what the new science requires, is I need to feed it eggs. And if I take too long to feed it the eggs, then they hatch. and then I've got enemies inside my factory. And it's also important that I keep the eggs producing, because if at any point I don't have any eggs and they do rot, then I have no eggs, because they all hatched. It's gonna be an interesting juggle. Alright. Probably one more cycle like that. And it'll be good. In the meantime, we can go ahead and start working on this. Alright. So this area seems to be okay enough to build on. So with this, what I need to do is I'm going to be getting a couple of different goods off that line. So we're going to need to make that happen. I'm going to need more iron and all that. We're going to do that. Easy solution, plastering your base with like turrets like flamethrower and artillery. Well, that's, oh, please take those back. I don't need that many. That's, one of the things that's going to be really interesting to me is if we can get the electric turret things. I think those will work great for a lot of this. Okay. So, what we're going to go ahead and do is up here, I'm going to tell you and say, hey, output priority to the right. If you have the Yamako. So Yamako goes right. Cool. And then with the Yamako going to the right, I'll end up having this, which will be the thing that turns the Yamako into Yamako mash. Because I think that's the only thing we use Yamako directly. Yeah, so we just literally go Yamako to Yamako mash. And I'm going to need one conveyor belt that feeds into this, the seeds. And then once we have that, that is a stable rotation. We can just let it run while we expand the rest. Because what should happen then is we get the Yamako seeds, they get planted, well, those grow, the Yamako tree gets yanked up, makes into mash to get more seeds, and it should just continuously cycle. As long as I'm processing the Yamako fast enough. Once we've got that sorted out, then I'll be able to go through and start trying to get the other stuff going on. And then once I got both of those being made, we can make the bioflux stuff. Once we make the bioflux stuff, we'll do the next thing. And then pretty soon around there is when I'm going to run into problems where I'm going to need a lot of the penthropod egg things or whatever. And it looks like I'm going to need to bring some serious firepower to deal with that problem. What's going to be also interesting on this planet is normally you want to build yourself a mall to make your life easier. And I'm not entirely sure how we're tackling that, to be entirely honest. So right now, the Yamako mash, let's put that over in this side. So you're going to need to be a filter splitter for the Yamako mash. And then what I'm going to need to do is we'll have to put, just as a precaution, a separate thing for spoilage that we can move it over. So put all the spoilage somewhere over here and just always process the spoilage. Okay, that's fine. So we can go there, and we need a conveyor belt going back. We'll need an underground. And then you are going to be used for the Yamako seeds. Cool. And go like this. And then that'll bring it back down here. All right. And with that, I've got all of this taken care of. Okay, so we are ready for electricity. That's fine. Go up and around. That'll work too. So now we got that. Let's grab our Yamako seeds. And chuck those in here. So this is going to process these. The Yamako is going to be turned into mash, thrown in this box where it's just going to rot. And that's fine. You are going to need to process way faster than that. Well, that's not my problem right now. Okay, so we can go down here and tear all this apart because this isn't neat anymore. I'm going to use those materials to get the next one online. Let's see here. Oh, you're gonna need to go up higher, aren't you? We can go here. Input right. And you are going to be for the jelly. Now, once we start to get this all online, I could probably work on getting the stuff to make my copper and iron and all that better. So grab jelly, get the box, do another inserter, make more conveyor. Same deal as here. That's going to go down that way. We'll deal with that in a minute. Power's on. So you make the jelly. You will filter to only accept the jelly that way. And you will filter to only do the seeds this way. Alright, so this is where we get into needing to put down more of the seeds and all that. Which I'm assuming I'm gonna have to... Okay, so I can manufacture that in my pocket. I just need some seeds and a ridiculous amount of the fruit. Holy crap. Oh no, never mind. I just need the nutrients, the landfill, and the seeds. So it's actually not that bad. So I need to just let the process go for a little while. That's fine. This is going to rot, become spoilage, and we're going to go over here and make the spoilage get turned into nutrients, and just... This construction material bottleneck is really annoying, at least early Gleba game. Yeah, no, that's a whole thing. Yeah, so that's going to be an interesting one to deal with. Because I'm worried what'll happen is eventually this will run out of one or the other. So meanwhile, you're not going to be here, you're not going to be here. Grab you. I don't remember why I needed the water over here, but grab the water. You don't need this power pole or that one. Those could just keep doing their thing for the time being. Because we're doing this production up here. Alright, so... With that, next up we got spoilage and trees. So the spoilage we're going to use to make our nutrients. And another thing that's going to be a big thing for this run is just being able to get the fast belts to try and get stuff, because you can see it's spoiling in the box. We are going to have to just make it do its stuff quickly. We do have the Bioflux, which is nice in that it takes a little while for it to for stuff to happen, but we're not ready to deal with that. So the next up we've got in our production line is we're gonna want to not do the spoilage, the nutrient stuff. That's gonna happen on the other side on like a return line. Let's actually go down here. Yeah, let's make a return line that goes along here. Can I just... We can go underneath it, it's fine. Yeah, so the idea of what we're going to do here is I'm going to need a good way to, Oh, you know what I could do? I could use long inserters to grab the spoilage and chuck it on this line, and then it just goes up on this side, and we separate out the spoilage up ahead. That'll be fine. Oh, you're filtering for the wrong thing. There you go. Alright. So next up, I need to do something with the wood. I think the wood is ultimately going to be one of my sources of power. So we could sit here and just over here somewhere, pass the wood over, and have it do its thing. So let's grab that offshore pump. I'm just going to use it as a supplement for my other power. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bring that as far up here as we can to give me some room to work. Then grab our 2 boilers. Ooh, I hope I gave myself enough space here. Yep, we're good. Alright, so I'm going to need way more transport belt. But yeah, so that's where we're going to take all our extra wood. Is it just going to go over here? This plan is 100% against building grids at scale. Yes. Very, very clearly, they're like, you know what you're not going to do? Fall into those old habits. And you're going to do about it? Nothing. You're gonna do nothing about it. You're going to accept it, you're going to take it, and you're going to like it. Alright, so this one I'm not doing anything fancy with this one up here, so we're just going to go ahead and put down the splitter again. We're going to say, hey, to the right goes the wood. And once we get this set up, on the power grid, we can use it to supplement our yeah, alright, so once we get that set up on the grid, we'll be able to use that to supplement the rest of our power. Let's go ahead and put a box right here. And give it power. So that way when I get a surplus of stuff that we can burn, we can just chuck it in there. Okay, cool. So we've got all that going. So you're running here. And the seeds get passed down here. And we are growing what we can. We're just dealing with limited soil. But it does seem like the answer to that is to get that producing what it can. And then once I get enough of the fruit and all that, I should be able to make like an extra set of tiles of soil. And as I can make the extra tiles of soil, we go from there. Because I want to say it was literally just nutrients and nutrients, the soil, and that. So this I just need to make into soil to begin with. So that'll be plenty. But then I can make the soil of the different types to grow the different plants. So we're going to try and scale that up a little bit for the time being. And meanwhile, let's take a look. Yeah, so this does appear to be creating the spores. And my assumption is, once the spores reach these areas, they will probably attack us. Or they will escalate. I don't know, like they will continue to build up numbers or something. Alright. Yeah, so for making the special ground, I need just 2 seeds of whatever plant, and then I need 50 nutrients. So the good news is nutrients is fairly straightforward. We got all that spoilage. That's going to become more and more of an issue as we look here in this box. It's basically nothing but spoilage. And look at this box, it's filling up with spoilage. And eventually we'll look here and it'll fill up with spoilage. And existence is spoilage. We are going to go through that. And we're going to need to deal with it. So spoilage will still go up this line more. And I don't know when it will stop. But it is going to ultimately need to be the end of the line. So I'm just going to really branch this thing way ahead. And then do the same... Hey, man. Do this thing here and say, hey, this is where your spoilage goes. So... I'm not going to do it that way. I feel like the spoilage... You know what? The spoilage is going to go off the left side instead of the right. I feel like I need to not sweat it. That what's going to ultimately happen is I am going to need to deal with the spoilage, and I'll probably have to adjust it a couple of times as we go. But I do feel like I am going to absolutely need the spoilage goes out this side kind of thing. And then meanwhile, we can go over here. That's fine, just segment a wall. We'll say, hey, take the spoilage, turn that into nutrients. Insert meme here, the amount of spoilage in this game is just too darn high. Yeah. Alright. So with that, we'll be able to deal with this. And for the moment, I'm going to do the same thing we did here. I'm going to go ahead and put a box here that'll be able to fill spoilage in. And I'm going to do this. We're going to need a couple... Actually, don't even take that one. Take that back. So whatever goes in here, take it out. Doesn't matter. If it's there, get rid of it. Goes into the box. And then what we do here is I'll put another claw that says, hey, if you got spoilage, chuck it back out here. This is not going to work as a long-term solution, like no matter how you describe it. But that should work as a short-term thing. So with this, chuck all our spoilage in here. Our spoilage gets turned into nutrients, which gets put back in the box, which gets turned into nutrients. And so what we'll need is I'm going to need 2 seeds of... Yeah, I can grab those. Yeah, so start with those. And now let me get more ground to get more growing happening. Oh man, you spoil fast. You spoil really fast. I was not prepared for that to spoil nearly that fast. Yeah, because I need 50 nutrients to make the thing. Can you not use a fridge? I'm wondering why it started so low. I might have enough time to still make that into something. But no, I haven't seen anything to like prolong its lasting. And some of these things, like that's the one here. I can up its quality to give it a little bit more time, but even at the highest quality, its lifespan is still only like a couple of minutes. Yeah, it only gets 5 minutes of existence at its base. Okay, so with that, there's the jelly tree stuff. You can do your thing. If I go down here to jelly tree. Cool, we're working on it. That all spoiled. That's mostly spoiled. Drop that in here. Let it run. Is Gleba frustrating? I haven't found it frustrating. I think it's interesting. There's going to be a lot I'm going to have to do to make this work. So one thing I am going to need to do is you're going to need a way to get spoilage out of here and over there. So we're going to go ahead and make some more inserters. Because we do have this stabilized. And so it should just keep a rotation as we plant more and more here. Will be good. This is definitely also going to have to be accelerated as well. Yeah, so it feels like what's going to ultimately need to happen is our nutrients is going to need to be like a just-in-time kind of production. All right. Just because of how short lifespan it is. And every one of our machines is going to need to be able to take rotten stuff back out. I'm going to put both of those there for right now. So you are going to be used as a filter for spoilage. You're also going to get a filter for spoilage. Actually, let's just bring it across this way. Well... I think this will work. I'm not ready to fully commit to this yet. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to ultimately make this downline. I might make it handle our spoilage. And then, you know... like, go down here and bring the spoilage back up to give it just a ridiculous buffer. So it'd go down here. Let's go check in you in the meantime. You have enough? Cancel that. Make more land. Yeah, so make it so spoilage goes back up. Because this should probably never have a meaningful amount of seeds. If we do get there, sure, great, we'll worry about it. But in the meantime, it's going to be a while till that's an issue. Yeah, so you'll have those. Because the reason I was thinking that is these. We can also set that to say, hey, get the spoilage out of the machine in case anything gets backed up, because that'll probably happen sooner or later. And like I said, every one of these processes is gonna need a way to get spoilage back out of it. So what we could do is over here, we can go down to around there. That's about where we get down here. To the right, and spoilage will be removed from this system. And honestly, we'll probably just move that whole setup down here. I'll make the new setup first, then I'll move it, though. And pretty soon I'm going to run into problems with my iron and all that. But we are starting to get this set up. The next thing I want to do is get these producing bioflux instead of just dumping spoilage in and out of them. Obviously, that's not really a sustainable thing for me to keep doing. So you make nutrients out of spoilage. And then we'll need to use the nutrients pretty much as soon as we can. Oh, let's check in you. You're probably getting pretty close to ready. Yeah, you're ready for more. Okay. We can run down here. There's that. And you're the one who removes spoilage only when you need to. Okay, so that should all be sorted out. So in this case... I guess in this case, literally I would just turn this belt around and bring it back down. I was actually trying to avoid making a belt go the whole length, but you know what? It's fine. I am realizing that is just the way this is working. Alright, let's grab some more seeds. And keep expanding our growable area. And eventually I'll need to make a second one of those and all that. We can deal with that when we get there. Yeah, so it does seem like the issue we run into is I do have to grow on these, like, wetlands and all that, but I make land to grow in the land on the wetlands. So give me 2 more of those. I do have some more copper we can smelt. But then we need to get a reaction set up here where we can keep the iron bacteria going. And that's what I'm hoping we'll be able to do here. So you should be good now. So let's all dump that out here. I also don't know what the relationship, so this is, how much spoilage is it for nutrients? I'm assuming it's a lossful process, otherwise, help us all. So that is 10 spoilage makes 1 nutrients, and it starts at 50% spoilage to start. That's why the spoilage was so high. Meanwhile, you need to turn around this way. Get some more conveyor belts in here. And we're good. Ooh, I need to go run back to our stone and get more stuff. Yeah, okay, we bought it more time by mixing it. This plan seems cool. Yeah, and I'm curious what's going to happen with the enemy management. That's the part that's got me curious about. We are, like, producing spores or whatever, and I don't know what the implications of that. Because I did get, when we died, one of the times it said, you know, like, hey, like, you know, achievement, you use spores against the enemy, and I just, like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Alright. Seems more in depth with the other one. Well, yeah, so the idea is all of your stuff has materials you have to use rapidly, or else. And that's kind of the catch of the planet is, okay, what can I do to process this quickly? So like I can't use like my big train factory stuff or logistics and all that where stuff might sit for a while your system's overloaded, because suddenly then everything starts breaking down. There's be a lot to do with that. Right, meanwhile, let's take you apart and get you on the other part. Oh, I'm out of seeds. All right. So there's a 2% chance of getting those. I wonder if I'm gonna need like productivity modules or something else to make that work. One issue is the amount of spoilage we're getting. Alright, so next up here, I need to put you to use. So I've got both the jelly and all that. Let's try and get that set up. So for this reaction, to make the bioflux recipe, I need the jelly and that. So it's going to be kind of the same concern we've been doing. We are going to need to have ways to get the stuff in and ways to remove the bioflux or the rotten material. So just like before, we're going to go ahead and do this. So that'll be that line. You two can just go like here. I'm getting real low on materials. After which point then I gotta fight with this. And that's why I'm trying to set up this reaction here. Is we're fairly close to being able to get the reaction I need out of this stuff. Alright, so you're set to use filters and remove the spoilable. I'm going to need more than this because I'm also going to need to be able to remove spoilables from here. Now that I think about it. Because there is the possibility we get up to this point on the machine and it ends up with a spoilable on it. So let's set this. So that way if we get a spoilable here, or spoilage there, it pulls it off and puts it on that system. We're going to need you two here. Just for the unspoiled stuff. So you are grabbing the Yamako mash. You are grabbing the jelly. You need nutrients. Alright, we can play this game. So I can turn the Yamako mash into nutrients. I could turn spoilage into nutrients. We actually are making nutrients out of the spoilage here. It would be good to try and take advantage of that, even if it's got a short lifespan. I'm not really sure how we're going to get that over there. Especially since I'm entirely out of materials now. Here, for right now, give me that. Alright, so the next thing up in the reaction is we use that. And that can then be set up to iron bacteria cultivation, which just lets me produce more and more iron bacteria. Alright. So that is producing this. I'm not doing anything with it, which means it's just going to rot in that box. But it's at least a step forward. What I'm going to need to do is find more iron bacteria nodes and grab more iron real quick. Which I've been having real difficulty finding the iron ones. The copper ones, yeah, these are the copper ones. They stand out pretty well. I think that's some iron over there. But yeah, so we wanna get the iron bacteria reaction stable. Because if we get the iron bacteria reaction stable, then that gives me a source of iron that's renewable. Because right now, we're just letting them decay to get iron. And then using that over here, which this honestly probably just needs to move, but I'll worry about that when I know where I'm putting it. Okay, so let's see here about what we'd do next. Alright, so as I get the iron, I need to make the conveyors so that we can get the nutrients from over here into this machine, and then if it rots, you know, we just take it to the next spot. Because what is it going to take for me to do the bacterial reaction? I assume I need, yeah, so I need another biochamber. And pretty certain digested by? This creature requires food or will slowly starve if not fed. It will transform upon starvation. It can be captured by targeting Entity Biter Spawner with Capture Bot Rocket. Digested by. Oh, the biochamber reduces pollution. Interesting. Yeah, so I need another pentapod egg. Because once I get another pentapod egg going, I can potentially get our iron process going better. But in the meantime, the bioflux stuff seems to have... What is your lifespan? So you have a 2-hour lifespan. And you have a 3-minute lifespan. So yeah, so it seems like the idea is we want to get this produced as fast as possible, because if I can pull that off, then we should be good to go there. Alright, so let's try and get our nutrients over here. So I'm gonna need a belt that goes under. You can get here. You can drop under there again, and then pop up. All right. And we can set you to use filter nutrients. So now we're feeding nutrients in here. That should go in here to make the bioflux, because the bioflux at least lasts like 2 hours. So that's a pretty decent time frame. Obviously, we are wasting a lot of material here, which is fine. The other interesting thing I can do here is if it spoils on this line, if our nutrients does, I can honestly just chuck it onto this line. Or actually, we could even skip Yeah, no, I was gonna say, I could honestly just chuck it on this line and have it just go right on over. Like, just, like, right here, just put a, an underground and have it pass right over. Honestly, let's do that. So let's get a long inserter. And I'll need another underground one. And that way I can pull that right off the belt, and if we have anything rot, it just gets rid of it. Because I suspect what we'll ultimately eventually do is we'll run the system such that we don't get enough nutrients fast enough. And I'm willing to bet if we get to that stage, sure, we'll have stuff rot, but it won't be as big of a deal. Because when the stuff rots, you know, it becomes the nutrients, and the cycle just continues. That'll be fine. So use filter. All right. So we're gonna lose a couple little tags of that. And you're gonna use a filter for nutrients. Cool. And I think that should all be wired up such that it's all balanced out there. This definitely seems like it doesn't go as fast as I'd like it to. But that's kind of okay. Yeah, like it does seem like it is backing up pretty badly. One thing we could do here that'd help is if I build another splitter and another underground, I can make this merge in to be, you know, a two-sided thing. Okay, we grab you. And merge you right back in. Cool, so what this should do is that should be a little bit more, like you get a bit a little more here, and because you all are going to be splitting the stuff now going forward, we hopefully will have a better time with getting things across. Yeah, so you got a bunch of trees here, a bunch of the area we can't grow. We'll just have to keep expanding that. That'll be fine. Alright, so I think we're stable now, because anything that rots should get removed by the system over to here to be made into nutrients. The nutrients gets passed in here to the one and only thing using it to become the bioflux, and that'll ultimately become stuff. So we should have a 100% stable setup. If I actually grab some nutrients, I just realized I can... It's fine, just chuck that in here for right now. You keep doing your thing, tree plant thing. I also have some of you to put in here. I didn't put in there as output, but that's fine. I can just feed it in the machine itself. Cool. Alright. So, the next move is where I'm a bit worried for the time being, because the next move is me wasting a whole lot of materials right now to produce a whole lot of bullets, because what I'm gonna need to do is I'm gonna need to find one of these areas where we've got these things, and I gotta go steal some eggs. The other thing we can do while we wait for that to happen is I do need to make a biochamber, which we've got. We can make the landfill right now. We got the landfill. We got more than enough landfill to make that happen. Yes, I've got the landfill. I need the eggs, and I will need nutrients. So we grab the nutrients, so we grab the eggs, we run back here, and then we make the nutrients then. I can also go ahead and just as a preemptive, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just in case I make 2. So as a preemptive, we'll have our circuit boards, and that's a good reason why we check that ahead of time. I need more plates. Okay, so with that, I have enough materials. When I get the eggs, I can run back here. How long does the egg last for? The leg lasts for... Where's your spoilage again? Well, that's the recipe. I want the egg itself. The egg lasts for... You're still showing me the recipe. We can go like this. 15 minutes. That is not a particularly long lifespan. And I still find it interesting that the biochambers are a negative in pollution. But we're getting this ever-growing cone. And like I said, my fear is when that cone grows wide enough, it will likely consume this area. Now, I would like to check out the area over here. So I can actually look farther than the camera lets me see, it looks like. So let's go right up to the edge here. Or I'm a liar. That's literally shorter. So I've got 3 egg pods here, the little guy and the big guy. I'm gonna wait till our ammo builds. We're gonna kill the big guy, destroy the egg pods as fast as we can. It's gonna give me some number of eggs. I honestly probably just need to gun for the egg pod because that seems to spawn the big ones relatively quick too. But basically we want to just knock them out as best we can. Grab the eggs. Craft, well, we'll have to grab some nutrients back at home. Craft the 2 biochambers. And then once I've got the 2 biochambers, we can get to the point where we're making the bacteria and all that. And once I can get the bacteria sorted, with that, I should be able to start going and getting one of these where we can produce the, like, I'm not in a rush to get where we can endlessly produce the eggs, because once I start that, now I've got to deal with being able to shoot the things, like, reliably as they pop out and all that. Needless to say, I'm going to have that biolab that produces the eggs or science or whatever, and it's going to be in a box surrounded by guns. That's what that's gonna be. It's gonna be a box surrounded by guns. Alright. Oh, you suck. I didn't bring the food with me. Not even close. Alright, that is not the results I was expecting. I wasn't expecting to shoot it, and then suddenly have this giant monstrosity climb out and come after me. So I destroyed the little thing. Unfortunately, got the big guy nearby. What I need to do is I need to grab some of the food with me. Do you not have a tank to run the gamut on this one? No, because I don't have much I could put in to fuel the tank. It would have to run on wood. And, like, just iron and copper are a struggle on this planet. That's actually literally what I'm working on, is getting it so I can get iron. You know, in more than trace amounts. So let's go down here, and let's grab some of the bio whatever it is. And for right now, I'll take that off my bar, because I'm supposed to be able to eat that to heal and speed up my movement speed. And I keep forgetting it has that functionality. I can just grab a stack of this. It has that property, right? Oh yeah, it's right click. So in the future, I might just be able to kite him by popping that. Eating some of it and running away. So did you leave or are you still lurking? So the good news is he's still here. It's not enough. So good news is it doesn't seem to heal hardly at all. I can't tell if it's getting faster as we run or not. I wish I could see how long I had on the buff on this, by the way. So it does seem to struggle with the cliffs a little bit. Because that's what I'm noticing, is I run over here, he catches up to me a little bit, I get to this little cliff here, and he has like a moment where he's like, I don't know what to do. Alright, he's in the red. This is probably a total waste of time for me fighting this thing, by the way. But I want to know what happens when I kill it. Alright. No, I'm getting stuck in terrain. Okay. You know what? That gave me an egg. Okay, so let's run down here. Look at this, you're glad you brought your uranium ammo with you? I debated bringing ammo too. And then I didn't, and that was probably a bad move on my part. Alright, so I just need a little bit of nutrients. It's like, what, 5? Yeah, I just need a little bit of nutrients, so we're gonna snag off the line here. So here, have some spoilage. Look, man. I'm holding a ticking time bomb here. I'd really... Oh, there we go. There we go. We got some spoilage coming out. And that means nutrients. Cool. And where's the lab? Where's the lab? Lab is under construction. Cool. All right. So we did manage to make one of our labs. You just unlocked the tank. Biter destruction may commence. Exactly. As it was meant to be. All right. So we're definitely at a net loss in nutrients pretty badly, which is not unsurprising. The thing that's more surprising to me is we don't seem to have literally any of that going on right now. I wonder if those grow back in their own in any capacity. All right. Cool. So with that, this is continuing to process those. All right, so we do have another... Oh, you know what? I didn't check to see what reactions we can do in this one. Any of these we care about? None. All right, get it out of here. So we do have our biolab here. So this biolab, we can start the iron bacteria production, which requires jelly. So you require jelly to sustain the iron bacteria. Or we can use the iron bacteria cultivation, which lets me effectively multiply bacteria, which is what we're going for. So let's change the route of this conveyor belt up here just a little bit. And then get this out of here. And so what we're going to go ahead and do here is we're going to need to finagle a couple little things. So you're going to be set to the iron bacteria cultivation recipe, which is the bioflux in this. Actually, you don't need the jelly over here. What am I doing? We can go ahead and put you down here, which is that recipe. So I will need nutrients as well. And as you can see, a lot of this is going to start rotting in bulk and all that. So that'll be a thing we have to deal with. Oh, and I also need to go down here and drop you in there, because that's where we're getting our seeds from. Okay. So the nutrients is going to have to get over here as well. We're going to set you to filter, adjust the bioflux, do this. And actually, I need to move that up one, and you'll see why in a second. Move that up one. Set you to manage that. And drop this here. And then I'm going to need another claw that we're going to put here. It says use filter, spoilage. So that way, if anything goes and rots in here, we've got dealt with. And now I should have an interesting little situation here, because what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to want to move my iron production up here, because what we're going to plan to do is we're going to move the nutrients in there, make just enough of the bacteria to like start that all off. And then once we've done that, what we'll do is we'll have any of the bacteria that does decay will pop up here to be smelted, and any of the stuff that doesn't will, you know, we're basically going to need to trade back and forth between these to keep the bacteria going. So you have like this one here will be use filters. So you'll be set to the bacteria and the iron itself. Either of those outcomes pop out here. Meanwhile, I also need to bring the nutrients over here. And same exact plan that we've been doing. Do it this way. Give myself a little bit more of a run up. But with this, all I need to do is get one iron bacteria. And then once we have that, we'll be good. Okay, so there's the nutrients. We'll go through that one. So filter, nutrients. Cool. And then we will have another claw over here. That'll be use filter, spoilage. And just like I've been doing, we're gonna put another belt here. Yep, alright, cool. So that way, if the nutrient gets over here and spoils before it goes in, it goes out in the spoilage line. This is going to be a set of boxes there. That ultimately what the plan here is to do is to start trying to separate out our materials. So with this, we will go ahead and plan to put the iron bacteria back in. But I am going to put logic on you to only do so if we'll have to check the variable, but only do so if the iron bacteria inside here is too low. Yeah, so there's no iron bacteria in here. Put an iron bacteria in. Set your stack size to just 1. Cool. Alright, and this comes out here. The spoilage goes that way. We will grab this claw here. And that can be for... That can be for just the iron bacteria. I mean, it doesn't matter. Both those are going to ultimately spit out iron. So we'll go up here. And it'll get our iron lines going. So you're going to be set to use filter, iron. And I'm sure there's way more efficient ways to do this. Use filter, iron. So as they decay, they become iron. And they'll be passed off to this line. It'll give a little bit of space, and I'll put my smelter here, and then we'll have iron production online. Right now, that literally is just missing iron bacteria, and I believe for iron bacteria, if I just grab a little jelly like that, I'm pretty sure we can make some iron bacteria and get this party started. Where's my bacteria? Okay, let's try it again, only not already rotten. I'm just speed running that. Spoils in 1 minute. Oh, it's only got a 10% chance of getting me that result. Come on, man. Give me a bacteria. I just need one to start the process. Ah, there we go. Cool. You're gonna need to be able to get rid of your spoilage, both of you. I forgot about that part. Okay, that's fine. Easy peasy fix. Underground, a couple of these. 2 inserters. Actually, do it the other way. You'll do the underground. One more. Okay, so inserter here. And you're going to be configured to use filter, spoilage, turn this way. Right, we shouldn't have to worry about spoilage on that side. And same here. Use filter, spoilage. Cool. So as long as we got nutrients coming in, that should now be officially producing iron. Don't they spoil into iron? They spoil into iron and spoilage. Oh no, you're right. I'm fine. I'm just gonna leave it the way it is. It's unnecessary, but honestly for right now. So one thing that I'm suddenly realizing is I was like, cool, this'll be good. It'll balance itself out. It's not going to because they're almost never gonna rot in here. But if it does slow down enough, that'll be a thing. This is going to have to get that out of here. If we ever let that back up, the whole process is gonna break. So that is another thing I'm gonna have to worry about. Probably one that I'll ultimately want to... Oh, here. Yeah, no, we'll bring it over this way. There's probably much farther than I should bring it, but that's fine. So let's go ahead and grab our two of our smelters. And then with that, we will officially be making iron. The next thing we're going to also need to do is... probably upping our rates and the other things. Why are we not getting these trees? What is happening down there? That's what I got to figure out. I seem to just keep running out of the one that I had more of previously. Okay, so I've got you. I'm gonna need... That's fine, we can make the crappy poles. For the moment, that box is gonna be how we deal with this. So I've got that. We can get two of these up. And so for the moment, we're just going to pull it off the line and shove it right back in. Obviously, that's not going to scale. So we will need to deal with that. Alright, so we're now making bacteria into iron. We are running problems with nutrients. And I got a couple options of how I can deal with that. One option we could do... with the dealing with the nutrients issue. You only sometimes give out the iron bacteria? Our bacteria died off. That's okay. So what's going to need to be a thing is we are going to need to get way more nutrients. I can turn the bio, whatever this is, into nutrients as well. Which is another good thing, and it turns into it at a very large rate. So that'd be another thing to work on. Yeah, I gotta figure out why suddenly my Yamako is no longer stable. Yeah, because it should go down this line. Why the random train? Chaos? Okay. There we go. Alright, so we got a whole lot of those. So let's go ahead and get them back in here. And then it replants. There's not enough room here. But go ahead and put an inserter arm over there. Put a power pole here. And that's the I picked it myself location. Alright. So, oh right, I need to get the jelly. Give me the jelly. I need to get myself another iron bacteria. Cool, we got one right away. Alright, and so with that, this process is stabilized. And we're now producing iron again. All right. Yeah, so you're getting the occasional seed. So my expectation is that as you do this, you would be net positive on seeds. That's been my expectation. It's not the way you've been experiencing it though. I've got this thing processing those basically as fast as it can. And we do get a lot of the stuff to make the material over here. All right, so what else do we need to make happen for our processes here? So we've got all that set up. So we've got the bioplast. Burnt spoilage can be turned into carbon. Why would I want to make it into carbon? What would I use carbon for? Burnt fuel. So burnt carbon can be burned into fuel. Or sorry, the carbon recipe appears to be able to be turned into fuel, and then we can use that into a bunch of things. Yeah, so fuel value 2 megajoules versus coal is fuel value 4 megajoules. So carbon as a fuel is kind of crap. But it does step up the value for burning as fuel. We'll definitely want to do that eventually. So eventually we are going to get to the point where we're going to have just a surplus of spoilage happening. And all that kind of stuff. Okay. Why is literally all of it still going on that side of the belt? That whole setup here... Oh! It's because what's on the other side of the belt just gets by real fast. It's fine. I mean, it could go down here and put another one of these to process them even faster. A highly nutritious blend boils in 2 hours. Alright. So the next move from here is to get the same thing set up, but for copper. I don't need that right away. Actually, you know what I need to do is I need to get steel production online. That's another issue we got going on. All right. So I've already got the smelters. I'm just going to need to have only a certain number of smelter, like only some of this do I want to become steel, so I don't overdo it. So right now, for the moment, let's go right here. I will have 2 more inserters. We'll grab an iron box. Because I am still going to need to be able to retrieve the eggs, which means I am going to have to be able to be ready to fight. So with this, what I can do is this this one on the left will occasionally steal iron out of that one and put it in for steel. Whilst this one will only ever go there. We honestly have more capacity that we're going to run into problems here eventually that I am going to just have to deal with. And this reaction has stopped again because the nutrition went slow. Oh, you know what I could do with this? This is actually going to be pretty slick. Put you on the left one. Okay, so then the red stuff goes on this side, the purple stuff goes on this side, so they can now bypass each other. So one doesn't block the other anymore. So yeah, so we're going to need to have a better source of nutrients, which is probably going to be this here. Because I do see that that can be used for that purpose. Let's check to see where I have to actually do that, though. Because we're also going to need to do some fancy recipes here, where we start making plastic, and lubricant, and rocket fuel, and sulfur, and carbon, and all sorts of stuff. But we'll worry about that later. So you need to be done in a biochamber. Alright. So, we can turn the bioflux into nutrients again at a very good ratio. But it does require a biochamber. So that'd be good because we currently have very large volumes of this tied up. And I do think making this and then having it rot will be a massive loss in our materials. Alright. And so one of the other things we have to do here is I am going to need to start automatically producing bullets. That's going to be a big thing for us. Because when it comes to collecting these things and fighting these things, it does look like it is not a small endeavor as far as munition goes. I'm going to change you to start making it this way. So grab that. You're here. Grab you. You're here. Put the power pole there. The same basic result, but now I should begin this up this side. And unfortunately, we did have, once again, our reaction came to a stop due to our inability to sustain nutrients. Because I am just using spoilage for the nutrients and we're just not getting enough spoilage. Come on. Give bacteria. Well, we got straight iron. We didn't get the bacteria because it's already too far decayed. Got more iron. That's not helping much. Here, have some iron. I was putting there for some more nutrients. And we can go here and try making more of that. Do we just not have seeds now? Like, I haven't missed a, so it does seem like we are operating at a loss, which I was not expecting that to be an issue. My anticipation was we'd have a like, as long as we processed them in time, we'd have a small net positive in seeds that we could sustain it with. I gotta figure that out. Okay. Perhaps there's another way to get seeds? That's worth checking, actually. Grows on natural... Yeah, so that's what grows on. That's what it yields. It looks like literally... Spores harvest 15. Can be planted in Yomican soil. So it looks like it's basically just the plant and that recipe. No, it's getting through. Like, we have had it feeding back. It just seems to be at a loss rate. All right. And no idea if the trees grow back in any capacity whatsoever. Because my intention, expectation, whatever you want to say, was that we would start the farm, and I wouldn't have to do a whole lot to babysit it. It's just the big thing was I didn't want the fruit to rot on the line, which we didn't. Like that wasn't a thing we ran into. But now as a result, that whole thing seized up. Alright. I mean, the siege just before the tower? Oh! What? Okay. You should work like that. It could be... No, they're there. Let's not beat it that way. We'll let that run. That was a weird one. Alright, so if we put these in here, it should spit them out, and we can watch to see where they go. So they should get put on this line, they should run down here, and they should feed into the machine. It did replant everything, so it seemed like something is happening with this that I wasn't running through. No, it's working fine now. Alright. Still. So weirdly enough, so we don't have any of the ones here. We actually have lots of spares of those. So what I need to do is I need to find a purple area we haven't fully gotten rid of all plants and get that going. Not seeing any of the brain coral thing over here. You can drop items on a belt with Z? Gotcha. Thank you. I remember there was a way, I just couldn't remember what it was. All those, like, random controls are so easy to lose track of. So just checking. So you don't have seeds backed up in here. And you have a 2% chance of getting the seeds out. I'll go ahead and pop that in there. And the 2% chance brings it up here and drops out there, which should mean on average we break even on our seeds. Not win, break even. So it does seem like we probably want a productivity module, because we get a productivity module and every couple of cycles I get an extra round of output. With that extra round of output, I should be able to potentially get like another set of seeds. All right, so we can get some more stuff here. All right. Which does mean needing to get plastic producing. Which we can do if I get more biochambers built. But that means more fighting. And that's going to require a lot of stuff. So meanwhile, chuck all of you on the belt. Go ahead and put this there as well. You need to get the reaction back online. Come on. Okay, we got one. All I need is one. Once I get one, the rest can just carry on doing their thing. Okay, so if we do get more seeds, like spares, we can go there. What should happen is with this processing, we should get some seeds out of this. We did toss like 250 of those in here. But I think ultimately what we need to do is we are going to need to get another one of these biolab things built. And we're going to need that biolab to be set up to probably give us nutrients. And then use that nutrients to supplement what we've already got here from the spoilage. And try and make that work. Because right now the nutrients are not getting enough spoilage to keep the nutrients going. And that's what's causing our reactions here to fall behind. Okay, you're about to have a big stack of the spoil, which should potentially help. Come on. So lose those two, that's fine. We get another stack. Actually, no, it looks like it ran at the last second. All right. Okay, and we are getting some planted here again. So let's leave that alone and let it collect seeds. Once we get a surplus of seeds, we'll go on from there. But I am going to need another egg, is what I'm going to need. And for that, I'm going to need to be able to fight. And that is where things have not gone great for me. We're going to try and make a bunch more ammo. And once we've got our ammo made, we're going to get all that done. I'm assuming your reaction ended? No, you're just struggling on nutrients still. Okay. So you are having a throughput problem on this. Not sure how I get this in there. Because I can pull that off the belt nice and easy. Getting that up there is going to be a little bit trickier, because I'll either need... Let's see if I can't extend that with one tile. Yes, we can, because we can move it from this side. Alright. More iron plate. So that goes in there. That goes there. Cool. And then meanwhile, you need to be switched on your programming to also toss seeds out. Because we're just going to go with that for the moment. Because that'll speed up the production there. That's not backed up, so we won't worry about it. Yeah, so I noticed this is getting backed up, so that's got to be dealt with. Alright. And these are struggling with nutrients. Did your reaction die again? Yes, it did. Okay, we got a couple bacteria. One thing that might also help is pretty soon, potentially just, when this starts decaying out, There's gonna be big stacks of that all goes at once. Alright. So Nutrient seems to be coming at a better speed for the moment. Hey, Wasted Space, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. But for those who don't know, Wasted Space is our fantastic content creator on the platform. According to Twitch, I'm doing some just chatting, GTFO, Mech Warrior 5 clans, and all that. But what were you playing today, and how did your stream go, and all that good stuff? But definitely check out Wasted Space. Been around a bunch. Definitely good times over there. We're over here trying to do Factorio, but it's all goopy and full of bacteria, and it's interesting. And balancing everything when it rots has been a whole experience. But it's been fun. All right, so you're stalled out probably because of pink science. In that case, why not move you over here? See if it is stalled out in the pink science. We can check what's going on and why the pink science isn't pink sciencing. Boss was hunter monsters? Gotcha. Gotcha. Monsters indeed hunter. Gotcha. So you're playing the new Monster Hunter. Nice. Have you had fun with that? Let's see. Is it possible to automate the first bacteria to get the reaction going again when the reaction stops? Yes. But I gotta kill more things and then turn them into more biolabs. At least I believe I do. Let's double check and make sure I'm not a liar. I am a liar. I don't need to do that. Okay. So we can potentially make this work. Somehow. Yeah, I can probably make this work. Because then I can put you here. If I put... Was a bit of both hunting? Gotcha. Nice. But yeah, welcome in, Raiders. And again, check out Wasted Space. You're looking for some Monster Hunter, some other good stuff. Wasted Space has lots of good content they do over there. But with all that said, you know, we are doing some Factorio tonight, and I am on one of the new planets in the DLC and just trying to figure it out. The gist of this planet is basically everything rots. So, we are growing bacteria, so when it dies, it becomes iron. And the problem we're running into is if it dies and I don't have any left, I have to go find more bacteria to start the reaction up again. And it's proving to be a wee bit of a colossal pain in the butt. Let's go ahead and leave that not marked at the moment. Let's see, or perhaps even better, wait until it fails and you have enough food for it. Well, I'll probably just wait till we have stuff. So, Nurgle planet, purge it. Exactly. Alright, so with this, I should be... Oh, you're not going to be in the right position now. You know what? Honestly, take the spoilage, just chuck it out there. It's fine. It'll make its way across. And then I could take you and do this. Alright, so with that, once I turn that claw, this will be able to make a new bacteria, then pass it over there to get the bacteria growing again. So that'll be something. I'm also noticing... that messes that up. That messes that up a lot. You know what? We can make this work still. That's 90% of this is just like, okay, I'm gonna get spoiled goods everywhere. Please put the spoiled goods someplace else. Don't take that. Use filters. Please put the spoiled goods someplace else. Alright, grab those. They need to go here. Alright, so with that, what should happen is... Oh, that doesn't help this at all. That's not the problem. The problem is the spoiled goods here. I can move the power pole up one. If I move the power pole up one, and then what I could do is I can potentially move this up one, and then use a long claw to toss it up there. And then that'll work. Okay. So, for you, only pass through that. Drop all that back in the box. You will pass literally anything you can get your hands on in here. Actually, don't need a long claw. I can just use a regular claw. We can go here. And you're going to check for spoilage. And turn around. So if any of this rots in here like that is about to do in 23 seconds, it'll just dump all the spoiled material in here, which takes the conveyor belt out to here, which goes all the way down there, and then we turn it into nutrients and pass it back around to run these machines. Alright. So this is a whole big thing. Meanwhile, I want to put a logic circuit here. And what we will do is we're going to check those two boxes. And if in those two boxes we do not find any bacteria, bacteria equals 0. That isn't on the right thing. I don't want that wired here. 1 second. I need that on you. Alright, now, all those things I just said, except here instead. So basically, we're going to check to see if there's no bacteria in the boxes. If there's no bacteria in the boxes, most likely this reaction has come to an end. At which point, shove some jelly in here. That jelly becomes bacteria. And then we're going to need to get the spoilage. Yeah, so you'll be passing over the bacteria. And we really, really hope we never run into a situation. We really hope we never run into a situation where this rots in here and becomes ore. It's going to happen. So I'm going to need to account for that. And I don't think I can make this underground any longer. Because otherwise I could account for that by having... What I can do is I've got... This is becoming an absolute mess. So what I can do is go like this, add a conveyor here, and if we ever run into a situation where there is ore inside this, that feeds it into the rest of our factory, and then on the other hand we go down here, and if we ever run into a situation where we have spoilage in there, alright, so that should be stable now. Now, that means all of that should run where we should always be able to get iron. Now, granted, if this does ever run out and the reaction stops, we get more bacteria in here, picks back up, that's fine. We are successfully farming all this. We do have extra seeds of both. I do just want those to build up for right now. That'll be fine. And meanwhile, the other thing we're running into is I need to go poke some big scary spider things and get myself more of their eggs so that I can use their eggs to build buildings. Don't worry about it, it's probably okay. Or it's not. Honestly, I don't know. But it's what we're doing. Another thing I'm ultimately going to need to do is right now we're just chucking all of this into a box. That's going to have to change. Runs for his life. That's the worst thing, is you take their eggs to make science, and if their eggs spoil, it's because they hatch. So I have to make science with their eggs, and if I'm not fast enough, I get spider things in my base. Get some buff fruit? I will. First I'm stockpiling on ammo. Because the last time we burned through like about 100 ammo, it was a whole thing. Alright, so this is good news. We've got that going. Eventually we'll probably get enough of a surplus of seeds that I'll want to do stuff with it. So we are starting to get more seeds, which is the thing we were running into a problem last time. So I just want to let those build up more seeds until we have a decent amount, and then once they've got that, we'll be good. We are also slowly having this stuff in here rot, which weirdly is good, because if it sits in there and it rots... Yeah, so it's still got 43 minutes, so a stack of that we can bring with us. If it sits in here and rots, I get a whole lot of spoilage out, and we get more nutrition, or more nutrients. And we're just going to need to keep building this up more and more. Did you have the research done for base defense? For base defense here? Yes. The problem we have right now is I'm not getting enough iron to build bullets and use those bullets for, like, the defensive side of here. I am anticipating this being a problem. We are... Why is that getting bigger? We apparently aren't making pollution, but we are producing spores. And I don't really know what that's about, but I'm anticipating it being awful when it reaches the enemy units. So, yay. But yeah, so we're gonna go here. And also, this is my first time playing it, so, like, do not spoil. Like, if I'm about to just completely screw up and get myself killed, that's called content. But yeah. Yeah, I don't have one of those radar dishes. I should put one of those down here. I'm guessing the spores make them evolve faster, I think. Well, that's the thing. It implied that there was an evolution on this planet. So, I don't know what the implication are with spores. It's gonna do something. The thing that was interesting I saw is we ran into a situation earlier where I had actually died fighting something. It's like, achievement unlocked, you know, did damage with spores. And I'm like, I did what now? Yeah, for the record, this is the DLC. Like, normal Factorio, I can show you what normal Factorio looks like. Normal Factorio, without the DLC, is this convoluted mess down here. Because that's my main factory back home. It's just doing its own thing. Oh, right, I wanted to check to see, like, what science is backed up? We've got yellow. What are you missing? Why are you unhappy? You have them all, right? Red, green, blue, white, and... Oh, you're not one I have. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Cancel that one. Okay, so we don't have the pink science handy. That comes from Fulgora. And we don't have the green science handy. So that's all the pink science. This is all the green science. I can just increase the effectiveness of a bunch of my stuff and just consume that. Oh, you know what we can do? Which is probably a terrible idea, actually. Let's start with burning a bunch of that, I think. Yeah, so we could go ahead and set it up to increase our artillery damage. Let's go check out what's going on at Fulgora. And you've got yourself a little bit of science there. Epoch has returned. It is dropping off circuit boards. Which does mean I'm probably getting my pink science in right now. Yeah, so pink science just arrived right now. Alright. Yeah, so you're running really slow. You appear to be running really slow because of superconductors. And superconductors seems to be running really slow because... Sorry, supercapacitors. And supercapacitors seem to be running really slow because of superconductors. And superconductors seem to be running really slow because of plastic and helium plate. Where am I even making plastic? Am I even making plastic? I assume I am. Oh no, I wasn't. Plastic was coming from shredding red circuit boards, so I should be getting plastic now. I am getting plastic, but the logistic drones are not keeping up. How are my logistic drones doing? So logistic drones, we can say, hey, read your... Look, I'll plug a wire in so you're considered on the network. It's fine. There, you're on the network now. Okay. So, logistic bots, I have 766 available. Why are you not? Oh no, you have your plastic. What? Oh, you're full. And you're full. So that's fine. Yet you're angry because of this. Hey, you know what? This is a very solvable problem. Let's actually not do it that way. I'm just going to solve it by telling it to shove superconductors directly in this thing. So with that handled, take superconductors off the logistics network, and problem solved. Now when I need superconductors, it pops out of this machine, gets shoved in there, and we are done. Which means with that, I need even less superconductors here. That's fine. Alright. Cool, so now we're looking at Holium Plate, which is the backup. And the Holium Plate is full up here. All the way full up here. So why are you not moving that? I mean, basically it's logistic bot problems. We can probably get that Holium Plate down here to get the superconductors. Well, actually, you're also producing... What is happening with those bots? Is my power grid struggling? No. I don't really understand why the bots are having an issue with this. Like, don't get me wrong, the bots are not efficient, but I've got 764 logistic bots with a whole lot of nothing to do. And also, please don't ever put more than that in there. You're good. So one thing we could do to help this out is let's go here and say, hey, go ahead and carry 120 of those. That'll let the logistic bots just get ahead. Same with here. Carry 60 of those. Carry 10 cycles with those. That way the logistic bots does just load it up in abundance ahead of time. And that should be good. And then for the same thing, we'll do the exact same thing up here. Go ahead and just give me 10 times the amount here. And the logistic bot should just keep up with that. Alright, so we're going to worry about that later. Let's get back to the planet we're on. We've crafted our ammo. We've got some surplus. I'm going to go ahead and grab even more of this, and just as a thing here, we go ahead and tell them to start crafting next round. But what we're after is we are after another egg. Because with an egg, I can make this. So I will want to have 5 circuit boards, which I'll go ahead and queue up as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have 5 circuit boards, because this is the thing that I get 15 minutes to use the egg, or it hatches in my pocket, and then I'm fighting something that pops out of my pocket. And the nutrients I can grab off the conveyor belts, that's fine. So the last time I did this, how much longer do I have on you? 30 minutes, so we're good. The last time I did this, a giant armored one popped out, and it was a bit of a battle. So I killed a little one, and then we got a really big one, and it was a problem. So yeah, so when I killed that, it like instantly respawned something bigger. Ah, so there is an evolution factor due to nearby attacks. So I think the answer is destroy that so it can't keep respawning. Oh, that is a lot of little spider things. Alright, we've learned something, chat. I knew I was going to spawn a bunch. I didn't know that kind of a bunch. Go, hit me. There you go. Alright, so we're going to go over here. Okay, so we got 11 eggs. So we need to very quickly use 11 eggs as fast as we can. Eventually I will use those eggs to like farm my own spiders, but for right now, I just need them to not hatch in my pocket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm gonna just try and make as many of the labs as we can. Hey, I'm gonna need you to give me a lot of nutrients. Of the 0 nutrients you're currently offering me. Okay, so you're putting spoilage out there. Cool, so you're making nutrients. Let's stand here to try and intercept it on the belt. We've got 1. Eggs hatching in your pocket doesn't sound so excellent. No, especially when they're spider egg things. Goopy spiders. Goopy nightmare spiders. All right. So with that, that'll be our first bio lab. No iron right now. Iron's for later me. There's a second one going on. Because I think if I queue them, it might be enough. There's a third one. Imagine it's excruciating. That's a crime. I'm gonna need you to stop. Okay, so we have to wait a minute for the next round. So what I'm gonna try to do is, if I can get some of this bioflux out of here, with a little bit of the bioflux out of there, I can then turn around with this and use that to make a lot of nutrients. So what I can probably do with this... Oh, that makes that tough, doesn't it? Basically, I need to get at this box, but right now that box is absolutely surrounded on all sides. We could take this and say, don't carry more than 5 stacks, and grab one of these stacks and drop it here. And then run down here, and... yeah, let's tell it not to carry more stacks. We can run it over here, that way we can bring that over. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be changing where that goes to this area. And I could grab your power tower and get rid of you. And we could put an underground belt. Keep making biolabs. You still have spider eggs in your pocket. Please, please keep making the biolabs. Alright. Because the worst thing is all of them hatching at once in my pocket. Things I would rather avoid. Anything that I just said about spider eggs and hatching in my pocket. That's the entirety of the list I would like to currently avoid. Alright, sorry about that. Okay. So with this, though, I should be over here able to make this into nutrients so we can feed into this area. That'll be good. We will set you and tell you not to put this in. Or put in just... Sorry, not... What am I doing with this? Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. We'll tell it nutrients is fine, even though it should never be on that belt, and that's fine. So Bioplast will get put in the belt anytime we have nutrients. This should empty out with that. So now I have the Bioplast over here, or Bioflux, or whatever the crap this stuff is called. I will need to take the other conveyor belt here, or this one, and if any of it rots on that belt before I use it, the spoilage goes this way. So I'll need more conveyors. Alright, so that should all be good there. Cool. How are the beans treating the factory stomach? The beans feeding the factory stomach. The eggs, you mean? Like, right now, we don't have any eggs actually doing stuff in the factory. Okay, so we have the bio chamber here. So this will be an interesting one, where what I'm going to want to do is change some of the flow of the nutrients. Let's see, contrary to popular belief, I think keeping all the eggs in one basket would be better. So that way when they spawn, they're all in one place at least. This is true. So what we're probably going to need to do next here is I'm going to reroute the nutrients. So let's go ahead and make a splitter. I need to hurry. I've still got 6 of them in my pocket, and they're halfway to hatching. I'll make 5 in my pocket. Like, we are stealing all of this nutrients from the line. Because I'm like, no, really. 4. I'll try to keep just 1. And the reason I'm going to try and keep just 1 is if we get far enough, then I can set up one of my biochambers to basically breed them. And then I don't have to go hunting them. Alright, so we're up to 4. So we're down to 4 eggs. Okay, so the plan here is going to be straightforward. I want to put a splitter back here that'll merge nutrients in. In the meantime, thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. In the meantime, what's going to end up happening is a little bit of weirdness. I'm going to run one of these belts down and around this way. This actually works because that means I'm now getting my own stuff here. You need more iron plates. For the circuit boards. Alright, so we got 2 left, and that would be good. But then after that... So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to reroute this one to go out and around here, and then we're going to put 1 here to produce nutrients that will need nutrients to produce the nutrients. That one I want to feed back into here, so it spreads the nutrients between all of these, and that'll deal with the surplus of this. I do feel like in this particular... Do I want to... So you last 2 hours, and you last a much shorter amount of time. So what we're probably going to want to do is make a box, make another inserter, and then the idea is we'll put it in the box here, use the inserter to take it back out of the box. In fact, I'm just going to do that. Just grab this, give me this. You don't have to worry about spoiling in there anymore. Grab this, drop you here, grab this, grab the inserter, turn it this way. We don't care what's in there. Just put on that conveyor belt. Put all that in there. Put this in there. I probably should have it on a splitter, but that's fine. As long as it gets in here, if it spoils, it'll eventually get around. Okay, so let's make 1 last biolab. I've got 1 egg left if we can manage to get it to do the whole spawning thing. Meanwhile, let's grab you, bring you around like this, bring you up like that. You're gone now. And I need to take one of the biolabs I built, put it here, and we will tell you to produce nutrients in very high volumes. Cool. So if you have the bioplast, put that there. Just the nutrients, put that there. And that should give us a crap ton of nutrients. But we'll need to deal with stuff rotting, as we have been. Which didn't really give myself a lot of space to do that. Where would be the best place for me to get the rotten stuff out of here? So, weirdly, literally just passing this right up here should help, because I'll put on that side, and then this is designed to snag anything rotting off the end there. Oh, that is... Stop it. Don't do that. That's fine. That'll just rot on the belt. It'll take a minute. Weirdly, I accidentally put that over here, and that's going to solve its own problem. Alright, so the next thing we need to do is I do need to get this where it can feed into itself. Fair enough. So we need an underground. And our inserter. And you need to be set to only pass nutrients through. Okay, so the only place we have a problem is if this rots. If this rots, we got a problem, but I can work around that too. We can grab this inserter here. And immediately set you to filter. Spoilage. So that means if it rots there, it'll pass it over to this belt where we're going to have this all backed up. Which, fine, whatever. And with that, if any of that spoils, it will go past here. We can go ahead and use a splitter there so that we get nutrients on both sides of the conveyor belt. We are going to get a lot of nutrients that are going to rot in here. Like a lot of nutrients is going to rot in here. But that's okay. And I desperately need to check on the spider egg in my pocket. Oh yeah, you got 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Okay, what would it take for me to quickly set up one of these things to be a spider egg hatching thing? Which sounds awful and like something I should never consider doing. Okay, so you need nutrients, the egg, and water. Water should be relatively easy. I just gotta find it. So we'll need an offshore pump. And I got 2 minutes to get this set up before this thing pops out. So get our offshore pump. I will need a bunch of these pipes, some of these pipes. I've got an offshore pump already connected here. Yeah, so let's just start bridging this over here as fast as we can. Skip that one, I won't need it. And grab you. So we've got our source of water. We got this. I just need a couple of inserters. Put the egg in the machine at the last possible second. Give me that inserter. There's a power pole. All right, we are now breeding eggs, which sounds absolutely terrible. Okay, so this is a machine I want to heavily control what it can do. So it makes 2 eggs. That's fine. I want to not have this machine running all the time. Ooh, can we make a timing one? Let's make a timer. There was a timer in here somewhere, right? Because what I want to happen here is I want to have this run for a little while. Oh, I can apparently throw eggs at things? I have feelings I need to work out about this. Okay. So. Actually, we could do it this way. We'll use the conveyor belts. And the reason I want to use the conveyor belts is to basically have a very hard limit on how many of these can be in the area at a time. If things go wrong. Alright. So, what I want to check is I really need to, 1, make sure that these actually do get used, is the first one. And then 2, I also need to make sure we don't run into problems. So use a filter here, because you need to check for the rotten stuff. Alright, so I'll take the rotten nutrients and chuck it out the side. So the problem I'm running into, and my fear, is if we let's just stack up, so we get like 30, 40 eggs in here, suddenly I've got this giant problem. So let's go to the logic. So I want to check your storage and see if you already have... Why are you not... You have spoilage. Why is the spoilage not coming out? That's how this works. You have spoilage. That... Oh, do you need spoilage? Oh... It won't remove the spoilage from the input area? Like if this spoils? Oh, that's a real big problem. Okay, that really sucks. Because that means I do need to run this process every 5 minutes. And not even that long. Is there a way I could... Alright. I'm gonna, despite my better judgment, turn this thing on. Because otherwise I'm just gonna get this thing jammed again and again. But what I'm going to need to do is figure out what I can what can I do with these eggs that I'm mass producing. Okay. The eggs. You can throw them for damage. There's a way, but yeah, no, I'll figure it out. So we can use it for the agricultural science, which is its primary use. So that's probably what's going to need to happen, is we're probably going to need to make sure we use it for agricultural science as quick as we can. Now the downside is the agricultural science rots. And that's where we run into problems. So you need a couple materials, and we can get those all here. Alright, let's go way back here. Alright. Let's actually shift you over one. I'm going to use a splitter. Oh, this is already not good. I need to be consuming a lot of those a lot faster is all I'm saying. We've already filled that entire thing up with eggs. I hate it. Oh, there's a tiny little cliff there. I hate that too. So meanwhile, let's put a splitter over here. That is going to be set to filter to the left if you are spoilage. The other left. And the reason I'm going to do that is because then I can just feed that directly in there, and I'll prioritize getting spoilage out of here. You can just... I've got eggs in my pocket, I gotta keep that in mind as well. I hate all of this. This is deeply upsetting. Alright, so we need an underground belt. We need this stuff to happen fast. Let's go ahead and make it here, instead of where I was going to put it. So you're going to turn this way. We're going to need a lot more conveyor belts. We're going to need to go quick. Here, eggs, get in my pocket again. It's fine. It's probably fine and not potentially life-threatening. Okay. Biolabs. Get these going. You produce... Because I don't even care if they get ruined. That's fine if they get ruined. I just need this to be a faster reaction than we are producing those eggs. As long as this is faster than the eggs, it's not as scary. Alright. You also need nutrients. That's right. That is how this works. We can make that happen, probably, somewhere. Yes. Somewhere. Our power grid is failing. Why is our power grid failing? Oh, you're finally out of wood. That's not how this is supposed to work. Look, man. I need you to not do that right now. Okay. I still need to deal with that, but that's That's 5 minutes me problem. Right now, me is trying to figure out how I'm going to finagle a little bit of stuff going on here. All right, so you are for spoilage. I need a splitter here. You're just gonna have to be half and half. If I try and filter, it won't work. And you'll go here, and you'll go here. I need a power pole there. I need more conveyor belt. The eggs are all doing egg things. Don't worry about it. It's probably fine. We can go ahead and grab some more inserters. Drop some power poles. Set your filters to be eggs or that thing. And we can just go right click, left, left. And your filters are for nutrients and only nutrients. Boom, boom. And we will need to do two things. First, honestly, they're both going to rot, so let's go ahead and put a conveyor belt up here for right now. And use our long inserters here. I did not give you enough room to actually function. You need to move. Alright, consume those eggs as quickly as you can. And you're functioning? Cool. I think we've stabilized it. Now the science, when it rots, that's just gonna rot. And then it'll be a whole thing. I will need a way to get rid of... I need you to process faster. I need you to not back... Alright, hang on. For right now... Yeah, for right now, just shove them in a box. That's what we're doing. We're shoving it in a box. It is the only reasonable way of approaching this problem. It all goes in the box. It's fine. It's just gonna rot in there. I just need to get this stabilized. But what's going to need to happen is I am going to need to go back to our home planet. Alright, so first, hey, Aluminum Falcon, are you all ready for a trip? You got ammo? You good? You good? You good, friend? I'm going to need you to go home. Go home and don't come back. Because I need you to do me a favor. And I need you to start not bringing anything from this planet that way yet. I need you to ultimately be where we bring all of our science this way now. Because this green science, I can't ship it over in time. It's just gonna rot on the way there. It's got a 1 hour, well, actually a 1 hour lifespan. Maybe. Basically, my options are one, is I can bring all the science this way now and do the research here since this expires. I can still send it home. It's a 1 hour lifespan, and it does not last long. The trip home isn't an hour, but then I gotta deal with all the spoilage over there. Okay, so the good news is we no longer have any eggs. Like, the eggs are not at a surplus. All right, so the next thing I need to do is what's exactly going on here. We're getting all this spoilage here. The spoilage needs to be dealt with. That's going to be an ongoing problem. Let's deal with it this way. Oh, are you destroyable? Oh, no, you're a cliff. So we need to get the spoilage up to that line. So I got some options here. That's going to throw anything up there, spoilage or otherwise. That's fine. This is just dumping spoilage out at speed right now, so that's not fine. Let's make ourselves a couple of the red claws. And a bunch more conveyor. You are about to shut down due to lack of wood. That's the next thing I need to do, is I am going to need to work on stabilizing our power. Because right now we do have a bunch of solar set up that we brought with us, but I also need to get that sorted out. And that can run on spoilage, and we can turn to carbon for even better results. So this is our spoilage line here. So let's go ahead and just poke you in there. And then we could do with this is we'll make an underground here. And then make 2 more fast inserters. And if it's spoilage, dump it on the line. Okay, use filter, spoilage, turn, power. Don't do that. Use filter, spoilage. Cool. So I have to start clearing all the spoilage off that line. Now I need to get this one. Same exact idea. We can just use more of these. Because unfortunately I can't... Does the science route faster than the eggs? No. Just realized there's a pipe there, so I have to go around this way. Use filter. Yeah, the science takes, it looks like an hour, maybe 2 hours. Yeah, it spoils in 1 hour. So yeah, so I do think the answer is going to be to bring the science here and do the science here. That is going to be a colossal pain. Some of the good news is a lot of our science is already being brought into our space. Oh goodness, I just realized what's in my pocket. Hey, hey, really fast. Okay, hey, just take that. I got a bunch of eggs in my pocket. They shouldn't be there. They had like 3 minutes left on them. I think it said eggs can be fuel. Can they? Can we burn the spiders? They're actually good fuel. 5 megajoules is not bad. I hate what is about to happen here. I hate it so much. Okay. We have our new primary fuel, chat. I don't like this. But, you know... Oh, I don't feel bad about what we're about to do in that regard. We're absolutely the baddies. But I am more concerned about the fact that we're going to be feeding eggs into this and all that. So for right now, this lab. All right. So what's going to happen here, chat? How I'm going to make this work, and things are going to break before it happens, is I'm going to set it so that we're going to monitor how many things are on the belt. And if there is more than a certain number of eggs on the belt, we turn on the biolabs. If there is not at least a certain number of eggs on the belt, we turn off the biolabs. Oh, no. Wait, can you burn? I hope you burn. I didn't think that through. Hang on a second. Do you burn? You do not burn. So we're going to do all that stuff I just said, but not without... Oh, God. I don't know where those came from. Obviously, they hatched here. But I'm also like, what did I lose track of? Well... I'm now dealing with that as a thing. Okay. So, what happens here is I take this and that, and you're good. And we're going to have a weird way we're going to handle this. I'm going to handle this by saying we're going to say, you stay in the left lane. So it should never have anything but that in the left lane. And now I can grab you and plug that in here. Alright. So, now the logic we're going to do here, which is going to get a little wild, is I'm going to plug into that belt, and then from that to all of the machines here. And we're going to check the belt contents, the contents of the full belt. That is not the part I care about. We'll try that again. It needs to be a different spot of belt. Okay. Do I have an egg in my inventory? I do not. Alright. So, we'll try this again. I want to get the red wire, and we attach it to these. And then I need to attach you over here. So we're going to read all of the contents, all of the belts, and we are looking for eggs. Do we have less than 10 eggs? Or sorry, do we have more than 10 eggs? If we have more than 10 eggs, turn the labs on. Oh, wait, we have to do that differently. Alright, we have to do that differently. We have to do that differently. Cancel that, get rid of the power tower. Oh, you're still connect, fine. That's interesting. Okay, hang on. Delete that, try again. Okay. You're all still connected and not... Oh, I put on the wrong side anyways. It needs to be these. These are what need to be here. Okay, because otherwise it's going to sit there with the egg in there. Alright, new plan. Enable disable based on number of eggs is less than... Or sorry, greater than 10. And you read the contents of all the belts. Alright, so if there are more than 10 eggs on this belt, you turn that on. Now I set the settings on all of you. So all of these should be turned off. And I'm probably actually going to need 2 inserters for these just to keep things safe. And you're going to see why here in just a second. You are no longer going to be doing the bioplast. You are no longer going to be doing the bioplast. And you are no longer going to be doing the bioplast. You other 3... You now do just the bioplast and have no bioflux, and you have no restrictions. That is not at all what I want. There we go. Okay, so as long as there is less than 10 eggs over here, we should be good. Also, that's still gonna be a problem. Okay, we can make this work. We can make this work. No. So the problem with that is because these are all getting equal amounts, or sorry, because this one's first, it's just going to consume the fuel Oh, you burn those eggs really efficiently, actually. I had not anticipated you burning those that efficiently. I really hate that that means I should probably increase my egg production. And I don't wanna, because it's scary. Okay. You're gone, you're gone. You're gone, you're gone, you're gone. No eggs in pocket. You're gone, you're gone, you're gone. You're gone, you're gone, you're gone. No eggs in pocket. Have the nutrients. Have this too. Alright. So the eggs need water, nutrients. It's just water and nutrients, right? Yeah, water and nutrients to work. I've got nutrients going right here. I'm going to regret this so very much. It is just a matter of time. So you're gonna go ahead and make more eggs. And you know what you're gonna do? You're gonna go ahead and make more eggs. This is going to be horrible. Oh yeah, no, if it hatches, just kill it. I get that part. Don't worry about it. But right now, we aren't consistently making bullets and all that. It is going to be a thing I'm going to have to sort out. So you're no longer actually needed to be that long. Okay. So in that case, we're going to use the straight pipe here and build one more piece of straight pipe. So you now have water for this colossal disaster that is about to happen. Oh, and you need to be set to nutrients only. And you need to be set to nutrients only. Alright, and how am I going to deal with your bad materials? Because you go out that way. Oh, we can just throw it out the other side. That'll be fine. We'll go ahead and use the long arms. And then that'll feed over there, and we can just put it in our burners as well. Yeah, because we can literally put out both the eggs and all that stuff. Let's see, shove it on the egg belt? Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm getting paranoid. Where am I getting all these regular bullets from? Let's just go right here. And put gun right there. That's fine. Oh yeah, I never did put that up, did I? I'm gonna go right here. And we're gonna have a gun right there as well. And there's a gun right there. And then a gun right here. And pretty soon I'm going to need to set up our copper, which will be fine. Let's turn all these not upgraded bullets into better bullets. Okay, so you're starting to get a good amount of the seeds. Let's grab the 8. You've already got those set up. So we grab some nutrients. Well, actually, let's grab some soil to turn into landfill. And then when I grab some nutrients, we should be able to deal with it. Alright. Shove it on the egg belt to be burned? Yeah, that's basically exactly what I was thinking. We'd have one dedicated to just burning off any of that so it never blocks the eggs. But basically what I need to do is I need to monitor the belt. And if at any point the belt starts to back up, I need to turn off the egg labs here. May I ask not to use lasers? So the only reason I'm not using the lasers is we are currently struggling with our power situation, is one side of it. And then the other side of it is also going to just be, you know, yeah, it's basically power is one thing, and then they have a resistance to the lasers, if I recall correctly. If I can actually click on you. Yeah, so if we look at you, 50% laser resistant, which is fine. The other interesting thing is they apparently slowly die on their own. Newly hatched aren't that tough, though? Yeah. Alright, so these are basically ready to roll. Which, again, I'm a little scared of. Use filter, egg. Use filters, egg. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so basically this one is priming eggs for these two. So it's effectively an egg multiplier as it goes down the line. So what we can also do, this'll work. So, we can, I actually didn't need to go that way, I need to go the other way. It's fine. Okay, so what we can do here is you check... Oh, I can't attach wires to the burner. That's annoying. I was going to have it check to see how much fuel was inside the burner. Also, let's see, also, can't you burn the spoilage for power? At least 10 picks? Yeah. Well, that's, we have some spoilage we'll get tossed over to this line at a pinch as well. Any spoilage we end up with here. Alright, so let's pop down here. And keep working on that. Alright, and we'll let that go for a little while. Yeah, so we're gonna have to get faster belts for that. So yeah, that those are struggling to keep running. And those are struggling because of nutrients. Yeah, so that thing is just gobbling up nutrients in large volumes. So we'll need another biolab to augment her nutrients farther. Which ones are hatching where? Like, I get that they're hatching, but I'm not seeing what's happening. Because they're not getting stuck on the splitter. Oh, they're the ones that... Well, no. Because theirs aren't getting that low. And it's burning them about as fast as they're coming in. It's okay. Let's see, look at the front of the biolab. Yeah, no, I see the... Wait a second. You were up here. How are you getting up here, though? I don't... Yeah, but they're almost at full life. Like, they got plenty of time left. And then this goes this way, and the next one gets in the back. Yeah, like those, yeah, the one just hatched wasn't. But I'm missing where that's going wrong. Oh, inserter bias? Oh, it's not grabbing the first two? Maybe if I turn it that way? It's grabbing from the right side of the square, not the left. Oh, that's really annoying. How can I get around that? A stack insert would potentially work if I had the plastic. But the stack insert would grab enough. That'd be fine. Meanwhile, I can just shove these in manually. I need to not do that and cancel our reaction. Yeah, nuts. There should be also spoilage options. Yeah, you're right. So this should be on egg and not spoilage. Now I can do for here is I should sit there and choose you. Oh, that's interesting. Spoiled first versus not. Yeah, no, I got that. Where we can choose to prioritize spoilage or not. So I need to change you. You're supposed to be on that one. Right, which is just in this way, out the other. So that should be easy peasy lemon squeezy. So I'll need to get two of you, a power pole. Does he grab spoiled first, so it inserts the egg closest to the hatching? Oh, I see what you're saying. Spoiled priority. Alright, I didn't realize that's how that worked. Do that on all of the egg ones. The other ones I'm willing to be a little bit more lax or whatever. Alright, so with you, we can go ahead and say, you here, and then just shove a conveyor belt right there. And honestly, it doesn't even matter what comes out the other side. If it's rotten, just shove it out the other side, and our stuff that filters out, that will deal with it. A single blue inserter can't keep up. And those are actually still having problems keeping up because the belt's saturating. It needs to be a faster belt. So we need to go ahead and get the belt speed faster so that this stops doing what it's doing here. I'm gonna need one of those as well. Oh, right, you need nutrients going in as well. Look, come on, game. Oh, you know what? That'll work. Make a drop on the opposite side? Wait, can we change that? No, like, we can't... I'm gonna have to make it drop elsewhere through our means. Yeah, so my plan here is we can speed it up, because I don't have the room to really make it drop on the opposite side. But if we go here with the faster belts... And we'll worry about more after that point. Yeah, so you're on the wrong side here. So we can actually do output priority right. And that should help it out. Now I need a faster splitter. We need the faster underground. Yep, no, we're working on it. I already had it queued up already. I'm gonna need a second faster splitter. And how is this doing? The idea that we're, like, making eggs as fuel is kind of upsetting, actually. Oh, you mean this? No. It doesn't burn, I already checked. Oh, nutrition. The nutrition, I don't know actually about that. Yummy value, 2.0 megajoules. And at this point, that belt's saturated, so making it faster won't change anything. So half a coal? Well, no, that's a yummy value. That's not its that's its yummy value, not its actual power value. I don't think it burns. Okay. So this is where we want to wire up the logic here. So the logic here is I want to take you and you. I'm also going to wire that in there. But first, let's see. So enable if the eggs on the belt is over 10. If you see more than 10 eggs, start grabbing. Oh, you're not gonna get eggs, are you? Change in plan. Okay, so. Alright, so you still have this to grab the eggs. Use filter. If eggs get all the way down to this part of the line, just go ahead and grab. Meanwhile, we can go here. And we can wire this in to check that. And say use filter, only grab the eggs, but also enable disable if the eggs on the belt is more than 10, start grabbing. Good, should start consuming those. Because that's getting really dangerous. Alright. So how fast is it burning those? Okay, so it is grabbing almost every single egg off the belt now. Because that's the idea, is I want that to be fast enough that anytime we start getting a surplus of eggs, it starts grabbing all of them off the belt. Upscale power now, maybe? Yeah, we probably will. Okay, because you do not grab those nearly fast enough. Okay. So with this... Where are we at? We can grab 2 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And a couple wires. And a pipe. The boils aren't that great of a use case. Especially to look at the heating tower. I don't have the heating tower yet, do I? I don't think we do. I think we get that on a later planet. Oh no, we do have a heating tower. That's right. Generates heat from chemical fuels. Passes heat to connected heat pipes. Heated areas prevents structures from freezing. Cannot be frozen. Does not stop burning when maximum temperature. Right. Okay. So we can do that for the heat pipe. Yeah, so that'll be the heat pipe, or then we use the heat exchangers that then we go and we basically treat it the same way you do nuclear from what I'm seeing. What do we even need for the heat exchangers? Okay. So that's what we're gonna try and move up to. Yeah, so let's keep checking. Yeah, so that is slowly lowering it down. Ooh, actually, those 3 got passed. Oh, during the day, that little bit of solar is enough that these are, like, turning off. That's why it's suddenly slowing down. It's reaching temperature, and then just that bit of solar we have is actually adequate to keep up. Alright. Well, look. So let's go ahead and what do I need to make you? I need concrete. What do I need to make Oh, concrete's gonna be rough. I do not have much stone on this planet. That's still doable. Let's go grab a big old mountain of stone from over here. And I'll need to get a smelter starting to make that into brick. Make some steam storage to flush. The problem isn't too much steam, it's too much solar. Shut down the solar. I probably should. I mean, it's gonna shut down here in a minute anyways. It's only at half capacity. It's just what we brought here. Alright. Yeah, it's gonna start dipping now anyways. Okay, it's starting to burn the eggs. I wish I could get a better view of how much time those eggs had left on them. So one thing we also need to do is go up to you, enable disable if eggs is greater than 10. Read contents to belt, all belt. Okay, so if eggs content is more than 10, no, less than 10. You want to be less than. Basically, hey, if you got too many, start producing. Otherwise, just let it rip. And you're producing what's already... You shouldn't be getting more, right? Okay. That's fine. Alright, so that should cause it to drop off really quickly. Can you rename buildings? I don't believe so, no. You can put markers and all sorts of stuff on them. Yeah, so basically that is cut off all production of the eggs on this end. The lab is stealing what isn't being used, and then these are clearing the belt. So you should be okay. Yep, and then that turned back on the moment it got down to that. Alright, so it should be okay. So it should turn on and off the labs and all that as needed. We did have a bunch of nutrients rot in there. Why are you stopping? Why are you stopping? We have a filter left for this. But what? Why is it not going? Oh, I did the wrong one. Okay, okay. There's our problem. All right. I was sitting there going, wait, you need to go. This is how this works. Okay, and it just clears off literally everything. Cool. I could probably make that a little bit higher. Let's say 20. 20 feels like it's a nice, safe number. And it could be even a ramp up, ramp down thing, too. Yeah, so make this so if there's over 10, you start grabbing stuff off the belt. If there's over 20, you turn that off. That should give us plenty of buffer play control. We are making, like, a reaction making our iron is doing really well, so that's good news. We still aren't making copper. I need to fix that. Hi. Okay.
Also, I turned off my computer.
Okay. I'll get that hard drive pulled. Love. You sleep well. I'm burning spider eggs to keep my boilers running.
That's good.
She's like, what? No problem. Yeah, she's got a hard drive that's started giving errors, and I'm like, all right, we got to deal with this. So that's something I'm taking care of tomorrow. Okay, so we've got the steel there. Right. So I was going to go and take one of these furnaces we've got, and we'll make a couple of heat exchanger or a couple of things we need with this. So for this one, we're just going to do is like this. So the good news is it does feel like you can get these reactions set up not terribly difficultly. There's definitely trouble with them. Yeah, so our power production is popping on and off right now. Yeah, so it's definitely during the day the solar comes on, these slow down and their consumption of eggs slows down. And then all that. So there's a little bit of a juggle there, but it shouldn't be a problem. Okay. So then for concrete, I need the iron ore, brick, and water. Let's go ahead and put an assembler down here to make some concrete for a little bit. Then grab you. And we can grab another one over there. That's an interesting problem to have. That's fine. That should fix that. I can make that a belt that goes under to reach that spot, and that'll be fine. Put down 2 more. Okay, so it's not efficient, but we are now making concrete. Yes, we are making our science. The big question is, well, no, I think realistically I have to bring that science. I had to bring the other science here, is what I think realistically needs to happen. Because we've got this producing the science now. But the issue we're going to have here is the science spoils. And if I have to ship it all the way home, most of it probably won't even make it. So I do think we are building up our labs here. But then the other concern we've got is we still have this, like, aura of spores happening right now. Where's a fridge when you need one? Yeah. So I do think what the solution to this problem is going to be to make one of the landing pads for the rocket, which is actually why I sent the thing back here. So the aluminum falcon should be home. Cool. Well, look. I forgot to turn that off. So I'm sorry you wasted all that fuel getting this up here. But if you go ahead and take that back, I don't actually need that here. Take back the big drills. Oh, you already had those. Delete that so I don't accidentally do that again. Take you back. Take you back. The rest is fine. So, what I do actually want is, let's add a request. I want one of the cargo pads. I don't think we have a cargo pad handy on the planet, though. Available on planet 1 on its way. Okay, so we'll get the cargo pad going. And then what's going to end up happening is going to be a real big twist on all this. Because we are going to need to bring all of our science here. So Gleba just became our research planet. And I'm going to go to Novus. Because I got to figure out how I want to go about doing that. Because I can have it... Well, you know what? We can do this the lazy way. Alright. So the lazy way we're going to do this is I'm just going to go ahead and put some passive providers at our labs, like right before the last step, and just let them feed in that way. Pronounce it like novice? Yeah, I'm sure whichever way I'm pronouncing is probably wrong, but that's not something I'm super worried about. Yes, you can take that one out, do that, take this spot out, take this spot out, take this spot out, do that. Take this one out, do that, remove that. Take this one out. I'll shift it. Take this one out, take this one and this one, do that. So you need to be an inserter here. There, 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 there. And you will need to turn this way, and this way, and that way. So you thought it was you thought it was a pun because it's a starting planet, like you're a novice? Yeah, no, I could see that. Yeah, so what should happen is the robot should come over here, and they'll get that all on here. We're gonna go over here now, and that requester chest, that's shut down. It's done. It's no longer wanted here or needed here. But what we're going to end up doing is we're going to end up requesting like a bunch of the science to be brought over. Oh, there's gonna be a big problem with this strategy. Stop, 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 stop. Stop. Don't. Abort. Stop, stop, stop. Nope, nope. The big problem with that strategy is it's gonna just fill up with one type of science. And then that won't that won't even do its job anymore. So put these back. Yeah, so put all those back. And instead... Instead, what I could do is this. Just on the end here. And go to each of these. Well, it's gonna need to be like 1,000 to make sense. Oh wait, 1,000 is 5 stacks. So go ahead and get each of these set to 5 stacks. Use filters, and you are red science. Use filters, you're green. Use filters, you're military. Use filters, you're blue. Use filters, you're purple. Use filters, you're yellow. Use filters, you're white science. Use filters, you're orange science. Use filters, you're pink science. And that covers all the sciences that aren't on this planet. Alright, so like I said, this is the I don't want to deal with this properly right now side. Because ultimately what I need to do is... You know what I actually could do? I could go and build a rocket depot right here. Just bring in the materials I need for a rocket right here. And just, that'll be the science rocket. So yeah, so what's happening is we're going to be putting 2,000 of each of these in here. And that is now going to be the job of the rock, or the platform, to bring those over. Now, the catch is... Well, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Alright, so... You now have a lot of stuff you're going to be bringing over regularly. Yeah, so you've got your pad. You're good. So... Red. Green. Black. Blue. Purple. Yellow. White. Orange. Pink. And change you to importing from novice. That's not even remotely what I was trying to do. It's what I did. Oh, I see. I double-clicked, and when I double-clicked, I accidentally clicked on the wrong thing. Okay. And import from here instead. Alright, cool. And I've got it set to only 200, but it's going to take a stack of 1,000. And we're going to start with just bringing them over probably 1,000 at a time. Because realistically, a lot of that's going to hang anyways, and that'll be fine. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and take a peek. So you're all getting stuck on the pink science. Let's cancel all that stuff that's just hanging there. Because we're stuck waiting on pink science. That's fine. That's all that green science we're going to be switching to. Oh, I was going to... Artillery damage. So you're 2,000. We'll get our first level of range here. Alright, meanwhile, let's pop back over to Novice. And basically it's stacking them as fast as it can. which is all the arms, passing them as quickly across as possible. And then once it finishes a full stack of 1,000, that should make it eligible for the rocket. And all that. So we do have the aluminum falcon. So it's going to request all the science here. And then once... Let's see, once all requests are satisfied, it will head to Gleba. And then we will check item count. And we'll just go to each one of these and say, hey, if you're equal to 0. Item count, if you're equal to 0. Item count equal to 0. And I guess the way we could actually handle this so it doesn't become this weird bottleneck where I have like one science is just weirdly way off from all the other ones, is I probably could go over here and tell them to like change these conditions and have it be like an inactivity one. Yeah, actually, no, because you're going to drop that off easily. So we can go ahead and go here and say, hey, where's your certain condition that you have your bullets are more than the 700 to make sure I have enough to fight back and forth. Yeah, because we should arrive there. We'll have less than 700 bullets when we arrive. And it'll just launch all the stuff off. So we could say, and at least 5 minutes passes. Because it's going to take at least that long to restock the science. I'm expecting to see that science get going soon. Yes, that's what they're doing now, is they're bringing all the science over. Meanwhile, the labs are all trying their hardest to do the research. And are just grabbing it out of there. Shoving into a rocket to send over. Okay. Are there enough rockets to land in a reasonable amount of time? No. Just honestly, the answer to that is no. But if we're waiting on some of the other science to get done first, what should happen is, like the pink science. Well, let's actually check. What are our other ones bringing? So Epoch here, okay. So Epoch is bringing the circuit boards. Hope 1 is bringing those materials. So realistically, why do you have all this in your inventory? Oh, this is probably doomed. No one cares about probably doomed. So what we probably should do is I can make more platforms. So instead of the platforms that we just have that all go back to the main base, instead I can make a platform that, like, it doesn't go back to main base at all. So orange science no longer arrives on any level to the main base. But instead the orange science gets diverted to Gleba. And then just drops here. And then that taking Novice out of the middle of it. Yes, this appears to be balanced now and doing fine. Where it ramps up or down my production as needed. You are just spitting out rotten material in bulk at the moment. Which is certainly a vibe, I guess. Ah. So we're hitting a bottleneck here. We can make this better. So you're now going to have a filter on you. And that filter is going to be for spoilage. And we're gonna need more belts. Oh man. What is rotting that is so much spoilage? Ah, literally that is gone. The whole system is backed up with spoilage right now. Time to burn excess spoilage? Yeah. I mean, okay, the nutrients is getting back into the system. That's good news. Like right now, that should clear up. But I just need faster belts. That's where we're at with all this, is I just need faster belts. Yeah, we could put that in there. Because you already go this way. Trying to think of where I want to divert it from, though. Because the concern is if I put too much spoilage in here instead, we're going to start running into problems there. Alright. And you get your nutrients from there. Oh, I see a problem. This is probably what started this whole thing. Okay. And meanwhile, I can just grab the stack of spoilage and toss it in here. Okay, so I'll bring power back online. Alright, so with that we got everything coming back online. That's good news. Let's see, turn what you can to nutrients, burn the rest. Well, yeah, no, I get that. I'm just not set up in a way that I can easily switch it over. That's basically where that is. I get what you're saying, but right now with the spaghetti, it's pretty hard for me to bring it around to have it processed. But yeah, I know what happened was this got jammed, and when this jammed, everything got rotten because there's nowhere for the materials to go. And what about you? So you're waiting here, you're waiting here. Yeah, so this is what we could do, is over here I could probably make it work. So we'll put a splitter up here. And we'll say priority is to the left. So keep it going back there. But in the event it cannot go back there, start bringing it back around, and we can just shove it in a boiler. Yeah, because when the spoilage backed up, all of the process is jammed. Like, the only thing that was still... Ooh. That may have actually hurt this, too. Did we lose our trees? Okay, so we still have some trees left, but the trees aren't in a great shape. Because stuff rotted on the line. Okay. Yeah, so that's all recovered from here. Okay. So that means anytime we have an excess of spoilage, it should start going that way. And you're working through this part. Okay. Alright, because we're just trying to keep it from jamming as best we can. Alright, so we've got all you sorted out. Are you getting yourselves figured out? Yeah, so it takes a minute to unclog that. You need Wait, what are you? You need nutrients coming in, which comes from there. And that needs more of this getting in. Oh, the whole process is jammed because those trees went. I think you said too much and might be a bit backseat. Oh, well, I'm going to deliberately then not read right up above. Okay, so let's grab those. You're still doing those seeds here. So that's the thing I gotta worry about here. Okay, so you do have a tree coming up there, but I am gonna need to run to some purple area and grab more of the trees. Because what happened with that is I think some of our fruit rotted on the belt because of the nutrients problem. All right. All right, so this should give me more than enough to get stuff sorted out. All right. Yeah, so I've got tons of the jelly fruit. So I put that in there. That should give us plenty of seeds to get everything back online. I do want to get those to be larger areas, but it is going to be a bit of work. So first, get yourself started. Second, have a good time. And meanwhile, for you, oh, the problem is these are coming in basically already rotten. I see. Because of the delay here, these are coming in almost rotten, so it's not getting the chance to finish processing a lot of these. It'll hopefully sort itself out pretty soon. Yeah, that should start sorting itself out. There we go. That's what we want to see. Oh, that's not gonna work. Please grab the egg. You think the solar and the boilers are no longer connected? No, they probably are. Or are they? No, you're right. There we go. That explains what's going on with that. Doesn't help in the short term. I just need this stuff to get back up and running for just a little while. That one's like right about to hatch. Yeah, so problem with this is these are right about to rot. And that's just going to be a problem we're going to have ongoing. Is that these will rot right here. Because they're going to sit here and that only runs when that's needed. Now granted, if it rots, it should turn into... Yeah, I was going to say, that should go into these and just go out the other side. Alright, so it's hopefully this is stabilized again. Yeah, it seems to be sorting itself out. So part of the other problem is we have way too much of this stuff. And, like, it just basically have one material here. And not enough of the other one. So that probably needs to be its own line of stuff, which should be easy to do, because I can just put the conveyor belts up this way. Well, you're never going to go up... Well, no, you have the seeds. Keep planting. There's gonna be a little bit of work getting this sorted out to work better. Because right now with this two belts going in and out, it doesn't afford me a lot of ability to fix this, because like this splits, but that doesn't help me with this. I can probably get it to a point where we go the other way around. Yeah, so right now I'm just getting a very large amount of this. I got lucky on this planet, but I lost the lava planets where I got unlucky. I have, like, in the whole area, I only had the one little patch of tungsten, and there's been no more tungsten since. So I gotta go through, for, like, my next tungsten node, I gotta go through a, medium one. So that's going to be a problem I have to deal with. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and check on... You're doing your thing over here. That's fine. We have... Hope is doing its thing. The Aluminum Falcon is currently got literally nothing has reached it yet. That's kind of a shocker, honestly. Are we waiting on rockets, maybe? Yeah, we gotta... So we're waiting on apparently just one orange science. Yeah, no, it's waiting on just one orange science to fill up the rocket. And I'm not sure where it is. Because we have it. The orange science is filled. Alright, so one thing we're gonna need to do that's overdone, or like been overdue. We're gonna go ahead and get 2 more of these built. And this is probably gonna cause us problems, but that is for later me to worry about. Not there. Okay. Okay, we just upgraded artillery shooting range, so all hell is about to break loose on the home front. Low density structure production rate, our regular bullet speed. That's 5,000 over there. Recycling scrap productivity. We can work on that for getting just blue circuits and all that in here. Okay, and you are going to be set to automatically satisfy things. Alright, so with that, we should have 3 of these rockets going at the same time. The missiles being made somewhere? Not yet, I don't think. We'll deal with that in just a moment. We can go over here, back to our mall. Oh, that's easy. I already have this one sitting here waiting. Let's see. Where are you, Rocket? And we'll try for higher quality, because why not? Alright, so. They're going to work on building those rocket silos. Those will take a while. They'll be inefficient. But it's just another thing on the network. Because I don't know what to do about this one. It's sitting at 1. That should have arrived by now. So it's clearly stuck somewhere. But you can see, there's orange there. There's no shortage of it. So something done goofed. We're gonna unstick it and restick it. Ran out of Logibots? No. It's been sitting there, like something stuck. It's fine. We just kind of hit the off and on again button. So you're doing your thing. Hope 1 is doing its thing. Probably Doom's doing its thing. Alright, so let's get back to what we were working on. So everything's running about as smooth as we can hope for the moment. I need to increase my smelting throughput. So I think I'm going to take these smelters and turn them the other way. No, I'm not. Let me leave that alone. Alright. Let's see, there's a rounding error in there somewhere. Lots of people have run into rockets being loaded up -1, whatever they were set at. Yeah. Why do you not have any? Alright. See if that helps out. I will try and fix the power and see if maybe if I shift these power poles up here and just put like 3 of these things on here, that it can help. Alright. There we go. So it's basically I need to be getting the stack inserters here. And we just don't have the stack inserters here. Cool. So you're basically scooping these things in here as fast as they're producing. And then those are going out. Oh, am I just not making enough of those at all? Alright. And how goes that? You've made a ton. And now you're out of brick. Okay, so let's grab all those. And these are going to be made for making the heating tower. So we did actually get a heating tower we can produce here. Because the plan is to switch to using a heating tower over here to get a lot more power out of the same amount stuff we've got here. And then we can grab another inserter here. And then I'm going to have to go and set up all the stuff I need for like power or heat exchangers and all that kind of nonsense. Alright, so those not the best for heat. We'll get there. Alright, but nevertheless, let's go ahead and look at, we need the heat exchangers to make that worth anything. So we can go ahead and get a heat exchanger here. So get that. We'll need some heat pipe. Probably get myself just a brand new, well actually, don't we have a spare offshore pump? That'll be fine. Yeah, that'll be fine. So we'll start with that. I have no idea how many of these we can pull off. You don't need to be there. That's not how that works. And grab you, bring you down there. Put down a couple pieces of pipe. And now I could grab this. It'll bring that across. Yeah, bring it down here. It'll be fine. Where are you at? Just make all of it. And what are we missing? You're missing steel. We should have plenty of that now. Okay. Alright, so with that, we have this, we've got that going in here. The temperature right now is only 15°C, because that basically has no fuel going in. Was that getting high enough? Alright, so we're going to go ahead and say... You're now going to stay on... Alright, no, we're working on it. So I actually need more, is what we're getting out of this. I can also shut these down and start putting them to use on other things. I don't know if we're going to be able to get that to a point a boiler will work. Or sorry, so we can go pull that off. So once you run out of steam, I'm going to grab the steam engines off here. And we'll see, because this should be more efficient. But I'm going to need way, way, way more stuff to keep that running. The other thing we can do in the meantime is I'm going to make a reservoir for the steam. Because this needs to run steadily to get that up to temperature. I need a lot more to go in there. Which again is a weird feel to be like, hey, could I have way more spider things? I'd really like way more spider things. Yeah, can I have more spider things in my life? I'd like to have more spider things in my life. No, I am sure. We'll figure that out in a minute. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. So, for increasing the amount of throughput of the horrible spider things, so you don't need a lot. Actually, you do use quite a bit of nutrition, don't you? Been here since the wasted stream, but semi-okay? Nah, that's all good. Lurkers make the internet go round. Alright. So I can probably do a lot of this fairly easily. Alright. Let's see. Aren't there other things with higher fuel value we could use? Not very much yet. I'm sure there are, but, you know, we'll get there. So I've got you. We got you. That'll be an easy one to set up. That's a hard one to actually make match up. That's fine. I can work with it this way. Like, it's water to all of them. So next thing I need to do is change this up, get rid of that. Instead, get our underground to take this across so we could hopefully get all that sorted. And then you'll need a couple of these. You'll need a couple of these. All right, and then we're gonna expect to have a lot of spoilage get down this line. Okay. So the good news of this is, by the time we get to the end here, we're probably looking at spoilage starting to become a real thing. How do I want to approach that? Honestly, I'm just going to let pile up on the end there. And just assume it's going to be spoilage. And that's going to be my plan. So grab you. Have you go under. And let's see, spoilage. This is guaranteeing we're going to get a little bit of spoilage that is kind of wasteful, but also I don't really care. Oh, but you're not going to have this over here. We're going to have to change all of that logic. Alright, that's fine. The logic's there to keep us from overfilling it. We can always deal with this and the consequences of it later. Alright. Yeah, it's an icon for pizza. It's nutrition, because we're dealing with biological things. Oh, you don't need that. All right. Well, with this, we have just begun the process of entirely too much production here. This is going to make nutrition now a major issue. Let's start trying to get all these nutrition belts upgraded the whole way through, so that they can actually reach where I need them. I do suspect we're going to need more gun. That's all fine. Do I need plates? Yeah, I do. Let's actually go grab one of these two guns. For right now is just a band-aid solution. Bring it over here, and we can chuck some ammo in there. So that way if nutrition doesn't arrive in those hatch, we can deal with it. Why are you not getting more? You're still lagging on this one. We have so much of this. I don't understand how that's the one that's lagging all the time. It's fine. We'll deal with it when we get there. Anyways, back to the belts. Cool. And then we need a upgraded splitter. And use the upgrade underground over there. That one doesn't need to be upgraded. Alright. Is that chest slowing it down? Which one? Because this chest is empty. I mean, the chest here. Well, the chest is empty. You don't have any more of your stuff here. Oh, it might literally be getting stuck here. We might need to expand our farm. Probably do need to expand our farm, honestly. It's getting there. All right. Okay, so pretty soon we'll have that brought through. And hopefully we'll get all this stabilized. Go down here, and that's you and you. Alright, so I need an underground and a splitter. Sustainable spider farming is the future. Yeah. The same inserters all along the way? No, yeah. Like, we definitely need to do things like get our splitter inserters up there, which means getting some of the stuff to make the bioplastic or whatever. But, you know, the bioplastic is still just another thing that I'm going to need more materials for. Okay, we've got all that. Okay. So once we get these last undergrounds and all that, then we are fully upgraded the whole way. So that's 1, 2, 3, I believe. Yeah, so we got this splitter, those last undergrounds there, and that's the whole length of that upgraded. And then it's going to be figuring out what the heck is going on farther up the line. And what I think it is I think we've actually hit the point that the farm I have is inadequate, and I need to expand the farm. Yeah, because, like, that's getting its material. So I'll probably aim to do is I'll probably aim to make myself a spot over here for one of these there, and a separate one, like, around here for this whole area. And I don't mind leaving that one where it is. Basically go and then just have this one bring in, like, whatever these... Well, it would be this one going into that side. But basically bring more of these things over, so that I can keep the input here pretty much filled up the whole time. We're not, in fact, making enough eggs. Yeah, no, we're working on it. It's the nutrients is the problem. I'm just not getting enough nutrients through the system. So as a result of that, it's just not keeping up. Alright. Hey, hush. Alright, so what's going on here? So we're not getting the bioflux through. And the bioflux is not getting the mash through. And the mash isn't getting through because there's literally no mash here. Which it's dealing with right now. So we are dealing with the farm on the initial part is the problem right now. So I am going to go ahead and plop down 2 of those. Soon as I figure out where it was on here so I can build those. There you are. I need spoilage. Okay, so plan here is to put 1 over on this side, and then 1 over on this side to try and cover it. If I put it down here, I should get the most area coverage I can. Okay, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is... place you. And all that. Should they overlap? Right now, I mean, it's probably fine. Because the issue is, like, I can't use the whole area. So I'm just trying to make do. More than likely that one that we have at the start might end up going away. Oh, I want to actually build you. Okay, because the issue is I need to get the conveyors back here. So I am going to need to lay down some land. Which means I need to go run up here. So we'll need to lay down some land, because I might actually get rid of the very first one and move it. That way I can control that one always gets these seeds and that one gets the other ones. So I don't have to do the back and forth of, like, sorting the lines. Because of that, I can get rid of the filter splitter at the beginning. And that filter splitter at the beginning is what's causing a lot of stuff to get stuck. I'm going to run back over here and fix that real quick. All right. If I make the 2 big undergrounds, we can see how far I can get those undergrounds over here. All right, thanks for the heads up. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Where are those ground pieces we just made? All right. So I will need at least that much so I can take the underground over. Same deal. I'm going to need at least a little bit here to take them over. It'll plan to just bring them right in line with what's already there. They'll probably make that go straight across. We'll lose these plants. This one will go away. So you have time to head out? Gotcha. Well, thank you so much for hanging out. I do appreciate it. All right. So we've got that. That connects that one. So I can go here, 2 of those. And then I need more iron plate. Let's just focus on only making the better ones now. All right. So out and in. All right, because what the plan here is going to be is I'm going to try and get this connected, and I'm going to make it so this belt up here will be one of the materials, that one will be the other material. It doesn't even matter which way they go, either way. And then once I do that, I'm going to have them merge in so it's always one lane is one lane is the other. No splitter required here. And then that should keep those queued up solid so it won't back up nearly as bad. Let's see, how do we transport nutrients? Fuel-like items? Nutrients, it comes from stuff like spoilage, it comes from this stuff, and we're just trying to get all that going as fast as we can. And these are processing as quick as they can. Cool. So little by little we're getting that sorted. All right. We've almost got the first one sorted out here. Meanwhile, we can go over here. So I had to chop down the one to make room. Okay. The bags, let's see. You fell asleep. Did we find any splitters yet? Yes. We are processing their eggs as fuel. It's not even a meme. It's what we're doing. Alright, meanwhile, while we wait, let's try and get power down here to you. Because that'll be a little bit more. can probably get away with just one little tower there in the corner, and then run it up to this area, because this area we're gonna pull this up after a bit. It's gonna take a hot minute. Because also this way, when it comes to the eggs coming back, I'll stop running into that problem where, like, this happens. Where, like, one starts getting stuck because I'm getting too much of one type of egg versus the other. Alright. We're almost ready to pull this thing up. Okay, so with this, you get those seeds. You get these seeds. You get put in the box. You get put here. Alright. So let's take all this up real fast. It's not what I need now. And instead, I'm going to want a splitter here. And that splitter is going to filter those seeds to the right. Its other right. Alright. So with that... Oh, fine, I'll take it this way. So with that, that means those seeds are going there successfully. And with just a little bit more, we'll then have these seeds going down here successfully. Alright, so seeds are reaching their proper destinations. Okay, so put a place for power there. Perfect. And just like that, we are in business. Now you need one more power tower. That's fine, we can go and grab dirt. At one spot right there. Okay, and you're online. Alright, so now we grab you, bring you under. I'll need to have a couple more tiles right here. Planet gives Harvest League vibes. To a certain extent, yeah. Okay. And with that, these should be all connected. So you're expecting those kind of seeds. You're expecting these kinds of seeds. So just keep doing your thing, man. These are all out of your range, so I'll pull those up real quick. So you can go ahead and have those in there to just drop off. Alright. So that should take care of those. Meanwhile, for you, if these ones are out of range. Okay. So this should... I was going to take... I'll take a restroom break here in just a minute. I was going to take a restroom break during the ad break and then just got caught up in needing to get stuff going. Alright. So with this, that should improve the throughput here. I need to put down more of the ground. And then as we do that, we'll get a lot bigger area to work with. This one's not as good. I'll probably end up needing another one of these, but that's okay. The point is, we should have a surplus of seeds coming in now. This shouldn't back up one way or the other anymore. That should all help keep this running. Meanwhile, how are you doing on getting an unreasonable amount of eggs? You are not. We're getting no steam. It is slowly building up heat, but nowhere near enough. You are not running because of nutrition, which nutrition is filling up the belt, but it's just way too many machines trying to run. I think realistically, this machine on the end needs to go. Right now I'm going to yank that up and I'm going to put the eggs in there. And that'll mess up this whole procedure, but we can make that work. So in that case, let's pull those up, grab you, replace this with those. So you're running fine. We can grab the conveyor belt here. Switch you to spoilage. And that fixes that. Alright. So that should help out with that. You took a little bit of damage because you had an egg hatch in there because of not enough nutrients. There's going to be a problem with this for a little bit here. Yeah, good news is this thing has a giant area it can grow in, so as it gets established, that should fix itself. But we are struggling a little bit. How are these doing? Any of these getting dangerously close to hatching? No. I mean, that one on the right isn't in great shape. Yeah, so we're basically stuck until those grow. So it's just, I need to grow way more. Alright. And while that does its thing for a minute, I'm going to quickly use the restroom, and I will be right back. So you can all watch the factory, and I'll be back here in just a moment. So thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be right back. Alright. And honestly, where people mentioned that, like, when we went to arrive here, people were like, oh yeah, this is the planet people hate the most. I can see why, but I actually really like it. I still think I like the electric planet the most, but I do like, again, that this is another planet that you just take the way you'd normally approach a planet, and you just gotta chuck it out the window, because it's just not gonna work. Alright, so let's grab you. I'm gonna chuck that in there. Okay, so I'm gonna keep putting down more of the soil. And And I'm kind of watching for those to get, like, a little bit of extra seeds inside of them, and when they get extra seeds, we'll deal with it. You like farms, though, so there's a bias? Well, we're factory farming. I hear that doesn't upset anyone. So what's happening here? Why are you not running right now? Oh, you need more of this. Right, which means we're waiting on the harvest. Yes, I figure every time we get to that second row, we'll add more on here. So it does seem like this is now resolved for this material. Now it's the jelly. The jelly is our new pain point. Just cut down all nearby trees because we can. Alright. Yeah, no, it's interesting, like, the idea of growing all of this. And how much we could do with it. So we did get some wood and some other burnable stuff. I'm just gonna run over here and say, hey, here is some wood to help you out. Well, as soon as I can figure out where the heck it went again. But here's that. There's the wood. So yeah, where people mention this thing, I don't think that's gonna work for us. Like the amount I'm gonna have to feed into that is gonna be astronomical. Oh, you're all about to hatch. Hey, hang on. You need to go in the oven. No spiders. Please grow. The entire rest of the factory is just waiting for you to grow. Yeah, that's basically the point that's hurting us right now, is we're not getting enough nutrition. And the big reason we're not getting enough nutrition is basically these crops. I just need more of them. Let's see. We can run up here and see if I can't find more of them up here. And that might be a way for us to get a couple more seeds and all that. You think it's equalizing between heat and converter? Yeah, no, it does that. It's just gonna take a while. But it's one of those things that's like really... Basically, I need a lot more material to get it up and running. I do think once I have enough, it's worthwhile. But I'm gonna need to be making a lot more stuff to burn for that to work. One thing we can get to the point is if we start getting enough spare spoilage, I can make carbon out of the spoilage. And it's okay for like coal or whatever. All right. This is a huge area if you really wanted to grow, like, if you wanted to go macro scale with your farms. This area is giant. That whole area, I think, is like a huge area of it's purple. It's probably only the deep... Oh, no, it's only the light purple areas that count. Yeah, it's still a lot of them over there. And how goes our little yellow cloud? It just keeps building and building. It seems to be when I pull stuff up that it releases the spores. And I don't really know the implications of that. Alright, so our accumulators just ran out of power. That's not what you like to see. Okay, so for this, I'm just gonna feed you manually. Alright, so that's gonna get that up and running, which is gonna get the other stuff up and running, which should get our nutrients sorted out for a little bit here. That's fine. Alright, so we gotta do something to get our power going short term. And drop a little bit more wood in here, but that's not really nearly enough for what I need. There's some wood. That gets it off the ground. Yes, it is equalizing there. Let's see, where do you get basic ores in this planet? So, you see like that little nodule? It's like right behind my head. You see this little nodule? It's called a copper stromalite. You get a little bit of copper out of that, and you also get bacteria. And you can use those bacteria to then make other things. And then there's a process where you make the bacteria, you give them nutrients and basically grow bacteria colonies. Which is one of the things that is becoming a problem because of the nutrition. What I probably need to do is where I've got that set up right now, I probably need to break off the nutrition production to its own area. That way I can scale it up a little bit and pass it through. But I really think it is just the farm holding it back. I just need to keep the factory running a little bit till we get some more seeds to expand the purple part of it. And we can keep doing that, it should stabilize. Alright, so that brings you online for a little bit here. Alright, so we've got nutrition coming through pretty quick again. Yeah, and upgrading these just gives more there. Increases the spoil time as well. Alright. Yeah, so it definitely feels like nutrition is the big bottleneck. Which might just be I need to be producing more of this. Which is going to be more stuff either. Do you love how varied the different playstyle all the new planets are? Well, that's what I was saying is, I can see why people don't like this playstyle, but it's absolutely one of those things I'm like, but also, I think it's good. Alright. So you're busy doing your thing, and that's just processing as fast as you can. Right, so I think needs to happen is we're making this jelly and this stuff. I think that needs to be expanded. And the problem is, I need space to do that. Now, when it comes to our nutrition, honestly, you know what? This probably can go away. This is not even a meaningful amount of nutrition anymore, and it starts mostly spoiled as is. So let's get rid of this whole spoilage line. And now the spoilage line is going to feed into our energy. Oh, I do need... That's fine. We can do it like that. Yeah, so you need to go up here, and then all of this can go away. Oh, wait. Yeah, from here you cannot go that way. You need to keep going this way. Because that's where our seeds go. So what I can do is I could do a thing where spoilage goes back around, seeds go down here, and that'll be fine. Yeah, because then I can take the output on this one. Yeah, that's what I could do. Right, because then I can probably move these to be produced up here. The seeds go out this way, spoilage goes out that way. I think that's ultimately what we'll do, is I'll have the conveyor belt come up here. We could go ahead and say right around here. Then I'll have the machines on our side. And grab you. And you. So then we can have the main conveyor belt go right down the middle. I need to get assembly machines doing this, so I'm not pocket doing it all. Yeah, so you can bring like all the produce stuff right down the middle here, because then it'll be easier to expand. And then I'll bring this over, and then what we could do is we can end up having it so it spits out like the fruit and the seeds out one side, fruit seeds and spoilage out this side, and then, you know, we'll do the filter splitters. Spoilage goes out this way, you know, spoilage one way, seeds the other way, that kind of thing. Yeah, because you're in here. And then we'll take... Well, actually, we could probably use the long arms to put the spoilage and the seeds on the outside. There's not as much. And then we have the other ones bring these back down. And then with that, we could potentially take this area, and we can start moving... You need nutrients? Yeah, you need nutrients. So yeah, so I can basically take this whole area, get rid of it, put it up here, give myself more space. That'll let me expand this area to be around here, to get maybe 2 or 3 of these going instead of like twisted in here as absolute spaghetti. Which would then let me expand this a little bit more. And that would hopefully start giving me enough throughput to keep these all running. The good news is at least some of this is getting the whole way down. And you're not running at all because I'm just not doing enough here to justify all, like, how much of this we're getting. Okay. So then meanwhile, we'll end up having the fruit, as it were, go back down. You know, that's what I need to be doing over here. Right now, I've got these sitting, just backing up. Well, no, if I fix that, our power's gonna be more and more of an issue. Yeah, no, you're losing temperature. Now, okay, so you're still equalizing, you're getting there. So eventually we will start building up steam in there. Once we do that, we can start worrying about putting, like, some steam engines on that, and maybe it'll improve. How are you doing on your seeds, by the way? You getting more of those? So give me those. I'll grab 50 nutrition. Yeah, grab... Actually, do I have enough? 1 second. We'll grab 50 nutrition, and I'll put down 2 more areas to get more of that, and that'll work out there. Another thing I actually need to do that we've been sleeping on this planet the whole time, I haven't built out any of the mall and all that. Eventually, I gotta make a rocket. The ability to build a rocket to get us off of here. Now, granted, it could even be one of those things that I don't sweat it, and I just bring the materials over. How is our vehicle doing? Where are you right now? Aluminum Falcon. It does have the red, the green, the black, and the blue science loaded up now. Let's go check down here at how we're going. The purple science is still a work in progress. These are eventually going to get built. We do have them queued up here. Over here. So they're basically waiting on electric motor. Oh, do I have electric motors on here? I probably do, right? Yeah, they're right here. Yeah, and they're waiting on the regular motors, which are waiting on gears. And the gears are full? What? Oh, no. No, you've got them. It's literally you just need them shipped over. Oh, no, you don't. You stopped producing. That's your problem. Okay, there we go. But yeah, so that should help that. We can go back over there, check on what's going on with the various sciences. Yeah, so we're out of the pink stuff. Which is why you're stuck. So, something that doesn't use the pink stuff. Or the green stuff that we don't have right now. Not yet, at least. Steel plate production I'm not too worried about. I could improve the drill... Oh, man, that's 5,000. 1,000 for more laser damage. Sure. And our 2,000 after that, and we can leave it at that for right now. Because that'll help with all of our defenses on the other planet. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab 100 nutrients, make some more ground, get some more of the purple stuff being grown, and keep scaling up more and more. Because that's what happens, is eventually we hit the point where this starts backing up. Actually, you know what? Oh, right, so... No, don't do that. It's fine. I'll deal with it in a minute. Actually, I believe if I put it down like this... I can pick up the old stuff. Alright. Hey, the follow. Welcome to stream. Okay, so that should take care of that. That did give us a bunch more growable tile. Cool. So that gave us 2 more trees that were growing there at the moment. Oh, I'm guessing those 2 don't count. Right, because you didn't plant them. They're like in the middle of the tile. I gotcha. Yeah, so those 2 are blocking it from growing more. Honestly, let's just make sure this is all fine. Because I think a lot of it was just genuinely stuck because those are planted by the other machine before we got here. Cool. Alright, so that should take care of that. We can go ahead and run back up here. That should clear a bunch of this up. Which should get our nutrients started to get sorted out again. And once our nutrients are sorted out again, I need to grab enough to put down a little bit more ground. And it will be good. Right, and I need to route the spoilage out. Yeah, so spoilage is the only thing that can go up here. So this is one that doesn't need to even be the style. And bring you right here, turn you this way. This much the conveyor belt is no longer needed for literally anything. Alright, so any spoilage going through here should go out that way. Alright, meanwhile, let's drop that back in there so it keeps putting on there, because I don't want to take too much, because then we'll have these egg hatching. Alright, that's a little bit more ground for us to build on. How do you have, like, no seeds? It's like sometimes I'm swimming in seeds, and other times there's just, like, literally none. Alright, so another thing that would help is production modules. Those will be a little tricky for us to make because we need plastic, which we can actually make plastic with one of the processes here. We just haven't hit the point of being able to make that happen quite yet. Alright, so we're getting this up slowly but surely. It is a thing that, yeah, it is picking up heat and it's going there. I'm not expected to be able to run that many boilers off of it, but once it's up to its 500, we'll see what happens. In the meantime, let's go ahead and get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna remove this because it's not doing anything anymore. There's that. And I will go up here and just go, all right. Pop a couple of these. I actually switched that bar. Alright. So that way if it does start producing steam, we'll be able to get some power out of it. And then that thing's supposed to be way more efficient, so we'll work on it. We don't have... Actually, do have a bunch of wood. Let's really let it crank up that heat for a minute. Alright. So you're still waiting to do your thing. You're good here on the green side. Now we're waiting on the red side. Which, like I said, weirdly all of a sudden I have no seeds for. Even though, like, none of that processing should have failed or anything. And that's what has me confused. You're not backed up anywhere. I'm not accidentally dumping it into the furnace, right? So you put that up there, it goes down here, and it goes down. So you're fine. Hey. Calm down. Alright. Yeah, so these two aren't being recognized as valid. So put that here. And I need them to actually make seeds. But yeah, so I'm thinking we need to try and get the plastic up and running, which also requires this stuff. And we get the plastic up and running, I can then start to go and use that to get the materials we have. Sorry, we can get the plastic over here, and with the plastic over here, I can get some of the production modules going. And so stuff like this will effectively get a higher chance of getting seeds by getting an extra run of production every so often from the same amount of materials made. Meanwhile, we can do the same thing we did with the other place here. And get your ground moved. Okay, so this is the outer edge here. You found disabling space dust. Fixes the issue. What issue were you looking at? What is disabling space dust fix? What's the issue? Oops, wrong channel. Gotcha. That would explain why I was confused. Cool. So we've got a couple of those down. That's good news. We got a ton of these down. They'll hopefully resolve this soon. Has anyone ever told me I look like Chad Kroger? Nope. Literally nobody. All right. We got to get this sorted. So we've got this the whole way back. So we're good on there. You look like Rual Storge? Yeah, it's the same thing. It's like, I have no idea who that person is that we're talking about right now. But then in there, see, we can't keep boosting the heat. Like, it's coming up gradually. The bigger issue is just the weirdness we're having with these, where I keep running out of seeds despite nothing rotting. Apparently a musician in Nickelback? Ah. Nope, again, never heard that before. That is quite literally a first. Okay, so we are running into an issue with basically the bandwidth of what we got here. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to snake this one through here and get this conveyor belt to go up that way. And then once I've got the conveyor belt gone up through here, we can go ahead and get that. Yep, so that'll bring that this way. And we can go like this. This segment of belt literally doesn't do anything anymore. And that's for spoilage. That also doesn't do anything anymore. Okay, so with this then, this should all be hooked up and ready. I just need a couple of inserters to take stuff back out of here. And that's going to give us a couple things. So we do want to try and get the seeds and the spoilage out the other side. So these will be for the jelly. The jelly only. And then these will be for our seeds and for spoilage if something goes wrong. Okay, so with that, we can do it this way. So what I'm going to do with this is I'll probably go up here. And right after that last point there, we'll make this one says output priority, spoilage. And the spoilage can just feed in right down there. That's you here. It's going to be low volume, so I'm not too worried about any meaningful amount of stuff. Okay. So with that, if I get this moved over that way, that'll take care of this part. The only thing I've got left is I need to get the seeds back. Those are the wrong way, that's fine. I can go like this. I know I'm mixing belts, so you're gonna have to fix all of this later. Okay, and that'll put seeds back on the system. Alright, so with that, it's time to replace this segment of belt here. And then I'll need a thing here on the end for spoilage. So if we get a spoilage here in the end, you get fed back around. So it should improve the throughput of there. And then the next step after that... There we go. And the next step after that is we will go to this side and get that hooked up. So you're gone here. Whoa, 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 whoa! Stop. What? Oh, you didn't have the filter on all of you. Okay, that's on me. No, not that one. Okay. All right. Let's try that again. With all of that happening. I was watching your stream and you were just trying to think who you reminded me of? Gotcha. No, there's like nothing wrong with it. It's just not a thing I hear. Which, you know, whatever. Neither here nor there. So the only problem here is right now I do not want that to stop. So what I am going to do is one of these numbers. We're going to use the forbidden science. That is when it starts to back up. We have some buffer chests. So that way it keeps running, so we keep getting the goodies out of it. Erling Gleba, I'm enjoying it. I do get why there's a lot of people who probably don't like it. But at the same time, I'm like, I really do like that it's just very different. Yeah, so we need to just have it keep consuming those as fast as it can. Yeah, there we go. And you're starting to get your stuff growing too, so that's good news. Alright. So we've got that wired up where we can expand on that. So now this should never struggle because of jelly missing. Now the next one is to do this one. That one's a little bit more belts. Just make the whole stack. Definitely your least favorite of the first 4 planets. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong. I still think my favorite planet is the Zappy planet. Couldn't sleep, so you came back? Gotcha. I know how that is. I need your nutrients to happen now. It's becoming a real problem. Volcano is your least favorite aesthetically? Agreed. The volcano planet, like, I made the comment of I enjoyed it, but if looking back on it with the other planets I've experienced so far, it also felt like the one that changed the least. Like, we're really looking into it, digging into it, you're like, yeah, but in a lot of ways, it kind of is just the normal factory, but faster. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh yeah, I still got you to take care of, don't I? Alright, so the good news is we've now got it to the point that we're just jellying it up as fast as we can. But once we get all this out of here as well, I will have space, once that's all sorted, to get these and expand those to be better. The foundry is so cool, though. You went back and redid every smelting area of the foundries because they're just so cool. Yeah, like, the foundries are neat, but really when it boils down to it, the foundry is just like, what if your smelters were faster? Because they liquefied everything instead, which is still cool. Like, I don't want to dismiss it. It's just, when it comes to how it changes the way you play, it doesn't change that much. So you're having a biter issues mid-game, but you're about to get to Fulgora. Wonder of Planets, if Novus gets overrun, can you just ignore it for a bit? You can, but it's still going to be your main factory, so you will have to go back and fix it. If you can get like a proper defense set up that'll mostly maintain itself while you're gone, that'll help. Some of the ways you can do that is if you get the construction bots and repair kits on your network in range of some walls and guns, you can basically just do that. Yeah, and you can also remote control the tanks and all that. That's like not even a technology unlocked, just you get the tank and you can remote control it. Alright, so we'll have that. That'll bring the seeds and all that out here. So good stuff, other stuff. This time with less colossal failure on getting it all working. But yeah, and then what I could do is I could bring that down, plug it in here, we can rip all that up. Because then I won't even need the splitters to do anything here. Yeah, no, that's the thing. There's lots of ways of going. That's a huge tip. No problem. Yeah, no, it's good to have, like, a wall and some guns behind it, but it's also good to have the tanks to deal with when, you know, when you're like, alright, this nest is getting to be too much of a problem. Let me jump in this tank real fast and go deal with it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. Did I start stream early? Wait, why is that not adding up? Wait, I didn't start stream early. There wasn't a time change, was there? We should be due for a time change soon. Because it should be at 9 hours of stream right now. And we're very... Daylight savings time. Gotcha. I was sitting there, I was like, wait a second. Yeah. I knew it was coming up, I just didn't realize it today. Wait, how do you remote control tank? Here, I can show you. So, I've got my tank over here on Novus, so I go to Novus. And I can go to my tank and say, this tank, drive remotely, right here in the middle of the screen. And now you can. Yep. Oh yeah, no, if you're using laser turrets, here is a warning. If you're using laser turrets and you increase your artillery range, just keep in mind, for a little bit there, your defenses are gonna get hammered. And I'm also noticing I must be running out of artillery shells. Okay, am I out of them, or is it just logistic drone struggles? It's logistic drone. What is going? Did I break my logistics somewhere? What is happening? Ah. Well, no, it's still connected. But no, that's still all connected. You're all still on the network, right? Yeah, because you're anywhere you have like a diagonal attachment, anywhere the orange touches, whether it's at a corner, whatever is fine. Let's just, out of a sense of paranoia, get some of these areas that have gaps in them to not have gaps in them anymore. Because it does feel like something back in my home base is not doing what it needs to do. Alright, so that should definitely be connected now, because it is all gridded out the whole way here. This is a solid wall here and solid lines the whole way down here. That is all diagonally connected and all that. Oh, you know what probably is? All of my logic bots are just dealing with the science. And how's the aluminum Vulcan doing? It is down to only 2 types of science not there. And so the pink isn't going to get done. Honestly, we'll take the pink off the roster for now. And then once it gets that orange in there, then it'll go back home and it'll drop it all off. And it'll be good. Well, and actually, it'll come back over here. And actually, when you get back, for right now, you're going to stay. That way I can have it drop its cargo position and everything. We deal with that. I am worried this spore cloud is going to cause problems. I don't know what those problems are going to be, just that's going to cause them. Okay, good. So we're producing the eggs again. They are getting over here. We've almost got that heater up to a temperature where it should be able to boil water. Okay, that's fine, whatever. Alright. So we're not getting nearly enough of that. We still somehow have a little bit of science, but we'll worry about that when we get there. Okay. So we do have our conveyor belt now. So what I want to do is that's already connected on this side. This side is the good output. That is the stuff we want. That needs to go down here. Like right to this spot there. So we are going to need to do some shenanigans here. That's gonna need to go somewhere. I'm gonna have to figure that out. That's fine. So right now, that's fine. This will go the whole way up. It goes in the middle. This is our garbage out. So let's go ahead and pop over here and say you and you, you and you. We'll need these. And so this is going to be filtered to give us not the mash, that. Alright, meanwhile, you're going to be filtered to get rid of the garbage, and then the seeds. Now if I get power on that, then we should be able to get some good stuff going on. Okay, so things I need to do, get this belt to feed in over here. Actually, this can be much better, because this is feeding only in on one side. We don't even need to do that. Forget I said that thing. What we're going to do is we're going to bring that over and just smack it into the side of this, and then that one belt carries both now. So it consolidates space and will just be better for all of it. Now I think this works. So with that should actually be ready to just basically plug and play. And then all of this crap down here can go away. So it's time to see if we broke literally everything. Have a good time. Unload chest with green material. Oh yeah, no, it is unloading. It'll unload as it gets gaps. Oh, you're set wrong. You're set wrong. There we go. Okay, so that is not working. That's alright. What we could do is turn that way. And do that. And just wiggle it around. Oh, that is a problem. Don't do that. Stop. Get that out of here. We need to grab that. Okay, so those buffers, I cannot use those buffers the way we have been. That'll be a thing that breaks a lot of stuff. Because it'll pull it off that belt and it won't necessarily put it on the same side. We can make that work, though. But honestly, I'm going to use this area for other stuff, so we can probably just let that continue being what it is. And just let it do its job. And drop you in here. Okay, we are getting seeds back. So, how are you doing now? So you're getting more of those up. Still more to do. You're doing fine down here. Keep doing your thing. Have some of that, I don't care. I guess we can just leave these here. Even though those should, like, never see action. Alright, so with that said, you're done, you're done, you're done. You're done, you're done, you're done, you're done, you're done. All of this can go. It's not being used anymore. Okay, so that one piece is. But it is already grabbing that and crossing it, so I don't need that. This is the only one that's got to stay. Because in the event that some of this rots on the belt, this is where it ends up. So that one's got to stay. And we can figure out what we're doing with that. Let's see, not to mention the spoilage mountain that is the buffer box. Yeah, we can go ahead and honestly just grab the whole thing. And have a good time. That'll be a little extra nutrition on there. Yeah, you're already set this way, so you can just sit in there and rot. It'll be fine. Okay, so with that, that'll sort that out for right now. You are just about to hit temperature that you'll run here. Which, for the record, I'm going to go long again. I know, it's a real shocker. No one saw that coming. Right now, just turn these. Just don't bother. Because this'll rot in here, and it'll just become the other stuff. Did I just have a stack? It's fine, whatever. Okay. So we've got that going on. We've got our seeds slowly working their way back here. Yeah, because if anything spoils here, it should go this way. Yeah, that's the thing that surprised me. I'm seeing, like, no seeds coming out of this whole area. They're going through full stacks. Oh, never mind. There goes one. Alright. So, we've got this set up. We now have a much, much higher throughput here. We are going to need to make this work better. Oh, you know what? You don't have to work this way anymore. Yeah, so I don't need this part of this either. Okay. That gives me a lot more adaptability over here as well. So we still have to worry about spoilage on this end here. Which might become a problem. But what I can do in the meantime is we can get the throughput here improved. So let's go grab your biolab right there. You're making more of this. So that's the jelly and all that. Before we get all excited about the jelly, this needs to go down here and get passed through. We also need nutrition in this building, which is where things start to get complicated. So let's start to plan here. So you Yeah, you three will ultimately go here. Nutrition, on the other hand, we can figure out where we're going to put that. So right now, we did have this all mashed together previously because there's no space to work. We've got space to work now. But what I need to do... All right. Yeah, so what I could do... Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Let's go ahead and put you there. And I'm going to grab you. You needed what? You just need this? I don't actually have another one of those labs. Hey, give me an egg. Okay, so for that, I need 5 nutrients. Boom. Done. Lab. So what I can do is I can put a lab here. It passes nutrition back into this one. As it has the availability, it adds nutrition onto the conveyor belt down here. This part's the nutrition part. That part's this stuff. Ultimately, I'm probably going to move all of my iron production stuff out of here too, but I'll worry about that when that becomes necessary to worry about. Yeah, so with this one, I can go right here, and you now take... Sorry. You now take... Actually, this makes it even easier. Not the right recipe. You make that. So what we can go ahead and do here is you have one output that's literally right there. You have an output that's there. You have inputs here. And then you'll ultimately get outputs over here to drop your stuff here to be brought across somehow. I'll figure that out in a minute. But with this, then we can have this dump all of its nutrition on this line. This is going to need to be adjusted, is what's going to happen. No, we had one pop. It's fine. Okay, so that'll wire that in. You're waiting on that initial nudge of nutrition. Wrong one. Your initial nudge of nutrition. Oh, you're not the one who needs the nutrition to start with. So how much nutrition do you... Okay, so you've got this here. All right, give me that nutrition back. You go in here. All right. We should end up with a surplus of this, I would assume. Or not. Or literally it's consuming every last bit of that popping in to just keep that belt running solid. I can live with that. All right. And then we are going to have to set this up to get rid of, we've already got it on there. Go here, you will need to use filters, grab spoilage. Cool, so we'll pass the spoilage through when it happens. And that'll just get swept up other ways. All right. So, I think we want to do the same thing on the other side. Is, instead of having these two down here, put it up here and have it passing this way and get rid of all this crap. Because that means this belt can go, that belt can go, and all of that. So let's plan to start changing this. So I'm just trying to figure out the route I want to take for some of these things. So we can clean this up. So plan will be to get rid of that. We still do want to get some of this over here. We can bring that around. Yeah, because that's ultimately going down here, right? Yes, it's going down here on the outside. I can't go to the outside. We can make this work. All right. Make sure we use filter U. Move that and spoilage. And then for you... you move spoilage on that side. We'll dump the spoilage out here, because that'll just go into the burners. And you ran out of nutrition. Oh, right, because you're just putting this out, but you're not bringing any back in for yourself either. But this is where we can kind of do a little bit of a cheeky thing. If I put the other one of these on the other side, they could pass nutrition across to each other. Alright, so that's now going through, so we're going to take that off the grid. We're going to grab you out of here. We're going to pick up this, that feeds you, grab you, grab you. That's for spoilage. So I can grab you, and you, and you. Grab the spoilage. Oh, no, you're nutrition this way. But you have nutrition that way. Oh, right. We'll have to get that hooked up. Right now, I'm sitting enough iron, I'm not worried about that. We can fix that. We can fix that in a minute. So grab all of you out of here. And then grab all of you out of here. And you just feed back into yourself. So right now, this can go away. It doesn't serve any purpose anymore. So you can go right here and just say, hey, this, get rid of this spaghetti. It's gross. I don't like it. Get it out of here. And all you are gone, and you are gone. You're looking for more of this. That's fine. That's been broken. So you're gone. You're not going to be necessary in about 2 seconds anyways. We'll probably end up moving that anyways. Alright. Yep, and that should take it all the way through all that. Let's repair that damaged building. Okay, so meanwhile, let's grab you. Plunk you here. Grab your recipe. And just like before, what I said is I'm going to go ahead and do is have you turn that way. And you'll be this way. And you drop off the nutrition in here. You're this way and this way. Oh, you're one off. Okay, hang on. Well, that felt clever. Until it faced reality, and then the cleverness died real quick. We can use this as just a way of, like, booting that up. Alright. That's fine. We can still make this work. Let's just get all that sorted out for a minute. Okay. So these are passing nutrition back and forth. I wanted to have that pass it across, which we can kind of do. I could have it pass into a box. I mean, yeah, I could do that, have it pass to a box back and forth, but that means nowhere near enough of these going. Because unfortunately, these aren't two ways. Okay, so problem is I need to boot those up. So, I need you to be able to get stuff back. Between the two of you. And that's going to be the ticket. Right now I can get rid of that. So, the issue is I can have it pass one way and have it pass back the other way. I think ultimately what we're going to want to do is something like this. You just need to be retired is what you need. But that's fine. So, you'll have this side. And honestly, you know what we can do with this? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, you know what I could do? I could do this in a really silly way. So you just run past here, and then you run past here. You spin up this way, you go back down. Sure, that'll work. What you're doing right now, we're working on expanding all of this production here. And it's just taken a minute that we're trying to balance our factory out. We're not getting the nutrition we need in here for some reason all of a sudden. Oh, you are all the way backed up. And you needed... that to make science. Alright. Am I giving credit? You can't help much because you don't have space age? Yeah, no, space age is great. Oh, you're turned the wrong way. Okay, so with this, those should feed themselves. And there's certainly a better way of doing this. Actually, there is a very much better way of doing this. You know what the better way of doing this is? Just smack down a splitter like that. You turn this way. You delete those two belts. Then you delete that set of belts. You smack down our splitter right here. And you turn that one down there. And this one over here. And at least that looks a little less cursed. Grab which one ever is about to spoil first. Okay, so those will feed back into themselves at any chance they get. How many hours you got in Factorio? A little over 1,000. I don't remember the exact amount, but a bit over 1,000. Yeah, so we've got that. So now I need to go here. It's producing more bioflux. Oh, you need to get rid of your spoilage. That's easy. We got a place where you get rid of your spoilage right next to you. Cool. Okay. So what we wanted to change on this one is feed this down into that belt. Right now, one of those is producing more than enough for my needs, which is unexpected. So I'm not sure how I want to approach that. Oh, good. We're taking lots of spoilage in here. Hey, and our steam engines are now running. Yeah, so that's going to be 560. Yeah, so the steam engines are struggling. We're not making enough heat, I don't think. So what I need to do here is grab a pipe here. Let's grab ourselves another heat exchanger. Yeah, so you're at low temperature. That's because we just built it, so it should slowly build its way back up. We can keep burning it, and that should make us more steam. But the idea here is I want to gradually get ourselves moved over to trying to use this thing that's supposed to be more efficient. As you can see, we're probably just going to have to feed it more fuel faster is just going to be what needs to happen. Yeah, because you're struggling to hold right around 500. Which if we can get that just over there, that's when we start getting steam. Oh, those are running. Yeah, we're sitting on 2 point whatever K steam. Plunk those in there and those in there. That should start getting there. We can go ahead and disconnect that part. Yeah, so that means it should get more of the fuel dedicated to it. Which should improve our steam. You're not going to line up. That's okay. We can do it like this. We'll start with that. Which is the same amount of steam engines we had before, just different configuration. Bulk insert spoilage. Yeah. I mean, it's working. It is building up the steam a little bit. As long as that manages to keep getting that temperature up just a little bit more and a little bit more, that should work out. Alright, and that's fine. As we fix this up, we should be getting more and more of, like, the eggs and everything else in here. This is spoiling on the line. Oh, that is a problem, isn't it? Hey, don't do that. Okay, so I'm going to need to have a solution for that problem, too. So the issue was that just took too long to get there, so it's spoiled on the line. Which I need a solution for. That's kind of the thing, it's like all these ingredients, like every single one, it's like, okay, but I need a way to get spoiled material off the line. We do have an area that yanks the spoiled material off here. And we have areas that pull the spoiled material off there. So genuinely, if I just go here and here, and set you to grab spoiled, and you as well. That'll pull it off the line if we go that way. Actually, we'll do it this way. You need to be moved. Okay, so that should work there. And you're working on this, which is waiting on the crops up here. Okay, so we should be doing relatively well on our nutrition again. That'll be fine. You're all fine here. You're good there. You're getting nothing, so we're literally not even producing the... Oh, that's actually a big problem, isn't it? So I need to get this up here, or move this whole setup. What I could even do is just set you right now to do that. And same here. And if we get one that's spoiled, you chuck it down there. That's not a proper fix for it, but it will work. Oh, I just realized you're missing. There we go. That's why that whole thing's backed up. Alright, so that should unjam all of those things. That's why the whole process has been getting gummed up here. And what's your deal? What are you waiting on? Ah, you're backed up here. Right. Okay. We can put a splitter way back here. And we're going to set it to prioritize that to the right. And just give it express lane to being burned. Alright. Cool. So we're getting the science done. That, interestingly, is not grabbing any of the eggs, which is fine. But I thought it would. Probably want to just replace that, don't I? Well, no, because then the eggs can get potentially stuck there. Would you calm down up there? So we'll change you to grabbing both of those. Pull that. Grab you. Put you there. And tell you to grab eggs. And that should get the science producing again. Speaking of which, did that ship ever get back here? Okay, so it is orbiting us right now. So what we want to go ahead and do is I need it to drop you. You're around... No. Yeah, you're around Gleba. I need you to drop this for me. And I need to go retrieve that. We're going to bring it over here, and we will finally get fancy science going on. It should be down here somewhere. Yeah, somewhere around here is where we spawned. You dropped it. But where? There you are. Cool. And that's the thing that makes it so I can control where they go. Because then I can grab literally everything from out of there and just drop it into a lab. Like, no filter necessary, just drop it into a lab. All of it. If the lab takes it, keep throwing. And then with that, I will have the science here. What little of it we've got. We make that work. So right now that science is there. Needless to say, that's not a place that's going to work for me long run. You serve no purpose, belt that's sitting right here. Until get here. At which point you can't... Alright, yeah, so you get there. Alright, that's fine. Okay, so what we can go ahead and do is I'm going to reroute this down here. Yeah, we can reroute this down here. We can have the lab grab it off from this. Okay, so first up, let's get ourselves the cargo thing put down. Where are you in my inventory? Put down the cargo thing somewhere. That'll work. I can put a spot of dirt right there at the corner. Cool. So we've got that. And then the next step is going to be to produce a lab. And you now have a request for all science everywhere. So you want 2,000 of that. 2,000 of this. 2,000 of this. 2,000 of this. 2,000 of this. We're up to yellow. And then the white. And then to orange. And then to pink. Okay, so now what I could do, at least to have some progress, is we can add a lab here. Because that'll be the start of this. So get power here. Grab the inserter. Cool, and it's smart to put one of each. Alright, so what we need to do here is I'm going to change this around. I need the yellow science to, or this science to pop down there. We can chuck that in there. So after this one, we're looking at stuff that does the green science. So tree seedings, collect tree seeds and plant them on grass or dirt. Don't care about that. Efficiency module, carbon fiber is one we don't have. Captivity, a robot capsule can be shot that injects a dose of this into a spawner, capturing it, and it'll remain captured. I still don't know why I want to capture. Creates capture bot. I still haven't figured out what the benefit is from capturing the biters. Unlocked by captivity. That's the thing that isn't clear. We can get, oh, that's right. We can get the biter eggs and nutrients from biter eggs. And then with biter eggs, they can spoil into biters. And they are used into making overgrowth. So that lets me make the artificial jelly soil, which can be placed anywhere in the red biome. So I'm assuming that lets me grow them at home. Captive biter spawner recipe. So we can then make a captive biter spawner recipe here at home. Or here. They can be used... Okay, so basically it's kind of letting me use... It looks like it's for a science pack to the right. Ah! Okay, I understand the value now. So basically we need to capture biters and then use them to produce science. Thankfully, Promethean science doesn't spoil. But that'll be a thing to deal with later. Right now, you're researching that. So we've got that being made. We'll want... Let's just get all of this queued up for right now. Okay, so that's all stuff that takes the green that we've got here. And then we want other stuff like this, then we have to start doing all sorts of stuff. Healthy food, healthy body. And that's one of those ones that we can just keep investing in again and again and again to make stronger and stronger. Alright, so as soon as that's done, we'll start getting this. One of the things that we are going to run into is I am going to need to be able to remove anything that's expired from here. So, okay. So I'm going to need a conveyor belt that goes like this. And we will set you to use filter spoilage. And meanwhile, we're just dropping in all the rainbow colors. You need nutrition, which is showing back up again. All right. So with this, we're going to make a little change to your design. You need to come down here now. And the science goes this way. And the spoilage goes that way. So the other thing we probably want to do is we probably want to check to see if this is backed up. And if it is backed up, stop putting the eggs in here. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So we're gonna check to see if this is backed up, and if this doesn't have, yeah, we'll check just the very end of the belt there. That's not what I need. I need you to be on the inserter. Both of them. Okay. I'm going to need to replace these, is what I'm going to need to do. Alright, get rid of those, get rid of these, because I need to get the wires all swapped out. Same deal as before, we do this. We do this. Then grab the red wire, connect it between the two. And then down to that tile. And for this one, we're going to read the contents of the belt. Let's see. The signal is sent continuously as long as there are items on the belt. Only one tick when the item enters the belt. Hold. Okay, so we're going to go here. Your filter is set to this and this. Ah, I see the problem here. Well, the eggs, if they go in here, should just roll right through. So we're going to actually take the eggs off that one. That can just keep running. You, on the other hand, are going to take eggs. But what you're going to do is you're going to check to see if we have the filter there. And if it is greater, let's say. If it is less than 4, you'll turn this on. Cool. So basically, anytime it's less than 4, turn this thing on, get it going. Why are you backing this up? I still don't understand what's happening here. Oh, you know what we can do? Let's fix this. We can fix this. Let's grab the underground here. Pick that up. But why does that back it up? Okay. So what I can do to fix this in a band-aid type way is we go here, put that there, put on a filter, and tell it to only pass that forward. And use the most spoiled first, most spoiled first. Alright, so with that, literally the only thing that should be able to reach here is this. Which I'm suddenly realizing has the problem that we'll have spoiled stuff get through here. That's fine. We can go here and say, also, if you happen to have spoiled stuff, pass that forward. And then we can just go to the other side here and say, also, if you end up getting any spoiled here, go ahead and pass the spoiled stuff through there. Is that efficient? No. Am I doing it anyway? Yes. Alright, and we're getting a lot of new tech in going here, so that's good news. Meanwhile, I need to check our ship up in space and do that. Looks like for a science pack to the... Yeah, sorry, I already read that. Let's see here. So the Aluminum Falcon, you have depleted all but your yellow utility science has been dropped off. Why has our yellow utility science not been dropped off yet? Is it a inventory problem? It probably is. Okay. So. Calm down. I wonder why it's not... Oh, that's why. You're missing a 0. Okay. Alright. And so now what we're going to go ahead and do is say... all requests satisfied. Do this. Because I'm assuming that's all requests on the ground are satisfied would work. We'll see. So that should be going back and forth and bringing stuff. Yeah, no, I saw it. Thank you for making sure I caught it. Alright. So yeah, so with that, this should keep churning away. That's good news. Alright, so let's look at where we're even unlocking. So we're getting carbon fiber. We use carbon fiber in the even better stack inserter. So that's cool. We use carbon fiber in foundation recipe, which I can't do yet, but that'll be an interesting one there. We use it in quantum processor, which we can't do yet. We use it in the portable fusion generator, which I can't do yet. We have the tool belt equipment. I can do that. We use in the rocket turret, which I will be able to do, which is an interesting one. And the railgun, which I can't do yet. All of that I'm assuming we get from the last planet going on here. Meanwhile, to unlock you, I need 3,000 of literally all of the science. I also need the carbon fiber, the advanced thing, and the rocket turret. So I'm going to go on the belief here that it really wants us to use that rocket turret going forward. Capturing biter spawner and supplying with regular doses of whatever allows the biter eggs to be harvested. Perhaps they could be made useful. Which is interesting to consider. Fish breeding. Yeah, collect tree seeds and plant them on grass and dirt. So that's another interesting one. So literally I can replace forests. We have the asteroid productivity, increase the yield from asteroid crushing. And it is up to infinity. So it is one we can literally just make them better and better and better. The stack inserter, which is a stack, like an inserter I can put on top of a transport belt. So that is an interesting one to consider. Like, I'm really excited about the idea of the stack inserter, which we can actually add onto our queue as well. And then we have the stack transport belts. Okay, so you're churning away. We do need to have more science labs than just one. And I don't know where I will be able to build or not. Alright, I see some of you are having the eggs hatch in here because of nutrients, which are coming in. You are not getting the nutrients you need. And you're not getting your stuff because you are codependent. Can fix that real fast. Now I think about it, just do that. Okay. Alright, so what I'm gonna go ahead and do is fill some of this in. Make room for our labs. Yeah, it's interesting that, like, you're not forced to make this your lab planet, but it is heavily pressured. Because if you don't use this planet as your lab planet, you gotta ship that stuff between planet to planet that rots. And you get the idea. It's just gonna get rotted. Alright, so let's go grab some more stone. Yeah, so I need to keep building up this planet and see what we can make happen. Alright. Have you researched Fulgoro's tech? The electric tech? I've researched a lot of it, yeah. Not all of it. We are actively shipping the material I need to research more. No, I have more agricultural science in my inventory. Alright. So here, have a stack of that. And then this will be a 5th lab. Okay. So I've got the 5 labs going absolutely full bore. Yeah, so you're at 500. Yeah, so it should slowly burn through the science they've got in here. Honestly, that has the interesting side effect of it will keep all of our sciences perfectly balanced. I say as I immediately notice they're not perfectly balanced, that for whatever reason, the oh, I had 1 or 2 technologies that... I understand, it's fine. Okay. And you are struggling to keep temperature because we're not getting enough materials through, because we're not getting enough nutrient through. Even though we have expanded our nutrients multiple times now. You do seem to be stable for the moment. Yeah, let's limit this box to honestly just the 3. To keep as much of it as you can going down here. I'd rather this sit and not need to be used for a while than anything. What's going on that I'm not getting more of this? I should be up to my eyeballs in this, and yet I've got almost none available. Okay. New priority. New priority is to get plastic production online. let's try and get that. So the plastic production was in this building, and we use Bioflux and Yomaka Mash, which sucks because the Yomako Mash is what I'm short on. But if I get that going, I can get red circuit boards, and it will get productivity modules going. And with the production modules going... Oh, wait, actually, do I have... Oh, I thought I sent over here... Well, I sent with the big drills. Did I not grab the other things? It's fine. Okay. Let's make this work. Alright, I can make this work. So you're producing plastic now. You need nutrients. I don't have nutrients up here. It would have been really great if we did have nutrients up there, but I just don't. Make a snake one of these around, but that seems like a bad idea. The fact that all of these buildings need this material is rough. Okay. Well, there comes that. Does that actually consume those equally? That might be my problem. No, it consumes way more of the Yamako Mash. We need almost twice as much of the Yamako Mash's stuff. The issue I'm getting is Yamako Mash gives, or the Yamako's give me way lower rate of getting seeds out of it. Like, even though it says 2%, I'm just... The seeds are getting down here. And when I check this machine, I'm sending a nice little stack of seeds. When I check this machine, I got Bumpkiss. And number of plants are going down. So I gotta deal with that. You need more nutrition. And you need more of the other stuff. Only one stack here. Rest goes here. Because that keeps freezing up because it's putting too much to the side. I just gotta figure that out. That's fine. Meanwhile, you don't actually do anything here. Yeah, so you can go away. You're pointless. That's passing the eggs down. There's a bunch of spoiled material coming out there, which don't love to see. Okay, did we get any more trees down here at all? I don't think we did. Yeah, and that's a seed for the other one. Alright, so we gotta get the productivity modules going. I might just have to manually feed this thing for a minute, is what I might just do. They might plop this right here and say, hey, I need to make the plastic. So let's go ahead and... If you could be so kind as to give me that. Grab just a tiny bit out of this. Put that in there. Alright, I mean, a big part of it is also what was becoming nutrition previously is not anymore. Also, you're not going anywhere anymore. You're just spoiled for no reason. Okay, so this is literally not even doing anything, it's just full of spoilage. Yeah, let's make sure spoilage cannot go that way. So spoilage could, in theory, get down here, so we'll need to deal with that. So probably the best way for me to deal with that is let's go here. Make that a bit longer. We can just shove these materials in there. And then put a splitter here. And now you're set to output priority right. Spoilage. Give me those seeds. I need them badly. So I'll bring the spoilage over here. Fair enough. And then this will be a way to get spoilage over. All right. So we did get 66 units of plastic. Man, that's actually a lot of plastic. And that's honestly just going to sit there until I get more nutrients. So we'll wait on that. So with that though, I want to go over here and productivity modules. We're going to go and make a bunch of productivity modules. And my intent here is to use the productivity modules on stuff like these, so that we just spit out tons and tons and tons. Well, actually, no, I take that back. Put it out on here, because that'll go down the line and help it. And then on top of that, here, let's not do it that way. Let's do it one at a time. So I get them as they're able. But we can go ahead and put them in here, and that should give me extra seeds and extra crop, which should help with that. And so I'm going to put them here. So because I want it to be at a surplus of seeds. I would love to see this belt back up with seeds, and I have to figure out how to deal with that. That's a much better problem. Because this thing's fully cropped and getting extra seeds. This thing is just... every time I turn around, it's like I have one less tree on it. And so I'm getting worried that, like, I am going to need to have better output. And I still haven't set up copper. I still haven't set up a bunch of the other things. Okay, so it's all sitting there. We got a bunch of spoilage came through here. And you're waiting for the next round. Cool. So with this, we have productivity 4%. Yep. I wish I brought the electromagnetic plants, but those things are a power hog. And you're back online. I got you fixed. We need so much more nutrients. You know, pile it up in this first one first, because it's going to get the most action. Man, every time I'm shorter... Yes, like... Okay, so I'm actually still at 3 seeds. But every time we end up losing an extra seed on here, it just hurts me more and more in that. What I could probably do is... So we're looking for those bright green areas. We haven't been to the green area up here. Let's run up here, see if I can't tear down some of these and get some more fruit and all that to try and bump it. And see what I can do with that. There's literally none of the trees I need here. Nothing I need here. And I'm not sitting on too much ammo right now. Yeah, let's leave that thing alone. If I had ammo, we could take it out plenty fine, but I don't have enough ammo to break through it. And we can run to the right here, where we've got all that marked. I've apparently already picked this place pretty much clean. Oh, no, wait, we got... No, that's not the right tree. Alright. So nothing there. So I'll cut back to left and try and check for stuff over here again. I may not have checked the south area particularly well either. I'm just trying to get a couple more seeds to speed up the process, because even if we fix it, if it takes me this long to get it off the ground, it's still rough. No luck here. I'm also just grabbing wood because then I can take the wood and shove it in our burner to keep our power up. And how are you doing? Still 3. That's fine. At least it's staying. Need to deal with nutrition again. That's okay. We can go ahead and drop to a view in here. When we do get our harvest, like I said, we'll get more mileage out of it. Okay. So get your nutrition fixed. Toss some nutrition in there for extra plastic. Okay. And go to you, drop the wood in there. Yep, so it is slowly building up steam, so that's good news. That really needs to be able to go faster. Grab your next one. Alright, where else can we check for more of this? We've got the bright green here. We already checked there, there, and there. That's all purple up there. That's all purple down here. So I think we're just going for a proper jog. Trying to see where I could find more. We've got to look where it's got the brighter green. Man, it's all purple over there. Yeah, that's the only direction I see the green in. There is one up there we haven't checked. That's fine. They keep trashing those walls from time to time. Still at 3. Alright, come on. You have productivity of 16% now. So my hope here is this extra thing, because it's like an extra roll of the dice, will just mean a couple more seeds. All I care is having like a net positive on seeds. If I'm a net positive, I can work with it. Oh, you need to not take as much of this. Hey, we're gonna go ahead and take that back. We're gonna take that back. You're gonna get fed a bunch of this and the nutrients for right now, so we keep running. Get more of those online. Even if it only gives the other thing, that still should help. That's more rot getting dumped out because it didn't process fast enough. Alright, did we get any more seeds out of that? Still 3. Alright. Like, it is getting some seeds, it's just... We're at a net loss, so that's what's boggling my mind. They're the same percent, so why is one sustaining and, like, actually growing to a point where I could probably do a bunch of stuff with it? Whereas the other one, which is the one I want for getting plastic to be consistent, not. Yeah, because, like, you're sitting on a whole stack of those seeds just about. And genuinely, it's processing as fast as it can. And it's probably going to start having these rot on the line. What else can I do with the jelly? There's got to be something else I can do with the jelly to consume it. We can make lubricant with the jelly. And we can also make rocket fuel with the jelly. We can also make the better inserters, but I'm not ready for that. Okay, so we can make lubricant in a biochamber. So let's go grab a couple of eggs, make some more biochambers. Okay, so I've got 4 eggs. Let's make 4 biochambers. I need nutrients. Those are all going to rot here soon, and those will probably rot next. So I can go here and boom, 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 and we've got them. And have some more of this. Alright. Do that to bring those back online. Yeah, so I need to change the layout of these so we stop running into this problem where this one like gets unprimed or whatever you want to call it. And then once that happens, it all goes to heck. What is this? Okay. How are you even running still? So you're not getting nutrients or anything from this side. So what we can go ahead and do here is get rid of this. You're passing that in there and that in there. And instead, we can have you pass it right over here if you get rot on the end of your line. And go ahead and move this over here. So with this, I could potentially bring the nutrients up this way. Okay, you know, I could just bring... Well, no, because that's still in the way. Oh, wait, why are you even doing this? No, wait. We could change this. Change you to grab spoilage. Turn it around. You're no longer needed. You're no longer needed. You're no longer needed. That can just become a regular conveyor belt. We change you to accept spoilage. All right. So with that now, I can potentially take this here. Right there. And that should help with that problem. Then change you to accept spoilage. And turn that around. You're redundant now, so get that out of here. You're redundant now, so get that out of here. You take a long, convoluted way just to go there, so let's go ahead and just skip that part. You just aren't even needed to be a merging belt at all, so turn that around so you don't need to have that convoluted way. Alright, so we've got that cleaned up to give ourselves some more room. Okay, so that should fix that one, so I don't need to keep priming it again. This side's still a problem. I don't really have a good way of fixing that well. And this just feeds in over here to begin with. That's okay for right now, I guess. Maybe extend the radar so you can look for more seed areas? Yeah, well, my hope here is... I know I keep repeating it. my hope here is just by getting this set up, we'll get more seeds. Because if I'm still like getting just a loss of seeds with the same, all right, so we got 4 now. I was gonna say if I keep losing seeds, tearing the map up farther and farther out is still, that's effectively a band-aid where it is just gonna get worse and worse. Gotcha. So it should pick up the seeds and be fine in a minute. Basically, the problem will just keep cropping up. I'll just delay it ever so slightly. All right. I was building you to consume jelly. And so what we could do here is, for now, and grab those and say, you are now making lubricant. And then the way I'm going to handle this is I'm going to make an overflow, and then the overflow will go out this way. Oh, science has arrived. Yeah, and then you're waiting on the current science to get done, which is getting blocked up because of nutrients. Okay, so what we're going to go ahead and do is I will put a split... Well, actually, first, we're going to go ahead and put the underground here somewhere. So you go here. Actually, so I don't want to put it that far back. And you merge together up here. What I can do is I can move this splitter down. So move that down too. And we can say output direction to the right. There we go. That'll fix that. Get rid of you. You're gone. And then we can go over here and say you dropped it on the belt. And then we got you. And put the splitter there. And output priority. So it mainly puts it over here. Oh, actually, I need the faster one, don't I? They put the output priority on this side. Then what'll end up happening is it'll go that way, and whatever's spare will get dumped off on this side. And then we can just turn all of that into lubricant, which I'm going to need later. And so that'll help out. All right, so let's grab more plate. Let's grab you. We're gonna run power here. Alright, well that'll be lubricant for later. Oh, you need nutrition! Ah! Which just is another thing that's on the thing. I keep forgetting that these buildings literally just always need nutrition. And interestingly enough, this is perfectly positioned for when it rots. Then go here, use filter, spoilage, and just chuck it right over there. Alright, so... nutrients. I mean, we'll fix this one as well, because that's another one that's getting broken. So let's grab you. Do this until we have no more of the yellow belts there. So... what I could do is I could bring this back, we'll run this belt up here, have this thing here, it could grab nutrients off there. Man. I could also break it off this way, run it underneath there. Probably... you know how to deal with the seed amount easier? Not specifically, no. Oh, I mean, sorry. Do you want to? Sure. Because I want to say we've looked at this already. And we can get it from the trees and from processing, and that's pretty much it that I've seen. Unless there's like a rest. Oh, you know what? Can I literally just like craft it, like rip it out of this thing? Biochambers have a 50% production bonus. Oh. And you're a 4x4 versus a 3x3. Okay. So, what I should do then is start swapping these out to use the biochambers. You know what? Hey, you know that whole lubricant thing I was talking about? Yeah, forget it. It's not a thing. It's not happening. I'll come back to you later, lubricant. Right now, this is more urgent. Because with that, I'll be able to up the production rate to get those more in line with each other. And then the lubricant thing becomes just not even worth worrying about. The downside is that does mean I need to get nutrients up here again. Which does take us back to square one on that problem. So, what I probably need to do is what I can probably do is keep this the way it is right now, start building the biolabs over here, and we'll plan to have the tree fruit and the nutrients on one side and the output on the other, and then we could deal with that on the other end. So first, let's start with this. You're going to be over, let's just give ourselves space. You're over here. There's your 4. You're going to have your belts coming in. That'll be the fruit and the nutrients. Cool. So I've got that. So you're going to be... all of that. Cool. So I've got that set up. Now the next step of the process is getting nutrients even remotely in this area. Let's run all the way down here where we got the nutrients down here. Make a bunch more belts. Oh, calm down. Oh, it's making a fuss over there, they are. Yeah, and those plus that should be even better. Okay. Yeah, so you're just waiting for more goods. Hey, stop taking that, please. That's looking like a big problem. Hey, you know what? Cool. Sorry about that. Okay, so I need to get our material up here. So I think my plan here... oh, thank goodness, that's finally arrived. Alright, so I think my plan here is I'm going to get this buffered up again. And when we get the nutrients, I need to divert half the nutrients over this way kind of thing. So like right now where we're doing this nonsense, I'm going to just bring that one straight across, out, and over there. And get that online. But first I need some basic stuff. What is all the shooting going on over here? Alright, so that's got these all primed. They're all up and running again. Cool. So, I need to get this over here. Let's go ahead and do an underground here. Okay. So, you're not going to be the end of the line, so don't worry about the spoilage here. you're gonna run past here. We need this here and this side. You can go ahead and scooch on up here and you'll be fine. You serve no purpose. Get out of here. I didn't realize this back there. Can you reach all the way across that? Yes. Okay, so you've got nutrients coming in, so now it's time to change up a route. So right now that's merging into that. You're done. Stop it. Instead, you're gonna go ahead and pop in over here. One second. If I move you over here, are you still good? No. Are you good if we go down here? That's good enough. As long as it connects, that's all I care. Gotta fill in another little hole here. And is that another gap right there? Yeah, so we connect it here, then that should be split in there. And next problem I have is I gotta deal with the, I should not have done this quick. This could be game processed. As long as none of this rots, we're okay. If it rots, that's real bad. Okay, so you're all hooked up, so you should now be functioning. You don't have your output set. Needless to say, we gotta get that fixed. You're done. You're not gonna do anything else anymore. Let's get your power moved over. So grab all of this out of here, because you don't go to anything anymore. And clean up all of this. Clean up all of that. I also realize this is no longer attached in any way, so whoops. I'll deal with that here in a minute. I need another underground for you. This is not being handled the way I should have. You don't do anything here yet either. So you can go ahead and get this. We're gonna lose a lot of stuff here and get ourselves in a really bad way. Okay, so before we get caught up in too much, get this crap going. So hopefully we're not losing seeds. And have some extra productivity modules while we're standing here. Alright, so you've got all that getting dumped over here. So that goes out. That we don't want going here. So what we want to do here is we want to bring this over there. So let's just cut that off for 2 seconds so I don't accidentally merge stuff in where I don't want it. Okay, so output right, this side is going to be the yarmulke mash. Grab that. Grab you. Oh, wait, it's up there. It's up there. I already have a spot that wires up to it. That's right. I was like, man, I remember this not being that bad. Output left. Yarmulke mash. Grab the stuff in the wrong belt. You're plugged in, and you're good. So here, have this. So that's one crisis averted. Meanwhile, the rest of this, we can go like this and like this. And we should be getting our seeds and getting all this garbage out of here. Cool. Next crisis. Next, I need to get this garbage off of here as well. Which honestly, I just go like this and say, hey, filter, spoilage, just toss it on the other side. Okay, so with that, it should toss it on the other side. It'll then get filtered out, go down this way, which is... Okay, never mind. I see the spot where it's supposed to go. And you got disconnected at some point, so let's not do that. There we go. So that'll all go into our furnace and get out of here. Needless to say, I've got a bottleneck so far as speed, so let's get that sorted out. Those have to do. Okay. So you need nutrition. Otherwise, you don't run. Ah, that's an interesting additional problem. Could you... Alright. And then you need nutrition. I just need enough nutrition to reprime you. You're too late in the process. You're not getting the nutrition you need. Let's loop this around differently here as well. So keep you there. Cool. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. We could also probably move you from over there to here. This no longer serves a purpose. Get rid of it. Okay, so that is now going absolutely as fast as it can, which is exactly what we want to see. Because of that going as fast as it possibly can, we should be able to keep all of this stuff running pretty much constantly. Yeah, right now the issue is they physically cannot get this out of the building as fast as it's being produced. Alright. That is what I want to see. And now with this, we should be getting way more seeds down here, so this should ramp up a lot. I have 1 seed here. 2 seeds. 2 seeds. Only 2 seeds. And you've got 6 going. Okay, it's still getting the seeds in. Oh, hey, have those, I guess. Alright. What are you even attached to right now? Oh, yeah, you're the output. That's not necessary, because this already feeds into that for the output, so that's just redundant. Yeah, so that serves no purpose. Yeah, so this is already our output. It'll just merge in here and go through. Alright. Drop all that off in here. Keep that running. Well, the good news is our science is back up and running. The bad news is we are having problems where those things keep hatching. And that's been because of nutrients. So hopefully the nutrients should be starting to get resolved. Okay, so there's good news. We've got 8 of them planted. Alright. We got 8 of those planted. We got 8 of these planted. So it definitely is one of those things that we're going to want to replace these with productivity modules, or the biolabs as well. And we'll use pretty much the same idea. I'm literally going to try and just replace these when they're here, which we can probably do that just about any time. So what I'll do is we'll actually have that belt go in straight. Yeah, we'll have this belt go straight up here. And just shift it all to the left when we are ready. I need this automated. I've focused so far on trying to get this, and we are just doing nothing at all. Like, we're still not even making copper. The iron and the steel is just a pittance, but it has been enough that I can handcraft. Yeah, so you're getting at least this in here. So at least our science isn't rotting anymore. This needs to be moved at some point, but I'll worry about that later. Cool, so you've got that going. Alright. So once we have the belt down, I'm gonna need to make 4 more biolabs, which is gonna be basically the same thing I need for dealing with that. And we're gonna use the exact same strategy of fill it up this way. If anything gets the end and is spoiled, dump it. Interesting problem there where this is filling up the belt that way. Oh, you know what we can do that's even better than this? Let's just use the splitters. So if at the end of the belt I use the splitter instead, it could go right out and I don't have to worry about like getting stuck on the inserter. Yeah, you know, it's fine. What we need is just more output from our farms. Yeah, so that's still sitting at like 8. Yeah, it's just rotting on the line because the nutrients doesn't last very long. Yeah, so you're only being primed from this still. I was intending on bringing a route up this way. I could still probably do that. Bring it over. I probably will. What I'll probably do is to fill this line in, I'll probably bring this over, fill that line in, have one go underneath to there. Because then I can also feed the plastic when I'm ready for it. Yeah, so once this builds up enough to keep that going, we should be good. Right now, we're just losing a lot of resources along the way. Okay, so that's all connected up to deal with it. Honestly, don't even do it that way. Bring that around. Yeah, that's just... Well, no. The reason I want to bring it down this way is we're going to pass the seeds in here. Yeah, no, that's right. Right, yeah, because we'll pass the seeds in there, and that goes out that way, and we get rid of the junk. Cool, cool. Alright, so, the next thing that needs to happen is I need 4 more biolabs. So that's ultimately... I need more of... you. And then I will need some eggs. Take a stack of you, please. So I've got 7. And we need some nutrients. Let's top you off real fast. Do this before those things hatch in my pocket. That's more nutrients. Okay. So one of the other things I'm going to need to do here is, like I said, we're going to need to bring this over as well. We'll deal with that in just a hot minute. If I get these 4 labs built real fast. Are those the same size? No, they're not. Wait, were those literally this? It's fine. Are they both 4 by... No, because you're... No, it's 3 by 3. Those are literally the same size, so I can just drop them in. That's fine. Instead, then, of what I'm doing here, I'm going to be really lazy about this. And I'm just going to smash these down on here. Because what I can do now, then, is I won't even need to wait. We can go over here, and I will add... I'm going to need 2 splitters. So I have 2 splitters. One splitter will bring it across here to merge it in with that. The other splitter is going to take it across there. You need an underground. It doesn't matter how fast it is. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, because then we can bring the nutrients to this line, swap those out with the biolabs, and that'll keep its seeds up and running, and give it just more production and all that. And even then, even if it just all rots, that's still that much more fuel for the power for no additional cost. And then we can go ahead and get it so we have nutrients going directly to this, and that'll sort that out. And that one we can also bring up here so we can actually make plastic as well. Alright, we're waiting on the labs because I've got so many of those going. And I don't want to swap the labs in until we have the nutrients, otherwise I'll just stop production. That's what I like to see. We're starting to get actual research going again. Right, and you're supposed to accept 2,000 of each. And how are you doing, Aluminum Falcon? All requests satisfied. Ah, so that's just gonna stay that way. Honestly, it could just sit up here. Honestly, that actually isn't a bad thing. We could just literally have it sit up there, and when its ammo is fully recharged, then we're just ready to rock and roll and have it leave. Because genuinely, it's going to keep trying to put these up to 2,000, so it should still keep that balanced. And whenever it gets to the other side, it'll already have that in stock, so it'll naturally stop taking stuff that isn't getting used. So I think we're good there. Okay. We have our first splitter crafted, so we can go right here. We'll put the splitter right there. And then it's going to go right here. And we'll have our next splitter. And that one just mashes in right there. Do an underground. That goes there. And then we're going to have to get the, yeah. Then go here on this one and say, hey, if you got spoilage, chuck it off here. That doesn't need to be that. We can just smash it. Okay, and you've already got a way to get rid of spoilage too? No, but you're about to. Cool. So I'm not ready to turn that back on yet. We're going to wait till everything smooths out real quick. Alright, so as soon as we get the nutrients on here, I'm swapping those out and we'll be good there. Why has all of our nutrients stopped? Okay, so that should solve itself here in just a second. We're definitely going to need to upgrade these conveyor belts as well. The amount of rot getting dumped out of here now. No, that's the wrong belt. That's... okay, well, that's a problem. So... that's not exactly what I had in mind. It is what I set up to do. And you also need to fix that. You can go here. You can put an underground going... that's the wrong way. I can grab another underground going the other way. Okay. So that's a big problem. And meanwhile, you need to be cleaned up from all this crap. There's your brain stuff. There's your brain stuff. You need those and those. Here, toss it there too. We need to snag some nutrients out of here to unplug the whole system. Oh, come on. Alright, do I have anything I can make nutrients into real fast? Should have something rotten somewhere. Okay, so let's get some of that going down here, which would be enough to get that to make a little bit here. And I'm hoping that'll be just enough to kick it back over. I'm wrong. Okay, hang on. Okay. So that did get some of this down here. Was it enough to do anything inside of these? Yes. Cool. And that's kicked it over. Alright. So let's try this again without everything going horrifically wrong. So you can go ahead and grab that power tower and switch it there. And same exact idea. I just connected to the wrong place. Okay. Alright, meanwhile... They are a different size. I thought so. What? No, they're not a different size. What is even happening? Okay, so grab the biolab. Now we have nutrients there. You now make that. So grab all these ones. And now I have all you. Put you in, drop you in, put you in, drop. Alright. So are we actually really doing well now? Because this looks like this looking good. This is looking promising. Everything seems to be fine. Both of these lines are backed up. So I think we might be okay to, first of all, finish replacing this with a better conveyor. Yeah, so we got the higher throughput now. Let's get plastic being made. Don't bother making much of it. Just get it started. And same here. It's fine. They'll just rot and they'll get... Here, we're going to go ahead and grab you. There we go. Cool. So now are we actually making enough of these? Ah, good. It's getting down here, so we're actually getting research done. Love to see it. The research is actually going at a meaningful speed. These are all going at a meaningful speed. It's been way too long. So you don't have a lot of those. You've got 5 going, but we do literally have a bunch of them planted. You're basically full. Once I see more of these stack up, we're going to deal with that. So it should be processing about as fast as it can. Yeah, so that's honestly running into the problem that these are going as fast as they possibly can, and it's not fast enough. So grab me those plastic bars. I'm gonna add productivity modules to these. Probably these, maybe? Yeah, because they keep pausing from lack of resources, so they're perfect candidates for it. Because if something keeps stopping due to lack of resources, that just means getting that extra amount while it's got it is still gonna help us. And so what'll also probably happen is we probably will look at getting the lubricant set up, where I had started to mess with it, and then I was like, wait, there's a better thing we can use our time with. I think we're good now. Okay, so we've got those. Alright, so then the plan will be I will make a splitter. We'll bring that over. And we'll have this be like an overload, so that lane will get priority. And then anything else that will go over here will be made into lubricant. Just to delete a bunch of it. Because we're also starting to delete it for plastic. So you know that's a thing. Meanwhile, we are getting more and more of the spoilage going over here. Yeah, so you're still hovering at about 500, but we are gradually building up more and more steam. How has our power been even looking? Honestly, fine. I'm just happy that research has resumed. It'd also be good as we get more of those eggs, or more of those things growing, because the more of those we get, the more and more that should smooth out. Let's keep... Alright, let's not put it there. We can go down here. Put it here. That's fine. And I'll go by adding one to each of them. Yeah, so all the, why are you not passing that over? Oh, that's not okay. That's also a problem. Okay, hang on. Let's clean the spoilage off of here. I've got to fix things. Alright. It's fine that to take the cross, but we told it to no longer stack the bioflux really high, so when that box fills, that no longer is available. So that's a problem. So we could probably fix that by going here, removing that power. Switching you to get rid of the spoilage. Turn you that way. We don't need anything fancy, it could be a slow one. Oh, I'm gonna have to get all of these other ones out of the way real quick. Guess they all have some level. Alright, because what I could do then is I could take the underground, put it over here. That takes the spoilage. I can have this do the same thing, where we just have a conveyor belt, like... Alright. So get you, do that. There's spoilage going there. Okay. That'll fix those up. Cool. Now I just need nutrients to be back in the system at any capacity. Anywhere. Any at all. Alright, I understand. Cool, and that's unjammed it again. It'll take a moment to everything wind back up, and then we should be good. Why are you making so much? Just make some bacteria, please. You're deleting all my jelly, and you're getting nothing for it. There we go. We finally got some bacteria into the system. So now that should turn back off. All right, that's fine. Okay, the nutrient's back on. You're back on. Everything's full up and looks great again for a few seconds. Yeah, so you're just doing a harvest now. Okay, so yeah, so our seed should be good. I am seeing like 2, 3, 4 seeds going to that side. We got some over here. Alright. Yeah, that's where you do your thing. Whoops. Alright. Yeah, so this plant's definitely taken a lot more work to set up than some of these other ones. I don't think it's bad at all. I think this is genuinely a very interesting plant. So now you're gonna go here. Okay, and you're just all right. Cool. Let's make sure you're just putting that over there. Okay, and with that... Right, you still need nutrients. That same thing that I keep coming back to, where I'm like, oh yeah, you need nutrients. You always need nutrients. How on earth am I getting nutrients up to you? Because I am ready to make this happen. For nutrients to get up to you... So I've got it on these belts. We have it here. I could bring this under and over and up. That takes us away as a good priming spot. But no, actually, I can make this work. We can go ahead and make a splitter here. That now goes into there, so it stays primed. I don't give a crap if the plastic loses its priming. And then with that, I could bring the nutrients just over, like spaghetti it in here and just jam it into that belt. Okay, so we have you here. So you go there. And we'll need to make a new spot for power right here. You're gonna go away from this spot, because that's just gonna need to be someplace else now. I will need an underground or two. Okay, so what'll end up happening is you go underground, you'll pop up around here. So you can go bring this way. You'll want to go up here. And you'll underground. And I'll take care of that. And then we'll need to pop up here, and if it goes rotten, toss it over the side. Cool. So I've got my first underground, which is going to be there to there. So now this is no longer relevant. It doesn't serve a purpose. And then we can go from here to there. Cool. And so with that, we should start making lubricant. Oh, do not split evenly. Do not split evenly. Yeah. I'll put priority this lane, and then if you got surplus, just keep chucking it over there. Alright. It is also feeling like what we're going to end up doing is just continuing to grow this. Oh, that's what we want to see. That thing is full. Yeah, so once we get some more seeds backed up on there. Alright, so I'm gonna grab that. Oh, I also have more of you in my inventory, don't I? I wish I didn't always have spoilage in my inventory. Okay, so for this, I will need to make just 50 nutrients. The forever problem. So I have to wait to the next rotation where it all, you know, blasts everything out again. And then we'll be good. Alright. This has been an interesting plan because of just how much juggling I have to do. It's also a planet that there's certain... If it wasn't for how much nutrients you put on the belt and off, it would almost be worth sushi belting it. Now, unfortunately, because you need like a dedicated belt just of nutrients half the time, that isn't really an option. And what do you need? You just need nutrients in that. Generally, I could put another one of those labs right down here to bolster the nutrients down here as well. I probably should. Do we have any chemical labs left? No, we got the ones up here doing the lubricant. That's fine. I'll keep them doing that. They really don't make much lubricant, do they? Oh, you're getting spoilage here. Alright, hang on. Get this out of here. I understand. That's fine. That actually works out, because that... Okay, so we can go here, do an underground. That has run out of nutrients again. Basically, the problem is I need to more consistently have nutrients in the system. You're about to rot, so just plunk it in there and get what you can out of it. Yeah, so get rid of the spoilage. So we've got another one of these. This should help out with this. You guys share this? Sean, they're 45 stream streak. Well, thank you. 45 is a heckin' big number. I appreciate it. I've been enjoying the content and all that, and, you know, like, enjoying the stream and whatnot. Alright. So with this, I can use this one. Oh, right! I can start making the bulk inserters. That's gonna set a whole lot of stuff back. Okay, so with this, the plan is I'm gonna try and get this one to intercept the stuff going down, bring it back in, put it out, and then just, you know, add that much more onto the area going back here. Let's see, what type of seeds are in your inventory? It's the jelly nut. I'm actually sitting here waiting for the next round of nutrients to roll through, which isn't going to happen because that's all backed up. Why is this always a problem? Nothing has nutrients anywhere. Okay, cancel all these. I need more spoilage. The belt seems to be barren. Alright, so start making some nutrients. We chuck it in here. And that gives us the jelly. And then the jelly rolls down here, which will get these going again. Stop taking it. Oh, you're stuck as well because of the whole thing. Oh no, never mind. It's... Okay. That is a problem, and I'm not exactly sure the best way to deal with it. Okay, so we're gonna switch you to use filter, spoilage. Drop that in there if you can. Do you have a way to get rid of spoilage yourself? Okay. And why are you backed up? You're backed up because this is stuck. Hey, you know what I can do? We can go to you, manually feed you in there and do that. And now they'll start putting all the, all of this back out. And bring it all back online. Okay, so the problem with this one was this one got backed up as well because of spoilage. That should bring these all back around, all that. You're suffering from success. Too much good resource? Yeah, no, it's, I've got to keep getting this sorted out. It's taking just a little bit to get everything going up. You gonna be live long? Probably not. But I do appreciate him, assuming you're asking about rating. Maybe an hour. Maybe. Okay, so we can go ahead and tell you to make even more nutrients. Alright, so back to trying to make those stack inserters. To try and help this out to get these sorted out. Let me go ahead and snooze so this ad doesn't hit y'all. Hey, Paul Dragoris, I would have never guessed you were considering rating. But welcome in, everybody. I assume you were playing more Factorio today. But, how was your stream and all that good stuff? For those who don't know Paul Dragoris, we actually rated them yesterday. But plays a whole lot of good games and all that stuff. This time with more mods. Ah, yeah, so I don't do hardly any mods. But yeah, so playing some Factorio lately, but does play a bunch of different stuff. So definitely someone we're checking out and all that stuff. We have collabed with them a little bit in the past, doing some Project Zomboid on an Undead Baron server way back. But, not even way back, just a while back. But still, good times with all that. But yeah, no, we're working really hard on getting the last of the first 3 planets sorted out. And we are actually making the research. It is not going smoothly. Yes, we are powering our factory by burning spiders. Not even memeing about it. We are physically making spider eggs that we are growing ourselves and then feeding them into a furnace. You gonna bounce? All right, no problem. You take it easy. But thank you so much for the raid and all that stuff. Yeah, all right. So we're making plenty of steam. Maybe moving the nutrient production earlier in the chain would help. Maybe. I think we're actually looking pretty good now with what we've got. Like, this is just solid now. So I'll help out. Hey, Otan. Thanks so much for the 5 streak. I hope you've been enjoying the stream a lot. All right. Do you got a bunch of seeds? No. Do you got a bunch of seeds? Oh, yeah. That's what I want to see. Bring me the seeds. Okay. So with that, I need a lot of nutrients as well. I'm going to go up to this line since it doesn't seem to need nearly as much. Give more. Give more. Little more. One more. Oh, what am I missing? Oh, I actually need stone. Alright. Seeing people discover Gleba's mechanisms is interesting. Yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun how, like, every one of the planets has been very different, and I very much have enjoyed it. I still think my favorite planet is the Zappy planet. We haven't been. There's still planets we haven't been to, but of the ones I've been to, the Zappy planet's my favorite one so far. Oh, that'll sort itself out in a minute. But the Zappy planet's my favorite one so far. This one's been, like, I'd probably say the Zappy planet's my favorite, this one's next, and I'd probably say the Volcano planet's my least. I still really like it, but to me, the Volcano planet felt kind of just like more of the same, except your resources are liquid. I did like the Demolishers, how instead of having a bunch of little, you know, enemies nipping at you constantly, it was just this one thing that's like, yeah, do you want to go into their turf? It's like, okay, I understand. Their turf's a rough place. How much more do I have queued up? Yeah, we're gonna have to have less of that, actually. Because otherwise the nutrient I've got in my pocket's gonna go bad before we get it. Okay, cool. And what little nutrients we have left, go ahead and huck in there. That's fine. So get all that sorted out. Then we're gonna go back to making more of the stack inserters. Okay, so stack inserters, I think the big ones to put there is these two. With those two having stack inserters, I think that'll be just really good for that. And same with that. Because those seem to be struggling to do what they need to at best. At the speed they need to. We've got you two as well. And the rest, honestly, is perfectly fine. Alright, so let's go down here. And that's that many more we get to plant. How are you doing on seeds? Okay, so you still got more to plant, but you're starting to get your seed count up. So that's finally all stabilizing. This is all looking really good now. What I need to be working on now is getting myself off of this expletive planet. Is what I need to be working on. Okay, now what is your issue that you keep shutting down? It's probably nutrients as well, right? Yeah, it's going to be nutrients as well. So we just need to have to cycle until it gets a bacteria. And then when it gets a bacteria... we're going to have pass over this way. I also could move that up here as well. I probably should. Well, no, because you need that as well. And that's going to be harder to get up there. Come on. Get your bacteria. It is annoying that this is like rolling the dice. That it keeps going again and again until eventually you get like... How did one of you get a chance to spawn? Ah, it's this one. No, you're still set to spoiled first. And I mean, even you are getting stuff over here, so... Don't know. Yeah, no, all of you seem fine. That's fine. Okay. All of the rot just feeding in here. That's all the nutrients we didn't get a chance to use getting burned. Okay, cool. So that should turn off any moment now. Okay, this can actually probably help. We'll check you. We'll check you. So it should happen is it is checking. Oh, if it is... Now, it wasn't you that needed. Was it you that needed it? Yeah, that's right. So grab you, connect you, and you're going to have an enable disable where if you detect any bacteria, it is more than 0, you stop. Sorry. Research and technology using agricultural science packs. Has it really only been that much? No, if it is equal to 0, we need to do that. Okay. Yeah, so that every time it detects bacteria, it'll stop running. And we can just leave that there. And you... You don't need to have enable disabled. There we go. That should work now. Cool. So that should just keep the rotation going where it makes us all the iron we need. I do think we move our iron production up here because I am going to need to make an actual factory here. Now that we've started to get this other stuff stabilized. So let's go up here and we're going to plan for... I don't know how much we're going to actually need. Let's start with 6. So what I want to do here... Has it already been like an hour? No, okay. Oh no, that's right. When we had the raid, I snoozed the ads for as long as I could so that people didn't... Otherwise, they would have raided in and immediately been hit with ads. So I tried to just delay it all I could. Okay, so we can now make carbon fiber, which is something I do want to get off this planet. Eventually, once this starts to getting to a temperature that is more in line with what I need, we can do without that. Okay, so that should be the 2,000 here. And that's all just researching away. Alright, so what's next on our to-do list? We don't have... I actually have no idea if we have the pink science here or not anymore. Do we have the pink science here? No. Nor do I actually have inventory space for that. I might have to lower the amount of this we carry. Because that thing's inventory is full. Alright. Let's cut it down to 1,000 each. Okay. Because 1,000 is 5 stacks. And it should carry us for a long while. Okay. So meanwhile, we do have the stronger explosions and all that. Fish breeding would be unlocked. Oh, there was something else I wanted to grab. So we have the stack inserters on our order research. I want the stack belts that we can layer more items. Increased height of layered stacks of belts. So that lets me put more and more items on the same belt, which is amazing. We also need a bunch of the other stuff. So that's going to be capturing stuff. This is just... Okay, so I need to get the trees with that. Yeah, so I just got tons of stuff to research now. A lot of the tech we get from this planet looks really cool, though. Anyways, let's get back into this. So, you need more iron plates. That's fine. Honestly, bad choice this time. Okay, so reaching that point that copper is my holdup, and we are still not producing copper. So I need to get that reaction going soon. In fact, let's cancel a bunch of these. I'm gonna make some of them. But what I'm gonna need to do is once we get this online, let's get our copper fixed. Because then once I tear this apart, I can pull the steel production out, and the concrete production isn't even needed anymore, so let's go ahead and get this out of here. You're doing nothing. You're doing nothing. This belt doesn't even need to dip under here anymore, so that's fine. The steel production, honestly, we could shut that down too for right now. Gonna leave that in its box. We'll need more steel, but right now I'm looking at just going, okay, what can I do to expand on this, expand on this? We've got another one of these. We're gonna need more conveyors. Right, but let's get our iron production online. We're gonna go ahead and try and fit a factory as much as we can up here, even have to put down a bunch of ground or whatever. That'll be okay. And I don't think we're gonna go through the hassle I've done in the past of going like, here's all the inserters, here's all the belts, here's all of this being produced locally. We'll want to get there eventually. For right now, I want to kind of beeline to just, here is what I need to make the rocket. Because once I can make the rocket, then we can start taking materials we get off of this planet, and there are going to be some things that we will want. From what I'm noticing, we're going to end up needing the biolabs on our main planet to capture biters as a requirement for other things, which is going to be an interesting challenge. And I am curious when you capture the biters if that is a way to